The snow in Kaiyuan City didn't fall, it hunted. It came sideways off the wall in flat white sheets that found the gap between my collar and my neck like they had a map. And by the time I got the sack of spirit rice through my own gate, my fingers had stopped being fingers and had become two cold red hooks that used to belong to somebody. I had walked 4 streets. 4. In my old life, I once complained about a parking lot. I kicked the gate shut, and that was when I heard her. Wei Feng, little brother Wei Feng, my neighbor, face the color of wet clay, wrapped in 3 coats that had all lost the same argument with time. She had been standing in that wind on purpose, which told you everything about the food situation in Kaiyuan. You bought rice, she said. Spirit rice. I can smell it. I bought rice. Just a bowl. Half a bowl. She got closer, and her voice went somewhere it had no business going. You're a young man living alone. I could stay the night. I'm not asking for charity. I'm offering an arrangement. I have been offered a lot of arrangements in 2 lifetimes, and this one landed between tragic and terrifying. I said no politely and shut the door. A spirit stone bought 1 pound of rice, and I did not have enough spirit stones to feed my own guilt. Through the wood, I heard her breathing, and then I heard her voice change. Curse you to eat and never pass it, she said, in a tone that had no business coming out of a woman who had been whimpering 1 second earlier. Flat, cold, almost amused. When I break through to the middle layer of chi refining, we'll talk again. I put my eye to the crack in the door. She was smiling, not a normal smile. It sat crooked, pulled up on one side like something had hooked her lip from underneath and forgotten to let go, and her eyes weren't in it at all. She wore it for about 3 seconds, then it slid off. She blinked, hunched back down into her 3 coats, and shuffled away muttering about the cold like nothing had happened. I stood in my own hallway with a sack of rice and did what I had done every day for 6 months, which was pretend I hadn't seen it. Because here's the part I hadn't told anybody. Everyone in Kaiyuan City did that. The rice merchant did it. The guards at the North Gate did it. A little girl selling frozen radishes did it. And it was so much worse on a little girl. It came over them for a few seconds, that crooked cold grin, and then it left, and they had no idea it had been there. I had practiced it in a mirror until I could do it too, because the day I stopped doing it was the day I'd be the only face in Kaiyuan that wasn't. Something was eating that city 1 face at a time, and I was the only person left inside the walls who could see the teeth. I got the fire going, ate 4 grains of rice as a sort of ceremony, and got to work. My work, at that point, was failing. I had a sheet of talisman paper, a silver brush that cost more than my furniture, and a bottle of spirit ink I had been rationing like a man in a lifeboat. I was making a fireball talisman, 1st rank, middle grade, the kind of thing a competent apprentice knocks out in an afternoon. I drew the 1st stroke, the 2nd, the 3rd, felt the energy gather in the paper like water in a cupped hand, and on the 9th stroke, it went wrong somewhere I couldn't see, and the sheet tore itself apart with a pop and a smell like burnt hair. 2nd sheet, pop. 3rd, pop. By the 7th, I had stopped flinching. By the 9th, I was just watching my ink budget die in front of me, 1 little detonation at a time. I laid down the 10th sheet, and halfway through, something took over. 10 tries. That is the whole of my cheat. 9 failures, and then the 10th one works, every single time, forever. Let me be careful here, because this is the single most important thing about me, and I've never described it right. It isn't a voice, it isn't a system window, it's a hand, an invisible hand that isn't mine, that arrives at the exact instant everything is about to blow apart, and instead of letting the energy scatter, it reaches out, gathers it back in, and presses it into the paper like a mother tucking in a sheet. The talisman finished itself. Perfect, not competent, not passable. Perfect, the way the diagram in the book was perfect, glowing faintly on the table in a room where 9 of its brothers had just exploded. That's it, that's the entire gift. No infinite mana, no sword that eats gods, no beautiful woman inside a ring who calls me master. I get a guaranteed success on the 10th attempt, and there are 2 rules attached to it that I found out the hard way. 1, the thing has to be theoretically possible for a person of my level in the first place. 2, I have to be using the correct method. I need the real recipe, the real steps, the real furnace, the real fire. Give me a broken recipe, and I'll get 10 broken results and a face full of soot. It is, without exaggeration, the most passive-aggressive superpower ever handed to a man. It doesn't make me strong. It makes me 9 failures away from being right. I'd take it, because the body I'd woken up in 6 months ago had been stuck on the 2nd layer of chi refining for over 20 years. 20. The previous owner of this face had bought spirit rice by the pound, hoping to squeeze 1 more layer out of himself before his hair went white, and it hadn't worked, and then he'd gone out to the wastes with a group of neighbors, come back wrong, and died in this bed, and I woke up in it. I never got a tutorial, I got a memory dump, a cold house, and a city full of people making a face they didn't know they were making. Somebody knocked on my door. I hid the talisman under a bowl, which in hindsight was not a great hiding place, and opened up on Li Xuan. Lee is worth describing because he was the closest thing I had to a friend, which tells you what kind of 6 months I'd had. Big man, gone soft in the middle, red across the nose from a lifetime of quality testing his own product. Ding brewed spirit wine in a shed. Ding was better at brewing than he was at cultivating, and he'd made his peace with that in the way a man makes peace with a leaky roof. Ding had a jar under one arm and a paper packet under the other. Black spotted tiger, he said, waving the packet. Fresh. Well, freshish. You are aware nobody has come through the gates in 2 months. That's what makes it freshish. Ding was already sitting down. Ding was already pouring. We drank. Outside, the wind kept trying the shutters like a burglar who wasn't in a hurry. Old Wang's gone, Lee said. Gone where? Gone. Head of the Jiang family. Nobody's seen him in 6 days. Ding turned his cup around on the table. Wei Feng, the man was at Foundation Establishment. That landed. Foundation Establishment in Kaiyuan City was not a person, it was a landmark. There were maybe a handful in the whole place. You did not misplace one of them. No body? No body. No blood, no note, no wrecked room. His people opened his door, and there was just a room. I looked at my cup for a while. Everyone in this city, I said carefully, has problems. Lee laughed and refilled us both. Big problems, I said. Ding didn't hear it, or he heard it and dropped it in the same hole he'd dropped everything else. I let him. I'd learned that the fastest way to get somebody in Kaiyuan to stop talking was to ask them to think. But he was drunk, and drunk Lee was generous, so I got what I actually wanted him over for. That pill you mentioned, the one your old master had the recipe for. Primal origin pill. Ding held up a finger. 300 spirit stones. 20. 300. 20. And I don't tell your wife how much of the product you test. I'm not married. Then 20, and I remain your friend. We landed on 50 spirit stones and a free lecture on alchemy, which was the real prize. And he wrote the recipe out on the back of a wine label with a hand that kept drifting off the line. Then he told me the recipe was broken. One of the herbs is extinct, he said cheerfully, like this was a fun fact and not the load-bearing pillar of the transaction. Died out generations back. I picked a substitute off the property tables. Similar nature, similar taste, quarter of the price. Does it work? No idea. Never had the stones to find out. Ding toasted me. That's why it's 50 and not 300. I want it on record that I have never met a more honest swindler. Ding left around midnight. I remember, because the bell went off. The bell was a lump of bronze in the corner of my room that I had made myself out of scrap from broken artifacts. It was ugly. It had one job. And at midnight exactly, it started to hum, low and stupid, like a fly in a jar. I went to the window because I always went to the window, and the sky over Kaiyuan City was full of red threads. They came up out of the courtyards, out of houses, one, then another, then 10, then more than I could count. Thin red lines rising straight off the rooftops and going up and up into a black sky with no end to it. Dense, ordered, not a mess, not a swarm, a pattern, like somebody had strung a loom over the whole city and was working it from above. The blizzard was gone, not stopped, gone, like it had been cleared off a table. And here's the part that still gets me, even now. Not one door opened, not one cultivator in that entire city stepped out into the street to look up. Kaiyuan had hundreds of practitioners in it, people who could feel a spirit stone through a wall, and every single one of them was inside, asleep or awake, doing nothing, while a red loom worked over their roofs in total silence. A quarter of an hour. Then the threads dimmed and went out. The wind came back like somebody had unpaused it. And it was just snow again. I checked the memory dump the previous Wei Feng had left me. 20-odd years of living in this city. Nothing. Not a rumor, not a childhood story, not one night where he'd looked up and seen a sky like that. The threads were attached to people, I was sure of that much, and the people could not see them. I sat down on the floor with my back against the wall and made a plan, and the plan had exactly 2 steps, and I'd like you to appreciate how modest it was. Step 1, reach the middle layer of qi refining. Step 2, leave. That was it. That was the whole ambition of the man who would later be standing in the sky watching a god get taken apart, get strong enough to walk, and walk. Lee came back the next morning, which was unusual, and sat down without being asked, which was worse. You remember when Wei Feng went out to the wastes, he said, and then caught himself because I was Wei Feng. A month back. Before you got sick. Vaguely. Ding didn't notice how thin that was. Nobody in that city ever noticed anything. 8 of us went out for materials, came back fine, then people started dying. Ding counted on his fingers and he ran out of fingers. All of them, one after another, some of them just didn't wake up. One walked into the wall of his own house for an hour first. Ding stopped on the last finger. There's me, he said, and you went strange and then you got better. Everybody else is in the ground. That is a genuinely upsetting thing to hear about your own body from a man drinking your tea. And it's not just us, he said. It's happening all over town now, late layer people from the 5 great families. That was the part that scared me, and not for the reason you'd think. If the 5 great families started losing members, there would be an investigation, a real one, with people who could look at a man and tell you what he'd eaten, and I was a man whose sudden and inexplicable improvement over 6 months would look to a careful investigator, exactly like whatever was killing everyone else. So leave, I said. Both of us. Today. Out there? Ding looked at the window like I'd suggested we go swimming. That snow isn't right, Wei Feng. Whatever's in here, at least it's got walls around it. I couldn't argue with him. That's the thing about a slow disaster. Everybody who's in it can always give you a completely reasonable sounding argument for staying. So I did the only thing I could do with 50 spirit stones and a superpower that required patience. I went to sell talismans. The Zhang family shop sat in the slums of the northern outer city in a building that leaned on its neighbor for emotional support. The man behind the counter was called Wang Lao. Ding had a face like a road after a hard winter and the professional warmth of a tax collector. Ding had also, 3 weeks earlier, told me to my face that I would never in my life produce a talisman worth buying. I put the fireball talisman on the counter. First rank, I said. Middle grade. Ding looked at it. Ding looked at me. Ding looked at it again, and then he picked it up with 2 fingers the way you pick up something that might be a wasp. Impossible, he said. It's right there. That's what makes it impossible. Ding held it to the light. His mouth moved without sound. Your brushwork is a crime. I've seen your brushwork. This is not your brushwork. I've been practicing. You've been practicing, he repeated, in the voice of a man who has decided not to think about something because thinking about it will cost him money. Ding paid me 10 spirit stones. The going rate was 7 or 8. I want you to understand that Wang Lao overpaying by 2 stones was, in that city, a religious experience. Then he made me an offer. Join the Zhang family, exclusive talisman master, materials provided, stipend, protection. And the condition? A heart demon oath, never betray the family. Ah. There it is. For anyone who hasn't had the pleasure, a heart demon oath is not a contract. A contract you break and someone sues you. A heart demon oath you break and your own mind takes you apart from the inside on the way up. And the way up is the only direction that matters to a cultivator. It's not a job offer. It's a bill of sale with better manners. No, I said. His eyes went narrow. Kaiyuan is getting worse every month, boy. Without a family behind you, you won't survive. Ding wasn't wrong. That was the annoying part. Everyone who tried to own me in that city was making an excellent point. I spent the next 10 days making strength talismans instead. First rank, low grade, cheap materials, and here's where my superpower started earning its keep. At that quality level, I didn't need 10 failures. I needed 2 or 3 because the thing was simple enough that I could actually do it myself sometimes, and the invisible hand only had to bail me out on the ones I fumbled. 4 out of every 10 came out sellable. 4 spirit stones a day. 4 spirit stones a day is not wealth. 4 spirit stones a day is a man buying his own escape 1 brick at a time. On my second delivery, Wang Lao tried to marry me to his cousin. 4th layer of chi refining, he said, holding up 4 fingers like this was the headline. And? She's older than you. She's not attractive. She's built like a rice bin, and she has a temper that has cost this family 2 employees. Ding shrugged. 4th layer, though. No. And he said, you're right. I stood there with my mouth open. You're right, he said again, warming to it. You're not a match for her. What was I thinking? Her side of the family would have skinned me. Forget I said anything. That was Kaiyuan. That was the texture of the place. Everyone in it was one small nudge away from agreeing with anything, and none of them ever noticed the nudge. 2 days later, I was in the Duobao Pavilion, which was the closest thing the city had to a real shop, pricing spirit ink I couldn't afford, when the door banged open and money walked in. 3rd young master Gu, late layer chi refining, a robe that cost more than the building, and a cousin on his arm named Song Mei Lin who had clearly been raised to believe that being looked at was a form of work. Soul capture talisman, he said to the old shopkeeper. I need one by tomorrow. The old man went gray. Young master, in this whole city there is exactly one person who can make that talisman, and it's me, and I can't. My divine soul is worn through. If I try it, I'll be drinking my meals through a reed. Then teach someone. It's not a recipe, it's a channel. The talisman only holds for 1 day, and while you're making it, your own divine soul has to serve as the conduit. Ding hesitated, and I watched a man decide to be greedy. I do have a simplified method, written down, 1,000 spirit stones. Gu Tao paid it out of a pouch without looking inside the pouch. I filed all of that away and went home and thought about it for 1 night, and the thing I kept landing on was, what does a rich young man need a soul capture talisman for by tomorrow, and where is he going? Ding found me the next morning on the street. You, talisman maker. Ding didn't remember where he knew my face from. Rich men never do. Lianyan Tavern, noon. Gathering of talisman masters. 50 middle-grade spirit stones for whoever makes it. 50 middle-grade spirit stones. 1 middle-grade stone is 100 low-grade stones. 50 of them is 5,000. I was making 4 a day. That number wasn't a payment, it was a lifetime, so obviously I went. But I didn't go as me. I went out the back, walked 2 streets, and buried myself in a snowdrift on a corner where nobody had swept in a week. What crawled out 4 minutes later was a fat, dark-faced man in a fur hat with a voice like a gravel truck. The face was a mask I'd made myself. 10 attempts. The 10th one perfect. The voice came out of a voice change pill. Same story. My superpower was, in the end, mostly useful for lying. The Lianyan Tavern had about 20 talisman makers in it, and 1 jade slip going around the room, and picture 20 faces going through the same journey in sequence. The simplified method worked like this. The talisman was unstable. To stabilize it, you fused a piece of your own soul into the paper, and to get a piece of your own soul out, you used a crude soul-splitting technique that came with the tablet, free of charge, like a knife taped to a loaf of bread. A thin old man put the slip down and stood up. No, he said. The room got very quiet. The soul is the foundation of cultivation, the old man said. Damage it and you are cut off from the Tao permanently. Not slowed, cut off. A few thousand spirit stones is not enough for a man's road. Song Malin smiled at him. 70 years old and still on the 3rd layer. Truly, elder, I admire your persistence. The old man turned to leave. There was a black flash. I didn't see it start, and I didn't see it stop. It went through his chest and out the other side, and he was on the floor before his face had time to change, and Gu Tao's flying sword drifted back to his shoulder like a dog coming when called. 2 options, Gu Tao said pleasantly, to a room that had stopped breathing. Take the materials and make the talisman, or pay me 50 middle-grade stones for the method and go home. Anyone who'd like a 3rd option can discuss it with my sword. So I made a talisman. 9 sheets, 9 failures, and each failure in that room sounded like a gunshot, and every time one went off somebody flinched, because we all knew what was underneath the flinching. Some of them were splitting. I did not split, not once. I sat there and burned 9 sheets of somebody else's expensive paper, and on the 10th, the invisible hand came down and gathered it all back in, and there it was on the table in front of me, humming faintly, a soul capture talisman made by a man whose soul was exactly as intact as it had been an hour earlier. I let everyone else go down first. All of them had failed, every single one. And when the last of them was in the stairwell, Gu Tao rolled a small brown pellet across his palm, and it told him, somehow, who in that room had split their soul, and how many times. One of them, a red-faced man near the door, had done it twice. Nobody had asked him to do it twice. Ding had done it twice to look eager. The way the other 19 looked at him on the way out is a thing I still think about. Ding had given away a piece of his own eternity to impress a man who had already decided he was furniture. I came down last and put my talisman on the table. Zhou Kang, I said in the gravel voice. Beginner, got lucky. Gu Tao examined it for a long time. Then he did something I have never forgotten and never forgiven him for making me respect him. He kept his word. A bag hit the table and it made the specific heavy sound that only a lot of money makes. 50 middle-grade spirit stones, in front of 19 men who had just failed, in a room where a corpse was still cooling. I did the arithmetic on my own life expectancy in about half a second. I went out into the dark and I ran, and 2 streets later I went into a snowbank, and what came out was a woman in a white dress, and the woman in the white dress walked calmly to a small courtyard I had rented a month earlier under a different name for exactly this reason. I found out afterward that I'd been right to. Gu Tao and his cousin were in the air above me the whole way, invisible, watching. A woman, he said. Good disguise, careful enough. Should we take her? 50 middle-grade stones aren't worth my word, he said. I only wanted to know where she lives. That'll keep. And it would have kept, except that 20 minutes after the woman in the white dress went into that courtyard, a snowdrift against the back wall of the property stood up and became a thin young man with a sack of ordinary rice, and walked home the long way, and nobody in the sky was watching that one. 2 disguises. Not one, always 2, always with the second one exiting through a different wall. I got home, bolted the door, and poured 50 middle-grade spirit stones out onto my table. I would like to tell you that I immediately began planning my ascent. What I actually did was sit there for half an hour touching them. Then I spent half of it, in one afternoon, on 10 sets of alchemy materials. My furnace was an iron pot. Not a spirit artifact, not a treasure. A pot of an unusual shape that I had bought from a man who used it for soup. The primal origin pill recipe wanted a proper cauldron, and I wanted to keep breathing indoors, and one of those was negotiable. First attempt. I ground the ingredients, layered them the way Lee's wine label said, and dropped in the 10 fragrance fruit last. The pot went through my roof. Not entirely through. It hit a beam, came back down, and rolled into the corner, and I sat on my floor with my eyebrows gone and blisters coming up along my jaw and thought, correct method, correct materials, incorrect number of attempts. Second attempt, I wrapped my head in rags first, which helped my face and did nothing for the beam. Bang. Third. Bang. Fourth. By the seventh, my landlord's beam had a shape to it. By the ninth, I was performing the explosion more than experiencing it, standing back with my arm up like a man watching a firework he paid for. 10th attempt, the pot filled with light. The invisible hand came down and swept the whole ruined mess back inward, tighter and tighter. And when I could see again, there were 10 milky white pills the size of quail eggs sitting in an iron soup pot in a slum in a dying city. 10. The maximum yield the recipe allowed. Now. I had just made 10 pills from a recipe with a substituted herb in it, given to me by a drunk who admitted he'd guessed. There was a non-zero chance these were poison, which is why I owned a rabbit. I want to be honest about the rabbit. I did not enjoy the rabbit part. I fed it a pill, and it swelled up like a wineskin and threw itself around its cage hard enough to move the cage, and I stood there with my hands over my mouth thinking, well, that's 25 middle-grade stones and a rabbit, and then it deflated, sat down, and started grooming a coat that had gone glossy. I waited 2 days. The rabbit remained aggressively fine. I swallowed one. The heat went out from my stomach into everything at once, and the wall I had been slamming my head against for 6 months, the wall that the previous owner of this body had spent 20 years failing to move, wasn't a wall anymore. It was a curtain, and I walked through it. Third layer of chi refining. I sat there on my floor in the dark, and I laughed like an idiot. And then I made a fireball talisman just to check, and it worked on the 5th sheet instead of the 10th. 2 out of 10. Double. Overnight. Hold on to that number, because it's the last simple thing that happened to me for about 100 years. Because that night, the thread came for me. There was no bell. The bell was for midnight, and this was earlier, and I was at the window for no reason at all, and the sky over Kaiyuan had a shape in it. Not threads, not yet. A shadow. Enormous, blurred at the edges, sitting over the whole city the way a hand sits over a bug you haven't decided about yet. I couldn't see what it was. I could see how much of the sky it took up. Every hair on my body stood. Then one red thread came down out of it, and it came down into my courtyard, and it went into my chest. I want to describe the sensation accurately, and I can't. It didn't hurt. That was the horror of it. Something started flowing out of me, up the line, out of the top of the world, and it felt pleasant, the way a warm bath at the end of a long day feels pleasant. And I stood there with my hand scrabbling at my own sternum, trying to grab hold of a line I could see perfectly well and could not touch. My skin lit red from underneath. I caught my reflection in the dark window, and my face was doing the crooked grin. Mine. Not an impression of it. Mine. And I couldn't feel it happening. A quarter of an hour. Then the thread let go, and the shadow went away. And I heard my own voice say, out loud, in a warm and satisfied tone, "What a beautifully round moon tonight." And I went to bed. I woke up in an excellent mood. That's the part that keeps me up at night still. I woke up cheerful. I made tea. I stood in my doorway stretching. And when my new neighbor came past, I said, and I quote, "Old woman, you see a young master, and you don't bow?" I nearly told her about the pills. I actually opened my mouth to tell a stranger in the street about the 10 pills in my wall. Because I was so pleased with myself and it seemed like such a good story, somewhere in the afternoon I noticed I'd been planning my foundation establishment out loud, and after that I was going to marry 10 cultivator wives and found the 6th great family of Kaiyuan City. Those were my actual plans. I had them in detail. I was going to name the family compound. I stopped in the middle of the street. I am not a boastful man. In 2 lifetimes, the loudest thing I have ever done is hide in a snowdrift. And there was something else. There was a hole. There was a subject I used to think about several times a day, and I could not find it, the way you can't find a word you've said 10,000 times. I knew the shape of the missing thing. I could not get it to come. That evening the bell went off, and it saved my life. Low, stupid humming from the corner of the room, and my first reaction was irritation. Why did I build that thing? What is it for? Why did I set it to midnight? And then it came back all at once, like a door opening on a cold room. The red threads. I got to the window so fast I hit it with my shoulder. Clear sky. Stars. Nothing. Either they weren't there tonight, or I couldn't see them anymore. I want to say I handled it well. What I actually did was take off all my clothes and examine every inch of myself in a bronze mirror by lamplight for 2 hours, looking for a mark, a scar, a discoloration, anything. And I found a body in slightly better shape than it had been last month, and absolutely nothing else. I sat down on the floor. "I'm one of them," I said to the empty room. "It got me. I've been assimilated. The bell had worked for one reason. I hadn't made it out of good material. I'd made it out of broken artifact scrap because that was what I could afford, and broken artifact scrap has a way of scraping at your thoughts. It cleared my head the way cold water clears your head. When I built it, I'd been thinking, what if one day I stopped noticing something and there's nobody around to tell me? There wasn't anybody around to tell me, so I built a thing to do it. Best 50 spirit stones I ever spent, and I hadn't even known what I was buying. I went into seclusion for 3 months on the strength of 9 pills and a bad mood. When I came out, the head of the Liu family was gone too. The food in Kaiyuan had gone from expensive to ration to absent because the caravans had stopped, and nobody could tell you when they'd stopped, because nobody in that city could hold a thought about the outside for more than a day. But I'd hit the middle layer of chi refining, 4th layer, which meant, at long last, spells and artifacts. I bought a sword. The Xiao Yao, 1st rank, low grade, a few hundred spirit stones, and worth about half of that. I bought a book called Elementary Spells, with 6 entries in it. And the one I cared about was wind technique, because wind technique meant flight, and flight meant walls stop being a thing that decides where you live. Then I found out about my spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, 4 of them. Earth by proxy through a medium. In a world that rewards focus, I had the cultivation equivalent of a very broad and useless education. More roots, slower growth, and every single teacher in every book agrees with each other about it in that cheerful way books have when the news is bad. Fine. Fine. I had a sword. I spent 3 days in a horse stance in my own courtyard, in the snow, red in the face, straining like a man in serious digestive difficulty, willing that sword to rise off the ground. It trembled. That's it. That was the whole result of 72 hours. Object control technique, the most basic manipulation art in existence, the thing every 12-year-old in a decent sect learns before lunch, and I got a tremble. Several more days, and the Xiao Yao made one wobbling circle around my head and fell out of the air with a sound like a dropped pan. So I paid 10 spirit stones for a consultation at the Shuyue Pavilion, which had a very beautiful middle-aged proprietress with the bedside manner of a hammer. Object control technique, she said. You're joking. I'm not. 10 days? She laughed. She put a hand over her mouth and laughed some more. This fairy learned it in 1. I would like the record to show that I paid 10 spirit stones to be laughed at by a woman who then charged me extra for the actual answer. The answer was 2 ways. 1, an enlightenment pill. Sharpens the mind, makes comprehension trivial, costs about 6,000 spirit stones and is not for sale anywhere in this city or the next 3. 2, a jade slip of direct transmission, where somebody at Foundation Establishment burns their own understanding into a tablet and you take it into your head all at once. 2,000 spirit stones, and only a Foundation Establishment cultivator can make one. And Kaiyuan's Foundation Establishment cultivators had recently developed a habit of not existing. I walked out onto the street with a sword I couldn't fly, and a man stepped out of an alley in front of me, triangular eyes, waxed mustache curled up at both ends. Ding opened his coat with a flourish, and the inside of it was rows and rows of little pockets. And every pocket had a scroll in it. I swear to you, if you have ever been offered a bootleg film on a street corner, you have met this man. Enlightenment pill recipe, he said. 300. Have you been following me? Following you? Following you? Ding put his hand on his heart and swore a heart demon oath right there in the street that the recipe was genuine. Which is a hell of a thing to do over 300 spirit stones. So I got him down to 20, and he took the 20 and cursed my entire ancestral line in a low, pleasant voice while pressing the scroll into my hands. And then he was gone around a corner. I stood there holding it and thought, with total certainty, I have just been swindled. The scroll was ancient script, dense, careful, with the steps laid out and warnings in the margins, and the materials were nothing. 20 spirit stones a set, cheap enough that a man on 4 stones a day could afford to fail 9 times, which, as we have established, was the only business model I had. Before I got to that, I bought a book off a blanket in the market from a scrawny girl on the 2nd layer of chi refining who told me it was a precious manual of forging and wanted 30 spirit stones for it. The book had rotted. It had more holes than pages. I talked her down to 10 and made a face like I was doing charity, which was a lie. Because 6 pages had survived and 2 of them were worth having. One was a purple bottle for holding something called purple gold glaze liquid, which I had never heard of and filed away. The other was the Thunder Pearl. The Thunder Pearl is a grenade. That's it. That's the whole item. No spirit power required, no channeling, no chant. You throw it and it goes off. It was weak, rated for use against early chi refining opponents, which in polite society means it will annoy a serious person, but the materials cost under 2 spirit stones for 10 attempts. I sat with that page for a long time. If 1 isn't enough, I thought, what about 10? And if 10 isn't enough, what about 100? Then I made the enlightenment pill. 9 explosions, obviously. On the 10th, the pot filled, and what came out was not what the scroll had drawn. The scroll showed a smooth pearl. What sat in my pot was crooked, dark, pitted like a walnut, and it smelled sour and hot at the same time, like vinegar poured on a stove. The rabbit lived. The rabbit was, at this point, the most experienced pharmacologist in the northern outer city. I swallowed it. Sharp, sour, bitter, and then my head came on like a lamp. Things I'd forgotten surfaced. Thoughts I'd been chasing sideways lined up and stood still. I picked up Object Control Technique and read it, and it read like a sentence in my own handwriting, and 15 minutes later, my sword was swimming around the room like a fish that liked me. 15 minutes, against 6 months minimum of horse stance. Then I hit the floor. I don't remember the first part. I remember the second part, which was rolling on the boards with both hands clamped on my skull, making a noise I have never made before or since, while something behind my eyes tried to get out through the front. That was the side effect. That was the pitted, sour, crooked thing. The second pill hurt worse than the first. I took it anyway and got wind technique out of it and paid for it with an hour on the floor. The third pill I took with my fingernails already dug into the wooden post of my bed, and by the end, there was a red crescent under all 10 of them and the wood had grooves in it. Wind technique started at half a foot off the ground, then 3 feet, eventually 2 zhang, straight ahead, and only if the wind agreed with me. I'd like to say that was a triumph. I got airborne in a city with walls. It counted. What I didn't notice, because my head was full of white noise and my hands were bleeding, was the old man standing in the courtyard the whole time, watching me thrash. His name was Wen Hai. Ding had lived in the far courtyard for as long as the previous Wei Feng could remember, and in 20 years of memories he had said maybe 40 words. Old, bent, face like a dried apricot, the kind of neighbor you stop seeing after the first week. Ding was standing 8 feet away with his hands behind his back, and he had been there long enough to watch a man scream on the floor and had elected not to intervene. I did not ask him what he wanted. I put the xiao yao through his shoulder, not chest. That was my compromise with myself, and it was the wrong compromise, and I knew it before the sword got there. Ding caught it, between 2 fingers. Not with a technique, not with a barrier, with 2 fingers, the way you take a pen off a desk. And then he snapped it and dropped both halves in the snow. Decisive, he said, but not ruthless enough. Womanly kindness. I have been insulted by better men in better words, and none of it has ever landed harder. Because he was correct, and I'd known it while I was doing it. That enlightenment pill you've been eating, he said conversationally. It isn't the real thing. The recipe is a forgery. Serviceable, but a forgery. The pain will keep coming back, and it will keep coming back after you stop taking them. That part doesn't switch off. Which is when I got it. It was you, I said. The man with the mustache. The one who swore the oath. That was you. Ding smiled, and the smile had teeth in it. Follow the chain with me, because I had to. The proprietress at Shuiyue Pavilion tells me the 2 ways to learn a spell. 10 minutes later, a man appears in an alley with exactly one of them in his coat, at a price a poor man can meet, and swears a heart demon oath about it in the street, and the oath is technically true, because the recipe does produce a pill, and the pill does work. Ding hadn't sold me a recipe. Ding sold me a hook, and I'd swallowed it 3 times and gone back for more. Who are you? I said. Better question. Ding came a step closer, and he was still old, and he was no longer bent. Who are you? 6 months ago, you were a man 20 years stuck on the 2nd layer. Now it's the 4th, and alchemy, out of nowhere, and talismans. The Wei Feng I watched through that wall for 20 years could not do any of it. I said nothing, which was an answer, and he took it. Come along, he said. I have work for you. The work was in his room, and his room had a furnace in it. Not a soup pot. A furnace. Dark red. Half a man high. Covered in worked runes that moved when you weren't looking at them straight. A real spirit artifact. The kind of thing that in Kaiyuan City should not have existed inside the home of a silent old man in the slums. Blood Demon Pill, he said. I knew the name. Everyone knew the name. The Blood Demon art is the easiest cultivation method in the world to learn, and the fastest one there is to climb, and it charges for both. 20 years off your life up front, half of what's left when you break into Foundation Establishment, half of what's left again at Golden Core, which is academic, because your ceiling is Foundation Establishment. That's the deal. Speed now, ceiling low, and an invoice that comes due in your own body. I looked at him. 70. 80, maybe. How old are you? 35, Wen Hai said. 35, at late layer qi refining. In Kaiyuan, that was a prodigy. That was somebody who should have been in a real sect being fussed over by real elders, and instead he was here, looking like a raisin, in a room with a furnace. I'll do it, I said. On terms. Ding raised an eyebrow, entertained. A heart demon oath. You will not harm me. You will protect me. And when you leave this city, you take me with you. I want credit for that third clause. Everybody remembers to ask not to be killed. Very few people remember to ask for the ride. Ding swore it. All three. Which told me something enormous, and it took me embarrassingly long to work out what. A man who cannot leave a city does not need to swear an oath about leaving it. Then he pressed 2 fingers to my shoulder and left a mark there, cold as a coin. Don't step outside this courtyard, he said. I found out who he actually was 4 nights later, through a wall. Because a man who spends his life being careful eventually gets rewarded for it. Ding had a visitor, the proprietress of the Shuiyue Pavilion, the beautiful one, the one who had laughed at me for 10 spirit stones. They were both senior disciples of the Black Demon sect. They had been stuck in Kaiyuan City for several years. The sect had written them off as dead, and then she said the thing that reorganized my entire understanding of where I lived. It hasn't finished forming yet. No, he said. But it's already steering every cultivator in this city, and it's been eating them the whole time, flesh and divine souls both, slowly enough that nobody notices the count. An oddity. That was the word they used, and they used it the way you'd use the word tumor. She had come to Kaiyuan hunting a traitor. Ding had followed her in, because of course he had. And the reason he looked 70 at 35 was that he had been burning himself, year after year, to suppress whatever the oddity had already started doing inside her body. For you, he said, I'd do anything. And he leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. I stood on the other side of that wall in the dark, holding my breath, and I had exactly one thought. That man loves somebody. And he is going to kill me anyway. I was right too. I got the demonstration 2 days later. My new neighbor, the one who'd shuffled past my door that cheerful morning, leaned out of her window while I was crossing the courtyard. Young master, little brother, you've got pills, haven't you? I can smell it on the whole yard. She got that look on. Sell me one. I'll make it worth your while. Anything you like. And then, because Kaiyuan City ran on nudges, she turned that same look on the old man in the far doorway. You too, grandfather. You look like you've got some life left in you. Get out, Wenhai said. There was a black flash. It went through her forehead and left a hole about the size of a peach pit, and she folded down over the windowsill with her arms still hanging out over the ledge. And the whole thing took less time than it takes to say it. I was moving before I decided to. Why? She was nothing. She couldn't have hurt you if she tried for a year. Ding looked at me the way you look at a chair that has started talking. Do I need a reason to kill? He said. Finish the pill in 3 days, or you can lie down beside her. I went to the window. I closed her eyes. I tore a strip off her own sleeve and bound it around her head because I couldn't stand the hole. And I got her over my shoulder, and I carried her toward the gate to put her in the ground somewhere that wasn't a windowsill. A black sword stopped 4 inches from my face. That's your first warning, Wenhai said. The second one is a hole. Ding took her off my shoulder and put her in a storage pouch like a sack of millet. And then he shot 2 water arrows at the sill and washed the blood off the wood, and the courtyard was clean and quiet inside a minute. Let me tell you, I said something. I didn't. I went back to my room and got the furnace going, because I had 3 days, and because I had understood something about my situation that I should have understood the first night. I was not a person to this man. I was equipment, so I did what equipment does when nobody's watching. I forged. While the alchemy failed and failed and failed in the way alchemy always failed for me, I made thunder pearls in the gaps. 10 of them. 2 spirit stones worth of material, one at a time, hidden in the wall behind the loose brick where I kept everything that would have gotten me killed. The first blood demon pill came out on the 10th try, and I put it in the wall with the pearls. The second one I made the next week, and that one I handed over. Wenhai took it, held it under his nose, and made a sound I hadn't heard from him before, a long, satisfied hum. Good, he said. Good, good. Then he looked at me and I couldn't move. I don't know what it was. I know that my arm stopped being mine and my jaw came open on its own. And I know that he put something in my mouth. And I know exactly what it looked like on his palm before he did it. Black, segmented, about the size of a grain of rice, an essence-devouring worm. It feeds on your essence blood, he said, patting my cheek. Slowly, you'll hardly notice for years, and if anyone but me tries to remove it, it will destroy itself and everything around it, which in this case is you. Ding went back to his room whistling, and I stood in that courtyard, 24 years old in one life and considerably older in the other, with a worm in my chest and a mark on my shoulder and 10 grenades in my wall. And I thought, fine, fine, not today, not this month, but you are going to hold this pill in your hand one day and be very happy. And that is going to be the last happy moment you get. Ding gave me the rest of it that night because he liked hearing himself explain things. The oddity had been growing in Kaiyuan City for 10 years, feeding on cultivators. It would finish forming within the month, and when it did, it would take the entire city in one bite. You could walk into Kaiyuan, you could not walk out. Go too far from the wall and one of two things happened. Your own mind turned you around and walked you home, whistling, or the thing above the roofs decided you were leaving and collected early. The only way out was to cut your red thread, and to cut a red thread you needed foundation establishment. You swore an oath, I said. I swore an oath, Wenhai agreed. Don't be superstitious, boy. There's nothing in this world that can't be worked around. I went back to the market the next day, because a man with 1 month to live should be shopping. Wang Lao took one look at me and forgot how to be rude. Middle layer, he said. Middle layer of qi refining. You. Ding offered me a position as guest elder of the Zhang family on the spot, and a wife out of the main branch in that order. And when I turned both down, he lost his composure for the first time since I'd known him. Wait then, he snapped. Wait until the strange. And he stopped. Just stopped. Mouth open, eyes moving, and then he smoothed his face over and started talking about talisman paper prices. So the Zhang family knew, of course they knew. Everyone with something to lose knew, and none of them could get the word out past their own teeth. Outside, somebody grabbed my sleeve. It was the scrawny girl who'd sold me the rotten forging manual. I was wearing a different face at the time, a good one I'd tested. You, she said, book buyer. You've got the wrong man. You smell the same. Know that I spent 200 spirit stones and 10 attempts on a mask that could fool a foundation establishment cultivator, and I was defeated by a 28-year-old woman with a nose. Her name was Fan Li. Second layer, no family, and the specific hunted alertness of somebody who had been on her own a long time. I'll swear to you, she said. Servant, guard, whatever word makes you comfortable, I want pills. That's the whole negotiation. I'm not buying people. Then buy this. And she put a scroll in my hand that made me forget how to breathe politely. It was a family inheritance, a forging method for a spirit artifact called the Azure Dragon Halberd, and the primary material listed at the top was a dragon soul. I traded her 2 primal origin pills for it and considered myself a thief. She had a jade pendant around her neck. I watched her for a while, and I noticed that the crooked grin never once came onto her face. Not once, in an hour, in a city where it happened to everyone. The pendant was holding it off. That was interesting. That was extremely interesting. I did not say so. Then the Shuyue proprietress came to my door, and I learned her name. Qinhua. 9th layer of qi refining, which in Kaiyuan was 1 step below being a landmark, and she had been watching me for months on Wenhai's orders, 2 jobs, keep me alive, and find out where the luck came from, which is why, for weeks, I had been deliberately ruining my own rhythm, failing 11 times, failing 13, succeeding twice in a row on cheap items so the shape of the thing wouldn't show. If you want to hide a pattern, don't hide the successes, hide the count. But that night she came without him knowing, and she came with a commission. A talisman, she said, and put a jade tablet on my table with the name scraped off it. The purpose scraped off, the rank scraped off, just the strokes and the order. I can't draw this without true fire, and true fire is foundation establishment. You won't be using true fire. She opened a jade box. Inside was a flame the color of old ice, sitting there not burning anything, and looking at it made the back of my neck ache. Cold nether flame. An alien fire, which is the loophole in that particular rule, and not a loophole anybody sane uses. Then she laid the rest out on my table like a woman dealing cards, a brush with a shaft of icy dark jade and a gold ring below the head, which she told me flatly would shield my hand when it went wrong, and which later saved that hand. Ink made from the essence blood of a black-scaled dragon, 20-some Yao beast hides, and 10 rebirth pills. 10. I looked at that number for a second too long, and she looked back at me with a face like a closed door, and neither of us said anything about it. And I have never worked out to this day whether it was a coincidence. The first attempt punched a hole through my table, not the paper, the table. The energy went sideways and took a piece of solid wood out from under my elbow, and the gold ring on that brush flashed white and the skin on my hand stayed where it was. 9 of those. On the 10th, the invisible hand came down, and what lay on my ruined table was a talisman so black it looked like a hole cut in the world, with a pattern on it that wouldn't hold still in my eyes. I had no idea what I'd made. She'd made sure of that. She took it and hid it, and I noticed she hid it in the direction of away from Wen Yuehai, because Wen Hai came back that same night at Foundation Establishment. Ding walked into the courtyard, and the air in it got thicker, and he was still bent and still dried out, and now there was a weight underneath it like a stone under cloth. Ding had taken the blood demon pill I made him, and he'd bought his breakthrough with 20 years of his own life, and he was in an excellent mood about it. Ding gave me presents. That was how I knew I was in real trouble. a bottle of blood chi pills to feed the worm in my chest every 10 days so it wouldn't get hungry and start improvising, and a vial of spirit water called Ming Qing, 1 drop in each eye, and for a little while you can see the red threads. "One more job," he said. "One more, and I'll let you go." Manhwa came in behind him, tense as a drawn wire, saw the room, saw my table, saw nothing on it, and let her shoulders down. She looked at me for about half a second on her way past. That look was the first payment I ever received from anyone in that city. 6 shops in the inner city got robbed that week, all in one night. The 5 great families put guards on every street and went door to door, and the city buzzed like a kicked hive, and I sat inside and made talismans and did not go to the window. It was him, obviously. Ding was stocking up. Fan Li came back and traded me another pill, and this time what she handed over was her family's sword art. Nameless sword chi. The kind of technique that starts weak and never stops growing as long as you keep feeding it, which is the best kind and the most expensive kind because what it eats is you. She walked away from that trade and a woman in a mask stepped out of an alley and put a token in her hand. "Good," the masked woman said. "You gave it up. Take this to the Liu family. They'll find you a seat on the way out." I only found that out later. Her jade pendant had already cracked by then. She'd been running out of days and somebody had made sure she spent the last of them buying my goodwill, and I never got the chance to ask her whether she'd known. Then Gu Tao came back. Ding walked into my courtyard, in my real face, at my real address. "You put a mark on me," I said, "in the tavern." Ding looked pleased with himself. "On everyone in the tavern, change into a woman, change into a dog, crawl down a rat hole, I'll still pull you out by the tail." His treasure had broken. Ding wanted a second soul capture talisman, and he wanted it now. Manhwa dropped out of the sky into my courtyard. "This man is my named disciple," she said. Gu Tao blinked. "Shuiyue Pavilion takes only women, and you'd take a 40-year-old? I was 24. I let it go. There were bigger issues. The price got negotiated over my head, the way prices always do. A soul-nourishing pill and a mid-grade flying sword, top of the mid-grade bracket, for 1 talisman. So I ate the soul-nourishing pill first. Every scrap of it stayed in me, because I wasn't splitting anything, because I never had. And then I sat down at my table in front of both of them and drew that talisman wrong, deliberately, carefully, in a way that looked like effort and produced ash. 12 times. 12. Every set of materials Gu Tao had brought, gone, in front of him, while I made increasingly apologetic noises. Ding came out of his chair with his flying sword already in the air and pointed at my face, and Manhwa caught it in a hand made of earth that came up out of my floor. "You don't consider me a person at all," she said, and her voice had gone somewhere cold and final. Gu Tao stood there for a long moment. "Good," he said. "Good. Good. I hope you stay exactly this unbending." And he left. I got up and bowed to her properly, forehead to the floor. Disciple greets his master. She didn't accept it. She didn't refuse it either. She looked at me for a while, and then she walked out into the snow without a word. And I stayed on the floor a second longer than I needed to. After that, I went down into my vegetable cellar and built the thing that would eventually kill him. Here's what I'd noticed. My success rate on thunder pearls had been climbing. Not because of the invisible hand. Because of me. 20-odd cycles of drawing the same array over and over had put something in my fingers. And I was starting to actually understand the formation instead of just copying it. Which raised a question. If a thunder pearl is a formation packed into a shell, what happens if the material you pack in is another thunder pearl? The cellar was 3 zhang deep. I dug it out myself over 2 months for exactly this kind of afternoon. Thunder number 3 was 2 pearls fused inside dark silver, about the size of a goose egg. Thunder number 4 was 2 number 3s. That one came out the size of an ostrich egg, and it sat on my workbench doing nothing at all. And standing next to it felt like standing next to a large animal that was asleep. By morning I had 3 number 3s and 1 number 4. There was no number 5. I tried the math, and the math said the casing would go before the charge did. And the casing was the only thing between the charge and me. Nobody knew they existed. Not Manhwa, not Li. Especially not the man who had put a worm in my chest. Then I forged the nameless sword chi, which was the single worst day of that entire year. You forge it out of the raw energy of rebirth pills, which sounds pleasant and is not. Because the energy has to be dragged through your meridians in grains, and every grain goes through you like a sewing needle looking for the exit. For a full day and a night, I sat in that cellar and let something stitch me from the inside. At the end of it, I had a sword chi embryo the size of my thumb. I also had a ringing in my ears that lasted 2 days, and I lay on the floor of my own cellar for 6 hours, looking like a body somebody had forgotten to bury. 2 nights later, Wenhai walked into the courtyard and said, "We leave tonight." There were 5 of us in that courtyard at sundown. Me, Wenhai, Xinhua, Li Xuan, who had come back from wherever he'd been hiding and who was now, somehow, at the middle layer of qi refining, and who did not meet my eyes when I asked about it, and the Xia sisters. Shen Shi and Shen Ru, Qinhua's servants, both of them healthy and pink-cheeked and well-fed in a city where everyone else looked like a coat on a hook. I noticed that. I noticed it, and I did nothing with it. And I will be annoyed about that for the rest of my life. Wenhai put a formation plate on the ground, and it grew until it was 10 feet across, 5 sockets in it, 5 big colored spirit stones, 1 per element. Stand on your element, he said. Wood for me, fire for Li, metal and earth for the sisters, water for Qinhua, 5 elements. Complete. Neat. I stood on my square and thought, that's a very tidy arrangement, and then I thought about it a little harder and got a bad feeling in my stomach that I did not have time to finish. Because the bell in my room started to hum. I hadn't brought the bell. I could hear it through the wall from 40 feet away. Above us, the sky filled with red, not threads this time, a weave. Every thread in Kaiyuan City lit up at once, and the whole sky over our heads went the color of an open wound, and standing under it was like standing under a ceiling made of blood. The ground shook. And then, from 5 points around the city, 5 columns of colored light shot straight up and braided together into a sword the size of a street. The 5 great families, every one of them, all at once, at last, on the last possible night. The shadow above the city moved, and for the first time I could see the outline of it. It was an insect. I don't have a better word, and I've had 100 years to find one. Segmented, wrong number of joints, bigger than the city it was standing on, and it had been standing on it for 10 years while everyone underneath went about their business. The great sword came down and hit it, and the shadow rippled like a curtain in a draft. That was all. That was everything the combined strength of the 5 great families of Kaiyuan City could do. A ripple. Then the threads pulled. I felt my skin go. I looked down at the back of my own hand and watched it dry and crease and spot in the time it takes to read this sentence. And I felt my teeth loosen in my jaw, and somewhere in the middle of it I understood that I was aging several years per second and that there were a lot of seconds left in a night. Wenhai spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the formation plate. All 5 stones cracked at once. Cut, he said. A small sword of light appeared over the plate. It was maybe a foot long. It looked like nothing. It went up and it went sideways, and 4 red threads came apart above our heads. 4 of us hit the ground on our hands and knees at the same time. I have never in my life felt anything like that. Not relief, amputation, something that had been drinking from the middle of my chest for months let go, and my ears popped, and the world was suddenly 2 shades brighter than it had been. Run, Wenhai said pleasantly. We ran for the gate, and on the way I saw what the rest of Kaiyuan City looked like from the outside. The whole place had gone dry. Roofs, walls, the frozen mud in the street, all of it the color of old paper, and the people were coming apart, not falling, not screaming. A man would be standing in a doorway, and then he would be a red mist, and the mist would go up the thread the way steam goes up a chimney, and it would be gone. They died confused. That is the detail I cannot get rid of. All of them, every single one, right up until the last half second, wore the face of a person trying to work out what the noise was. I saw the woman who sold frozen radishes. She was still holding the tray. We got out of the gate and onto Wenhai's flying boat, and I thought, that's it, we're clear. And then somebody shouted at us out of the sky. Liu Ji, head of the Liu family, riding a fire cloud sword, going past us the other way at full speed. It's formed, it's in transformation. Get out, faster. And Wenhai stopped the boat. Ding just stopped it, turned it around, and stood at the rail looking back at the thing over the city like a man at a fence looking at a horse he intends to buy. Li Xuan came apart. Stop him, he screamed. Stop him, or we all die. And he pulled an axe from somewhere and put it into the back of Wenhai's skull with the whole weight of his body behind it. Late layer of qi refining. Ding had been at late layer this entire time. 6 months of drinking my tea and telling me he wasn't a fighter. Xinhua's sword came in from the other side and the axe knocked it off its line, because Li had swung hard enough to move the air. Wenhai caught the axe in his hand without turning his head. Li went down on the deck with foam on his lips. Then Wenhai flicked that little sword of light out toward the shadow over the city. It hit. It did nothing. It wasn't supposed to do anything. Ding wasn't attacking it. Ding was getting its attention. The oddity turned, and threads came out of it the way water comes out of a burst pipe, and every cultivator in the sky over Kaiyuan started falling. Liu Ji fell. All of them fell, dozens of them, dropping out of the air in a line like dumplings going into a pot. Wenhai cut the threads off the ones nearest us, casually, one-handed, and said to nobody, I want the alien spirit. The 5 great families, having just been swatted, got angry. The 5 columns went up again, and this time the sword they made was 5-colored and dense, and it had a shine on it like oil on water, and when it came down, it cut. Actually cut. The shadow convulsed, and something came out of it that was not blood and not smoke, and Wenhai chose that exact moment to open a bottle. What came out of the bottle was a shape, and my divine soul went stiff the second it appeared. Not fear, stiffness. My thoughts stopped moving properly, like a limb you've slept on. Free, it said, in a voice that arrived inside my skull without using my ears. Free at last. Little worms, all of you, be my blood and meat. Wenhai closed his hand on a small black bead. The night demon screamed. That was the primal demon pearl, and it was the demon's life, and the demon knew it. Terms, Wenhai said. Tear the alien spirit out of that thing. Bring me the 5 family heads, then you get this back. And he swore a heart demon oath to seal it, word for word. The exact same phrasing he'd used with me in my own room. 4 months earlier, when I thought I was being clever, I stood on that deck and listened to my only protection get read out loud to a demon, and I understood that it had never been worth anything, and that he had let me hear it on purpose. The night demon went into the shadow and came out with something in its claws, and then it went down through the falling bodies and came back with 5 men, and it dropped them on the deck like firewood and held out its hand for its bead. Wenhai gave it the bead. Then he opened the bottle and sucked it back inside before the demon finished thanking him. We came down in a mountain hollow a long way south in a pretty little bowl of pines with the sky going gray behind the ridge. Beautiful spot, Wenhai said. I picked it so the family heads wouldn't feel so hard done by. The 5 of them were coming around on the grass. Liu Ji got up first and bowed, and the other 4 followed, and it was the most polite thing I have ever watched a group of doomed men do. Thank you for saving us. You can thank me right now, Wenhai said, and he hit them. Qinhua was standing very still. Ding wants to refine you, she said, all 5 of you, into a 5 children of 1 heart pill. There was a pause while 5 heads of 5 great families worked out what that meant. It extends your life. That's what it does. That's all it does. And a man on the blood demon art has a very specific and very urgent interest in things that extend his life, because he has already sold most of his. It was never fortune alchemy, she went on, and now she was talking to Wenhai and not to them. You've been using the great art of reversed blood refinement of the 5 elements. I found the manual 11 years ago. I've known for 11 years. And Wenhai stopped smiling. Then let's do this properly, he said. I killed your father. I took the heavenly origin token off his body while it was still warm. Gu Qingfeng took the blame, so I killed him too, because a scapegoat who lives is a witness. She didn't move. I worked for your family like an ox for 19 years, he said, and his voice finally cracked open and something ugly came out of it. 19. And when it came time to pass down the inheritance, they gave it to that idiot. Then he turned to the 5 family heads, because he wasn't finished. The 5 elements pill recipe your families have been chasing for a decade, I planted it. All 5 copies. You went into that city after the alien spirit for the same pill I'm about to make out of you. Ding, let that sit. And the recipe was fake, he said. Ha. Liu Ji went for a self-detonation, and Wenhai slapped a talisman on his forehead before he got past the first syllable. And then 4 more talismans on 4 more foreheads. And the 5 great men of Kaiyuan City dried out where they stood into 5 upright dolls, with the water gone out of them. The last talisman came at me, I saw it leave his hand, and then I was a statue with my own eyes still working, and that is when the Xia sisters killed their mistress. 2 black flashes into Qinhua's back, from 4 feet away, from behind. She went down onto one knee with her mouth full of copper, and she turned her head and looked at them, and she said one word. Why? Sorry, sister, said the older one, and she was crying while she said it. They made us. Qinhua laughed, which cost her more than she had. You should hear the rest of it, she said to the 2 of them. The rite needs 2 full sets of 5 elements, 1 set as the medicine, 1 set as the conduit. She looked around the hollow. Count us. There were exactly 10 people standing in that clearing. Did you think, she said, that he was going to let you walk home? 2 things happened at once, which is the only reason I'm alive. Li Xuan, who had been lying on the grass in a coma for the last hour, opened his eyes, came up off the ground with a red sword, and put it at Wenhai's throat. Wenhai caught it in his hand, and Qinhua stood up. She stood up, and she kept going. Her shoulders came out through her robe. Her arms thickened and darkened, and the color that came up under her skin was a deep forest green. And it came up in plates. And it kept coming, and what was standing where a beautiful woman had been kneeling a second earlier was 8 feet tall and covered in scale and radiating the pressure of Foundation establishment, the black talisman, the one I'd made on the 10th try in my own room with the name scraped off the tablet, a demonic transformation talisman. That was why she wouldn't tell me what it was, not because she didn't trust me, Because the transformation doesn't reverse, she'd had me build the thing that would end her, one careful stroke at a time, and she'd stood there and watched me hate the 10th attempt for taking so long. She charged, and she charged in a line that put Wenhai's back directly toward me, which was not an accident, because nothing that woman did was ever an accident. I let the sword key off its leash inside my own body. It came up through my chest into my forehead and took the talisman off my skin like a man flicking a wasp, and my arms were mine again. I reached into my storage pouch with both hands because Thunder number 4 needed both hands, and it came out into the sunlight looking like an iron egg laid by something you would not want to meet. Die, I said, and threw it, and slapped an Earth Escape talisman on my own chest and went straight down into the dirt. I was about 9 feet under when the world ended. The pressure came through solid earth and folded me. My 6-ding Xuanja talisman, the second-rank passive one he had given me as a gift, blew apart in a shell of white light around my body, and that shell is the entire reason my ribs stayed on the inside. Something tore loose inside my chest and went into the soil, and through all of it from up above, I could hear laughing. Well, Wenhai's voice came down through the ground, absolutely delighted. Are you still alive down there? I came out 60 feet away and looked back at what used to be a pretty little bowl of pines. There was a crater in it you could have put a house in. The ground for 100 feet in every direction had been turned over like a field before planting. Trees were down flat, all pointing away in a circle, and there were storage pouches lying in the dirt. I could see them. 5 family heads worth, a foundation establishment cultivators worth, everything I had wanted for 6 months, scattered across an open field. Let me be very clear that I looked at them for 2 full seconds. Then I ran. Treasure is not worth your life. I have said that sentence to myself perhaps 4,000 times in this world, and it has never once been wrong. I found out how it ended much later, in pieces, over years. Wenhai came up out of the ground missing an arm. Ding was still alive, still standing, and still laughing. And then a golden beam came in from the side and went through his chest and through the shield in front of it like the shield was a wet leaf. Qinhua killed him. Then she cut what was left into pieces and burned the pieces, because she had watched him for 11 years and she knew exactly how much of him you had to destroy. She took the pouches. She spared Liu Jai, the only one of the 5 with a heartbeat left. Because he had been decent to her once when it cost him something. The Xia sisters had been standing very close to Thunder number 4. Li Xuan crawled out of the churned ground alive and went the other way. I did not find that out for decades. And the demonic transformation talisman had been her father's, and it had 3 charges, and she had used all 3 at once, because she had never once in her life planned on there being an afterward. I spent the next 3 days in a hole, not resting, not healing, lying in a hole in the ground under a layer of leaves without moving, because a foundation establishment cultivator had just died within a mile of me, and I did not know who else was walking around out there. On the 2nd day, I felt the worm in my chest go quiet. Not gone, weaker, sleepy, which meant its owner was dead or very close to it. That was the first good news I had received in this world that somebody hadn't sold me. When I came out, a black-spotted tiger tried to eat me, and I am including this because it was humiliating and instructive. I could not fight it on the ground. I had wind technique, so I got about 10 feet up and hovered there. And I sawed at that animal with a mid-grade flying sword for a very long time while it jumped and screamed underneath me. I won, eventually, sweating, out of spirit power, with a sword that needed reforging. And the lesson I took down out of the air with me was, you do not have enough methods. 1 sword, 1 wind, 1 bag of grenades, and a superpower that takes 10 tries. That is not a fighter. That is a man with a hobby. I found the cave the next day because it was glowing. Small pool inside. A dry branch growing out of the rock above it. And on the branch, a single scarlet fruit like an apple with a lamp in it. I did not walk in. I have never once walked into a room because it had a treasure in it. I rolled a thunder pearl through the entrance instead. What came out was a dark green snake, 1st rank by the classification but moving like something in the late layer of chi refining, and it filled the entrance the way a train fills a tunnel. So I ran, and I ran into a narrow crack in the rock, because a big animal in a narrow place stops being a big animal and starts being a stuck one. I put a thunder number 2 behind it and 5 ordinary pearls behind that. The roof came down on the whole passage and the snake came apart at the middle, and I stood in the dust afterward coughing and thinking that I had just spent a week's income on a reptile. Then I picked the scarlet fruit and pulled the branch out of the rock and found 2 tubers on the root, and the pool boiled. What came up out of it was blue, 40 feet of it, with 4 claws, and it went straight up into the sky through my nice quiet cave mouth and took most of the ceiling with it. An azure dragon, a real one. A Jiao, technically, and I am aware of the distinction, and I did not care about the distinction at the time. I threw a thunder number 3 at it. It scratched itself. I ran 10 li without stopping and fell over in a ditch with nothing left in me at all, and lay there looking at the sky, and had a very clear thought, which was, I need to find people. Not for company, for information, because I have no idea where I am, what year it is, or what a strong person looks like in this world. And every single thing I have survived so far, I survived by being careful with information I didn't have. I found people 2 days later, herb gatherers. A boy called Kuilei, second layer of chi refining, disciple of something called the Kaiyuan sect, and his sister Kuihua, who was about 20 and who was carrying the heavier basket. I put on a face and became a man named Gao Wei, and I asked questions like an idiot, which is the fastest way to learn anything. Here is the map they drew me, the Duanming mountain range, the country of Yan, a market town called Huangtu, and past that a proper city called Guyuan, and the Qingyun sect, which was the local power and which had exactly one foundation establishment cultivator in the entire organization. 1. The whole sect at the strength of one of Kaiyuan's 5 families. So Kaiyuan City had not been a backwater. Kaiyuan City had been unusually stacked and something had eaten it anyway, and nobody out here appeared to have noticed. There was one more thing, and it landed strangely. The original Wei Feng had been born in Guyuan, small family, talisman makers. I was walking by accident toward the hometown of a man whose face I was wearing. They needed a red-veined ginseng for their father, who was sick. I had several in my pouch, because I had been picking up everything that looked expensive for 6 months out of pure peasant instinct. I sold them one for 50 spirit stones, which was fair, and which I mention because it is the only clean transaction in this entire story. On the road into Huangtu, a man stepped out in front of us in a red robe with a saber studded in yellow stones. "Chen Jin," he said, as if that meant something. 3rd layer, Kaiyuan sect. Then he looked past me at Kuihua and said to her brother, "Lend me your sister for a couple of days, or I break your cultivation." Kuilei went for his talismans. Chen Jin had 10 Vajra talismans on him. 10. A boy on the 2nd layer had maybe 2, so I let my aura up. Middle layer of chi refining, no more, exactly enough. Chen Jin stopped like a dog hitting the end of a rope, and then, without one flicker of embarrassment, he started trying to buy me. "Whatever the Bai family is paying you," he said, "the Li family pays double," which is when I found out what he was actually there for. Because he told me, at length, the way a man tells you about the deal he is sure you are going to take. The Bai family had a recipe. A family recipe, improved over generations, for a spirit-nourishing pill. A pill that repairs mental energy, the exact thing that a crooked, sour, forged enlightenment pill eats out of a man, 3 times, permanently. I looked at that red robe and I thought, hello. The Bai house in Kaiyuan City was bigger than it should have been, and quieter than it should have been, and the reason for both was lying on a bed in the back room. Kuilong, once called the first sword of Guyuan, which in a city that size is a real title. Ding had lost his cultivation. Ding lay there with his eyes open and nothing behind them, and between his eyebrows there was a small, slow curl of black chi, turning, patient, like smoke off a cigarette nobody was smoking. Possessed, not sick. I did not say so out loud. I have a strict policy about announcing what I can see. Chen Shan was the name they gave me for it, eventually. Chen Jin's uncle. Middle layer of chi refining, which is nothing except that he ran evil spirits. And a man who runs evil spirits is never only what his cultivation says he is. They paid me 50 spirit stones for the ginseng and gave me an invitation to the Lee Company fair. And then the head of the family, flat on his back and half a person, asked me what I thought of his daughter. "She is a credit to you," I said. "I meant as a match." "I know what you meant." I turned it down as gently as I have ever turned anything down, because he was a dying man trying to put his child somewhere safe with the only currency he had left, and there is no clean way to say no to that. So he offered me the other thing. "There is a piece of true yang jade in the Bao Guang pavilion," he said. "The Kaiyuan sect runs that shop. If you get it for me, I will give you the full improved recipe for the spirit-nourishing pill and my family's sword art on top of it." Now, the Kaiyuan sect wanted the Bai recipe. The Kaiyuan sect had put a piece of true yang jade in their own shop in a city where a piece of true yang jade had no business being, and priced it in a way that a desperate family might just about reach. That is not merchandise. That is bait on a hook with the line already tied off. I said I would think about it, which is the polite version of "I can see it from here." The Kaiyuan market was outside the city, dug into a hill, behind an illusion curtain that you walk through like a bead curtain made of heat. I liked it immediately. It was the first place in this world I'd been that felt like a place instead of a trap. I got my auction invitation off a late-layer Kaiyuan disciple called Ding An, who was extremely proud of his job. And while he was talking, I saw a face in the crowd, and my whole spine went cold. Liu Lingyu, 18 years old, 9th layer of chi refining, and the pampered daughter of the Liu family of Kaiyuan City. Somebody had gotten out, somebody with a memory and a lot of money had gotten out, and was here, shopping. I did not look at her twice. I went and set up a stall. I sold talismans and hides, and at the end of the day, I put out the skin of the green flame python, first rank top grade. and priced it at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones because I wanted it gone. The man who bought it was a Qingyun sect cultivator on fair security called Jiang Ziking, and he would not stop asking where I had killed it, so I described the person who had killed it. Tall young man in an expensive robe, arrogant, flying sword, traveling with a beautiful cousin who talks like she's charging by the word. I have never met a lie that paid better dividends over a longer period. The auction was a room with maybe 60 people in it, and I wore a mask that blocked detection, which cost me a set of materials and 9 failures. Here is 3 of the people in that room, because they were my first real look at the world above me. A bearded slab of a man with a cleaver across his back, who ate the entire time. A woman dressed to be looked at, who was tallying prices in a little book and who bid on nothing, and a hunchback in the 3rd row with a necklace of small bones and 1 full human skull hanging at his chest. When he turned around and his eyes went over me, the inside of my head went cold, the way your teeth go cold on ice, and I looked at the floor and stayed looking at it. The prices went like this. A flame sword, 20 middle-grade spirit stones. Manhwa pills, 65 and 70 per bottle. 7 middle-grade stones per pill. I did the numbers and had to sit back in my chair. A blood shadow dagger, high grade, 63. And the last lot was an essence cleansing pill. That one shut the room up. An essence cleansing pill changes your talent, your actual spiritual roots, once in a life, and only during the chi refining stage, and after that the window is shut forever. It is the closest thing this world has to being reborn as somebody luckier. Liu Lingyu took it for 112 middle-grade spirit stones without her voice changing pitch. Then Kui Lei stood up and offered his family's recipe in exchange for the true Yang Jade, and Chen Shan, from the back of the room, said out loud to everybody, "Whoever sells it to him will not live long enough to see the recipe used." 60 people. Nobody said one word. I sat there in a mask I had made myself, with 100 spirit stones in a pouch, watching a boy stand up in a room full of adults for a dying father. And I watched the room decide, unanimously and in complete silence, that it was not their problem. Let me be straight with you. I did not stand up either, because I could count. I could count exactly as well as everybody else in that room, and what I counted was 1 middle layer nobody against a sect. And the arithmetic came out the same for me as it did for them. But I did notice something the rest of them didn't bother to notice, which is that Chen Shan had just told 60 witnesses that he intended to kill a man over a pill recipe. Say a thing like that out loud and you have made it cheaper for somebody else to kill you. I filed it. Kui Lei sat down. His sister took his hand. The auctioneer moved on to the next lot, and the room went back to being a room where people bought things. That night, I went back to my rented room and did not sleep, and around midnight, I got out a piece of paper and wrote down the 2 problems I actually had, in order. 1. My mental energy was cracked and getting worse, and every year I did nothing about it. The crack got wider. That was the spirit nourishing pill, and the spirit nourishing pill was inside a family that was about to be destroyed. 2. A Kaiyuan sect elder was walking around this city with an evil spirit in his sleeve, and underneath both of them was a 3rd thing that I could not write down because it wasn't a problem yet. Chen Shan had said his threat out loud in front of 60 witnesses because he was certain none of them mattered. That is the single most reliable weakness in a strong man, and I have been eating off it ever since, except that somebody in that room did stand up. Ding was a big loud man 3 rows in front of me, and he got to his feet with his chair going over backward. "I am Ho Jian," he said, "inner disciple of the Liang sect. Anybody who wants my life is welcome to come and take a look at it." Chen Shan went white, and then he bowed. "For the sake of old Yuan's face," he said, in a voice that had all the blood squeezed out of it, "I'll let it pass. Get out." Ding got out. That was my first real lesson in how this world actually worked. And it went like this. Everything Chen Shan had said was true, right up until a bigger name walked into the room, and then it was never true and had never been true. But then Hojian turned around and looked at Kui Lei and said, "I don't want your recipe." The boy's face did something I don't like remembering. "It's a mediocre pill," Chu said. "And you want an oath against resale on top of it. You're wasting my afternoon." And he sat down. So the Bai family were exactly where they had started, except now they were there in front of an audience. I found Hojian on the mountain path the next morning because I had followed him, and he had noticed because he wasn't stupid. "You've been behind me for 2 lie," he said without turning around. "Explain yourself or don't leave." I gave him a jade slip. Ding read it. Then he read it again, and then he looked up at me with a completely different face on. It was a method. 2nd rank, the demonic transformation talisman, written out from my own memory of a tablet with the name scraped off, every stroke, in order. Because I had drawn that thing 23 times, and I could have drawn it in my sleep with a stick in the dirt. "What do you want?" he said, and his voice had gone very careful. "The true Yang Jade out of the Baoguang Pavilion, and 10 spirit pills. Ding got it for me in a day and a half. I never asked how. A man whose father is a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator does not have to explain his logistics. I took the jade to the buy house and I put it on the table in front of a man who could no longer sit up, and I did not haggle. Ding gave me the full improved recipe for the spirit nourishing pill. Ding gave me his family's sword art, and then he had his daughter fetch one more thing, and she came back with a lump of rusted iron about as long as my forearm, wrapped in cloth, and set it down like it was heavier than it was. That came out of the Duanmeng range 4 generations ago, Quilong said. There's a sword art sealed inside it, Aurora swordplay. It's mortal, no spirit power, no techniques, nothing but speed. Why is a mortal sword art sealed inside a rusty bar of metal? Ding looked at the ceiling for a while. Nobody in my family has ever been able to answer that, he said. We kept it anyway. Take it. We're clearly not the ones it was waiting for. I put it in the bottom of my storage pouch under everything else, and it stayed there for the next 80 years. The Aurora swordplay turned out to be exactly what he said. No forms, no flourishes. A method for making your arm and your blade arrive at the same place faster than anyone can see them go. At its peak, an enemy doesn't see the shadow of the sword. The catch is that it only works at conversational distance. Its total range is the length of the sword, which was fine by me. In my experience, the length of a sword was the exact distance at which most of my problems had been standing. After that, I changed identities again, became a woman in white for a week to break the trail, and bought a large house in a quiet part of Guiyuan under a name that had never been in Kaiyuan City, and then I killed the worm. I will tell this part carefully because it nearly killed me, and because it is the only time in this story I gambled without counting. The essence-devouring worm was still in my chest, weak, half asleep, feeding slowly, and I had been told by the man who put it there that if anyone but him touched it, it would destroy itself and everything around it. The thing is, he wasn't wrong. Ding was just describing a worm at full strength. I drove the nameless sword chi into it. What I remember of the next half day is limited. I remember screaming into my own sleeve so the neighbors wouldn't hear, and I remember being on the floor with my cheek in it, and then I remember waking up in the dark with the taste of iron and a very specific silence in the middle of my chest. My dantian was intact. The worm had detonated exactly as advertised. It had simply been too weak to do more than tear my meridians, and torn meridians heal, and a man who is free heals faster. And that was the end of Wenhai in my life. No inheritance, no revenge scene, no last words. I sat on my floor in a house he'd never seen, and I said his name out loud once, and then I got up and went to work. Then I took the spirit nourishing pill. 9 failures, 10th success, same as everything, and it worked. I felt the crack in my mind close, not seal. Close a little, the way a wound closes, permanently, in the direction of better. The worm had only ever been muffling the symptom. This actually repaired the thing underneath. I sat on my bed for a while after that, and it was the first quiet hour I'd had since I woke up in this world. Then I went and bought a puppet manual off a fat man in a market and got swindled, and it was the best swindle of my life. 4 primal origin pills for the Wu clan puppet cannon, a dozen designs in it, low grade up to high, and at the back, one that made my hands sweat, a foundation establishment stage puppet. Ding asked me for one thing in exchange. Find a disciple with the Wu surname someday and pass the inheritance on. Ding swore me to it. I swore. Then I got home and read the book properly and found the hole. The canon contained the ordinary puppet seal. It did not contain the spirit binding seal. And without a spirit binding seal, a foundation establishment puppet is a very expensive statue. Ding hadn't lied. Ding hadn't broken a single word of his oath. Ding had simply sold me a book with the last page torn out and never mentioned that the last page existed. I sat there with 4 pills worth of nothing and laughed until I had to put the book down. Fine, fine, I'd take the parts that worked. The snake puppet came out at 3 feet long, rated for the late layer of chi refining, and it had 2 abilities. It could go rigid and turn itself into a blade, which punched clean through a slab of rock the first time I tried it, and it could throw an ice spike. It also ate 1 middle-grade spirit stone every 2 strikes, 50 low-grade spirit stones per swing. That is not a weapon. That is a gambling addiction with a tail. I bought a top-grade spirit stone to feed it, which cost me 120 middle-grade stones, which was every coin I had made since arriving in Gaiwan. The monkey puppet was cheaper, middle layer, eagle claw, and a short burst of speed that could cross 40 feet before your eye caught up. I looked at the monkey for a long time. Then I made it a little cloth harness, and I put Thunder number 4 on its back, and I gave it one instruction: run at the thing I point at. The world got busy after that. They found an ancient cultivator's cave dwelling by Maple Lake, which turned the entire region inside out. The formation over it meant nobody could use spells to dig, so they had to dig with their hands, and the price of strength talismans went up 7 times in 11 days. I made 5 middle-grade spirit stones a day for a month. In Kaiyuan, I had made 4 low-grade stones a day. Sit with that ratio for a second, because I certainly did. Then somebody cracked the inner hall. A high-grade spirit artifact came out of the ground. A Foundation establishment cultivator nobody had ever seen before took it and left. And the talisman market collapsed back to normal in an afternoon. And everybody came. Every sect in the country of Yan, and then people from the next country over, Cheki. Cheki is ruled by the Black Demon sect, the same Black Demon sect that had produced Wenhai and Manhwa. I bought a broken jade tablet off a bald man on a blanket that same week. Ding told me it was an Earth Escape talisman method. It was not. Ding started at 10 middle-grade stones and came down to 10 low-grade ones, and I bought it out of pure curiosity and dropped it in a pouch and forgot it. It saved my life 11 days later. Here is what happened, and I will warn you that this part is unpleasant. There was a wedding at the Liu house. 3 days after it, the bride went mad at the breakfast table, bit off her husband's ear, and swallowed it. A Taoist arrived from the Wu Fang Temple, which is an imperial office and not a sect. Yunzi, late layer of qi refining, competent, tired, the kind of man who has done this before and expects to do it again. The bride came apart in front of him and put herself back together as a shape made out of what she used to be, and he broke that shape with one punch, and a red shadow came out of the wreckage and went into him. Ding burned it out of himself with a talisman and dropped like a coat off a hook, skin shrunk tight to the bone, gone out at 7 openings. The shadow was not finished. It went through the crowd in the street, and it took more than 10 people in about 4 seconds. And I do mean took. And then it turned and came at me. I had a Vajra shield up. It went through the shield as if the shield were a rumor. What stopped it was the broken jade tablet in my pouch. White light, out of nowhere, all around me. And the shadow came back out of my chest, ragged and torn and screaming. And I put a Jushi talisman into it while it was still deciding what had happened. When it died, it left behind black grains, each about the size of a rice kernel. I picked them up, and 100 meters down the street, they were gone out of my pocket. The tablet had eaten them, which meant the tablet could be repaired. Feed it the cores of the things it kills, and it heals. And the man who bought it for 10 low-grade spirit stones off a blanket becomes the owner of something with no bottom to it that I still cannot name. Yunzi survived, which surprised both of us. Ding came to find me when he could walk. And he gave me a jade tablet with 3 talisman methods on it. The exorcism talisman, the Jushi talisman, and the demon subduing talisman, which is second rank, as a thank you, from a man on a government salary. Don't hand out heart demon oaths, he told me on his way out the door. Everybody your age does it. You collect enough of them, and you'll forget one, and you'll break it without ever knowing you did. And the heart demon notices. It sits there and waits for your breakthrough when your mind is open and you're standing on 1 foot. I had sworn at that point about 5. There are people going mad all over this region, he said. Not one town, all of it. I think it's the ancient cave. Liang is breaking that formation open a layer at a time, and mortals are not in their arithmetic. Ding was right, and the formation came open 11 days later, and what was underneath it was not a cave dwelling. It was a temple, and nobody could get in. Not the sects, not the families. Not one single Foundation establishment cultivator in 3 countries. The temple sat there under Maple Lake with its door shut and the entire cultivation world queued up outside it like people at a bank that has just failed. Meanwhile, and I am putting this in because life is not dignified, the entire regional supply of Ganyan grass juice vanished off the market in a week. The reason was that alchemist Gu of the Kaiyuan sect had poisoned himself with one of his own pills and lost, in the delicate phrasing of the market, a certain function. So he had bought every yang strengthening herb within 400 li, which meant no Ganyan juice, which meant no spirit nourishing pill, which meant no enlightenment pill because I couldn't afford the damage without the repair, which meant I could not learn the Jushi talisman method that a nice man had just handed me for free. An entire chain of my personal development stopped dead because a stranger in another sect had an accident with his own product. That is what this world is actually like, not destiny, not fated encounters. Supply chains. The Ma family invited me to trade, and I nearly walked into the smartest trap anybody ever set for me. You wait in a side room. There is tea. And there is a book on the table, casually, called an Atlas of Spirit Herbs, with beautiful color plates. And in the next room there are 2 people with a sensory talisman, measuring which page makes your heart rate change. I did not know that. I want to be clear that I did not know that. I just have a policy, which is that my face does not move in other people's houses, and it saved me by about half. Because on page 31 was my scarlet fruit. Spirit fruit of the withered vine, primary ingredient of the Foundation establishment pill. I had been carrying one around in a pouch for 2 years next to my lunch. And on page 52 was a 2-headed mushroom worth 10 middle-grade spirit stones, of which I had a bag, and which I had very nearly kicked into a stream because I thought it looked like a fungus problem. They caught the mushroom reaction. They didn't catch the fruit one. Because by page 31, I'd already had 2 years of practice keeping my face still, and by page 52, I was tired. I got out of there with the fruit and a headache. For those keeping score, the reason foundation establishment pills are so rare is not that the ingredients are hard to find. It's that cultivation is theft. Every step up the ladder is taken out of the life of everything else, and the sky keeps the accounts, and it limits the supply at the source. I learned something else in that house, through a wall, because I was already in the habit. Zhang King of the Qingyun sect was going to take the great method of demon fusion. You implant the core of a second-rank Yao beast and you get a demonic foundation instead of a proper one, faster, stronger, and a ceiling you can see from the ground floor. His target was an azure dragon, my azure dragon, the one that had come out of that pool and gone through my ceiling. His fiancée was against it, Ma Linglong, and she said so out loud in that room. And he told her that his master was dying, and that without a foundation establishment cultivator, the Qingyun sect had about 2 years left. Ding wasn't wrong either. That's the thing about this world. Almost nobody is wrong. They're just all standing in different holes. 4 nights later, I was up in the mountains hiding from absolutely everybody, and 2 people landed on the hillside I was hiding under, Zhang Ziking and Lan Deer, who was the woman from the auction who had been keeping accounts in a little book. She had him in an illusion inside of 5 seconds. I watched a 9th layer chi refining cultivator roll around in the grass, nuzzling at the empty air with an expression of complete happiness on his face. And then I watched her let him out of it, and immediately perform an offended innocence so broad it should have had a curtain, and I watched him swear on his ancestors to bring her a dragon core. And then she turned her head toward the rock I was behind. "Oh," she said, "and there's a bug over here that needs stepping on." She could smell me. Not see. Smell. I sent the monkey. It came out of cover at a dead sprint with an iron egg the size of an ostrich's on its back, and I slapped a blood escape talisman onto my own chest and paid for it with everything in my nose and mouth and moved 1 li in less than a heartbeat. The mountain came apart behind me. Zhang Ziking was in 2 pieces. I found the top half later, still moving, and hacked at it with a sword for a good 10 seconds under the impression it was chasing me, which in hindsight was undignified for everyone involved. Lan Deer got out on a golden escape talisman and lost her protective treasure doing it, and the last thing I heard from her was a scream of pure professional outrage. What was that? There was nothing back there but a middle layer nobody. Yes, correct. That is the entire strategy. Thank you. His storage pouch was 3 cubic meters. Mine was 1. 3 times the space, and inside it, a frost ice sword at top grade, a flying shuttle, an earth escape talisman, bottles of Ninghua pills, a hill of middle grade spirit stones, and a jade slip with the great method of demon fusion on it. And in the exact center, in its own box, wrapped separately from everything else, a small golden statue of a Buddha with scarlet eyes. I looked at that thing for a long time, and then I put the lid back on and did not think about it again for years. Which is a sentence I have now said twice in this account, and which should probably have worried me the second time. The city closed the next morning, every gate of Guiyuan sealed by the Qingyun sect, with an announcement pasted at each one. A disciple of the sect master has been murdered. Wen Tian ran the search. Second disciple, and Zhang Ziking's sworn brother, and he was not conducting an investigation so much as a public grieving with hostages. Masks off. Every mask, every man, every gate. And then he started ordering people to empty their storage pouches into the street. In mine, at that moment, were 9 thunder pearls, 2 puppets, a frost ice sword that half the sect would recognize, and the entire storage pouch of the man they were looking for. I put my hand inside and closed it around a thunder number 3, and I did the maths on how many of them I could take with me. And then a man in a gray robe 4 places ahead of me in the line turned around and bit a piece out of Wen Tian's scalp and swallowed it. The red shadow had come back into the city. It went out of the gray robe and into the man next to him and out of him into a woman behind, hopping down the queue like a stone across water. And when someone finally landed a juicy talisman on it, the talisman did nothing. It had grown. I walked out of that gate in the middle of the screaming with my hand still in my pouch, and I have never been so grateful to a monster in my life. A triangle-eyed old man caught up with me on the road 4 li out. Elder Ding Huayuan of the Qingyun sect, late layer of qi refining, and he had not come with friends, which told me everything about what he intended to do afterward, so I bowed to him. I told him respectfully that I was Quilong's uncle on his mother's side. I told him I understood the sect's grief. I held my storage pouch out toward him with both hands and my head down and said, "Please, elder, inspect it." Ding came within 2 meters to take it. Ice Spike. That was the snake puppet, and it took his shield off him. Snake puppet in blade form, straight through a top-grade magic robe. Because a robe stops swords, and a robe does not stop 3 feet of rigid metal moving like a thrown spear. And then the nameless sword chi, out of my own chest, into his throat. 3 attacks. None of them could be blocked once the previous one had landed. That is the entire art of killing somebody stronger than you, and it isn't about being clever, it's about making sure there is never a moment where they get to choose. His head came off. I put the rest of him in a storage pouch and washed the road with water arrows and walked on. I will say something about that, because I have noticed that I told it very quickly. By that point, I had killed a man in a mountain hollow with a grenade, and a sect elder on a road with a puppet, and I did not stop walking after either one. In Kaiyuan City, 6 months earlier, I had carried a dead neighbor on my back looking for somewhere to bury her. I don't have a lesson attached to that. I'm just telling you it happened in that order. 2 days later, I ran into a group crossing the Spirit Crossing River and got caught between a red shadow and a very well-dressed young man who was, on about 90 seconds of observation, a young woman. I killed the shadow off her, which cost me a Jushi talisman and a lot of running. She paid me an essence cleansing pill and her family's sword art, which was an enormous overpayment, and she paid it because her father was standing right there and she was 17 and wanted very badly to look like somebody who settled her own debts. Her father was Foundation Establishment. I bowed and thanked him and slapped an Earth Escape talisman on my chest and went into the ground in front of him before he finished deciding what to think about me. I found out later what he said to his daughter while my dust was still settling. Look at that, same middle layer as you. Look how fast he decided. A pause. And you're good for nothing. Which is a horrible thing to say to a child, and also I understand why he said it, and I have thought about that man's face more than once when deciding to leave a room. Then the Earth Escape talisman did something it should not have been able to do, which was keep going, 300 meters down, through rock, into water. I came out of the stone wall of an underground river in total darkness, with my lungs already burning, and I went with the current because there was no other option available. And about a mile downstream, the current took me into a teleportation array that nobody had used in 800 years. I came out in a tunnel, and the tunnel had red shadows in it. Not one, not a dozen. The place was infested the way a wall is infested, and they came at me out of the dark in a stream, and I stood in a doorway with a broken jade tablet in my fist and punched them one at a time. That's all it was. Punch, kill, pick up the black grain, feed the tablet, wait for the next one. And with every core it swallowed, the cracks in that tablet closed a little further. It had come to me looking like something a man had stepped on. By the 40th shadow it was smooth. By the 60th it killed them on contact without the punch, and I was just walking down a corridor with my hand out like a man checking for rain. A woman was hiding in a side passage with a broken leg and no talismans left. Li Ling, middle layer of chi refining, out of a place called Pingyang, and she had been down there 4 days. She swore a heart demon oath before I asked her to, which told me 2 things, that she had done the maths on her own survival, and that she was quicker than she looked. We went together after that, not out of sentiment, because 2 people can watch 2 directions. 2 corridors later, a man in a white robe stepped into our light, and I recognized him, and, much worse, he recognized me. Guo Ming. From the Ma family house with the atlas and the sensory talisman. Ding was looking at my mask and seeing straight past it, and then his eyes went down and stopped on the sword at my hip. The Frost Ice Sword. Elder Ding Huayuan's sword, which I had been carrying because it was the best sword I owned and because I am, on occasion, an idiot. Open your pouch, he said. The fight went badly and fast. My snake puppet couldn't reach him. My sword chi was a joke at that range, and I got my hand into my pouch and around a thunder number 3 with the full intention of setting it off between us, because I was not going to have my pouch opened in front of a witness. And then Li Ling pushed her sleeve up. I am the granddaughter of Li Kenghai of Pingyang, she said, in a completely different voice than she had used for the last 4 hours. This is a flowing light bracelet. If I die, everything it has recorded goes to my family within the hour. Guo Ming looked at the bracelet. Then he took 2 people and left, quickly, the way people leave when they have just remembered something. We got around 2 more corners before she started laughing so hard she had to lean on the wall. You believed it, she said. You actually believed it. Run. Neither the granddaughter nor the bracelet was real. The bracelet had a Li family maker's mark on the inside, which she'd bought secondhand, and everything else had been a sentence. I want to note for the record that this became one of the more useful friendships of my life. The tunnels opened out eventually into a hall the size of a town square, and there were hundreds of them in it. The floor was not a floor. I'm going to leave it at that, and I want you to notice that I am leaving it at that. Because I could describe what we walked across, and I have decided not to. There were people down there who had come in with the Liang sect, and people who had come in a very long time before that. Up in the dark above the hall, a single stalactite was dripping. Spirit milk, 1,000 years of it, gathering 1 drop at a time, and it is not something you buy because nobody sells it. That was why the shadows stayed in that room. They were guarding a well. Guo Ming came in through the ceiling with a spirit evasion talisman running. That is a reusable item, and it holds off every spirit below your own rank, and it is worth more than a house. Ding went up the wall, took the milk, and dropped Gubo off his back on the way past. Gubo had already been taken. Guoming knew. That was the point. You throw a full bucket at the dogs and you walk out through the gap, except that Gubo, or the thing in him, spat black blood onto Guoming's shield, and the shield started dissolving like sugar in tea. Li Ling and I hit him from two sides, sword, snake puppet, and then I drew the frost ice sword, and Guoming saw it, and I watched the recognition cross his face. That was worth about half a second. Half a second is exactly how long his shield had left. The shadows went into him from every direction at once, in a wave, and what came out the other side of the wave was dry. I did not enjoy it. I'd like to be able to tell you I did. Dinged fed a man to a room full of monsters, and he died in the sag of the same second. And there is a kind of story where that lands as justice, and standing there in the dark, it did not land as anything at all. We cleared half that hall, one at a time, draw one out, punch it, take the core, feed the tablet, wait, 2 hours, then 3. My knuckles opened, and I kept going because every one of those grains made the tablet a little more like whatever it was supposed to be. Then the ceiling started coming down, and we got onto the flying shuttle and went up a stone staircase in the dark with the world falling in behind us. The stairs did not come out on the surface. They came out underwater. There was a dome of light over our heads, and beyond it, on all sides, a lake. Fish went past the light in slow curves. Weed moved. We were standing on dry stone at the bottom of Maple Lake, and in front of us was a temple. The screen wall in front of it was carved in the shape of a sword hilt the size of a house. 3 characters above the gate. Demon Suppression Temple. I'll give you the legend as I got it later, in pieces. In ancient times a hand fell out of the sky, enormous, full of demonic chi. Monks came and cleansed the ground around it, and then they built a temple on top of it. Because you cannot destroy a thing like that, and burial is a form of patience. Maple Lake is the print that hand left. The tunnels I had just crawled through were the inside of the hand, and the red shadows were its blood, congealing, over a very long time. There were more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators outside that temple's barrier, hammering on it in rotation. And they had been at it for weeks. Li Ling was standing next to me, and then she wasn't. Not taken, not killed, removed, along with the sound of the water and the light off the fish, and I was standing somewhere else entirely, a staircase going down, long. And as I walked, each step behind me stopped existing, so that there was never more than the flight I was standing on. At the bottom was a painting the size of a wall, 7 panels, 6 monks in 6 of them, painted in a style I have never seen before or since, each of them looking at you no matter where you stood, and 1 panel empty. The inscription said, Painting of the 7 Buddhas. I stood there for a while. Then I took out the small golden Buddha with the scarlet eyes that had been in the exact center of Jiangzi King's storage pouch, and I held it up to the empty panel. It fit. The painting rolled itself up. The whole thing, wall-sized, folded in on itself and came at me, and I did not have time to move before it settled onto my shoulders as a monk's robe. And a door opened. There were 6 people in the room beyond it, and all 6 were wearing the same robe. 4 of them knew my face. Wen Tian of the Kaiyuan sect, sworn brother of the man I had blown into 2 pieces. Ding An of the Kaoshan sect, who had given me my auction invitation. The daughter of the Jin family, out of her boy's clothes, whose father was Foundation establishment and had watched me go into the ground. And Lan Deer, the blue butterfly, whom I had personally detonated a mountain on. Plus the bearded slab with the cleaver, and a woman called Tang Wen of the Kaoshan sect, who was the strongest person in the room by a margin you could feel on your skin. I had walked into a sealed room with 4 people who wanted me dead, and then I found out the rule, because Wen Tian tested it on the bearded man inside of a minute and nothing happened. Inside the painting space, nobody can attack anybody. Outside it, everybody can. You killed my brother, Wen Tian said to me, conversationally. Here is the shape of it. This is a delay and not a reprieve. Run to the edge of the world. The Kaiyuan sect will still be there when you stop. And Ding An said, Join the Kaoshan sect. The room turned and looked at him. Enemies of Qingyun are friends of mine, he said, cheerful as a market seller. The Jiang Ziking business can be smoothed over. These things always can. That, right there, is the cultivation world. A man who had watched an elder threaten a boy's life over a pill recipe was now offering me protection from a murder in front of the murdered man's sworn brother and being completely sincere about it. I said I'd think about it. Wen Tian walked a slow circle around me while he said it. You have a mask on, he said. You've had a mask on every time anybody's seen you. Do you know what that tells a sect? It tells us you have exactly 1 face left and you're saving it. It tells you I'm careful. It tells us you're findable. Ding stopped in front of me. Careful men have addresses, careful men have shops and rented caves and a landlord who knows what day they pay. Reckless men are impossible to catch. You'll be easy. Ding was right about all of it, and I did not enjoy hearing my own strategy read back to me by a man who wanted me dead. Landir had not said anything at all. She stood at the back of that room with her little accounts book still in her hand, and she looked at me for about a minute and a half without blinking, and I could see her working. She had not seen my face on that mountainside. She had smelled something behind a rock and then been thrown 400 feet by a thing she could not identify. Say something, she said, eventually. Something. She kept looking. Then she wrote a line in the book. And the daughter of the Jin family, who had cost her father a great deal of face by paying me an essence cleansing pill on a riverbank, stood in the corner in a robe she was not used to and would not look at anybody. You went into the ground in front of my father, she said to the floor. I did. Ding talks about it. She sounded miserable about it. Ding still talks about it. And the bearded man with the cleaver, who had not spoken since we arrived, said to the room in general, None of you have noticed that there are 7 panels on that painting, and 6 of us walked in through the door. Everybody stopped. 6 of us, he said, and him, that's 7. Ding put a piece of dried meat in his mouth and chewed it. So one of us was invited, he said, and the rest of us were let in. In the middle of that room were 7 statues in a ring, and in the middle of the ring floated a white lotus. Each of us put a drop of blood on a petal. I went last, on purpose, and while everyone was watching the lotus rise, I put a drop of Mingqing water in my right eye, Wenhai's spirit water, the one that lets you see the red threads, and I looked at the lotus. There were 7 red threads coming off it, 1 to each petal, running to the head of every person in that room. The lotus was black. The doorway of light that opened out of it was black. I closed my right eye, white, radiant, holy, and 6 people walked toward it with the calm of pilgrims. I opened it again, and beside the black door, small, low down, and visible only through an eye with a dead man's water in it, there was a second door, gold. They went through the black one, all 6 of them, including the strongest person in the room. I went through the gold one, and the lotus noticed. Something hit the inside of my head like a wave over a wall, and for about 2 seconds I wanted, purely and simply, to tear everything within reach into pieces, starting with myself, and the jade tablet in my sleeve burned to ash, all of it, at once. 60 red shadow cores, 4 months of feeding, every crack I had closed 1 grain at a time, spent in a single second to hold a door open for a man it did not owe anything to. I never found out what it was. I never found out who made it or what it had been for. I do know that a bald man on a blanket sold it to me for 10 low-grade spirit stones, and that it saved my life twice, and that I never even gave it a name. Behind the gold door there was a stone cell, and in the stone cell there was a skeleton in a gold kasaya sitting up. On the bones, a jade tablet and a bead the color of a small sun. His name was Jinghai. 1,000 years ago, he came here from the demon suppression temple on Kaiyuan Mountain in a country called Hanhai with 6 junior brothers. Because a hand had fallen out of the sky, they sealed it. They put their temple's demon-subduing pestle into the ground as the core of the formation, and they built a temple over the top, and they stayed. Ding reached the Vajra realm, which for a body cultivator is the equivalent of a golden core. And his junior brother Jing Shan, who did not, went demonic out of envy and killed him from ambush and took the demon-cleansing lotus. That is the entire story. There is no twist to it. A man did the great work of his life, and the person standing next to him could not bear it. For 1,000 years, the thing in that lotus had been Jing Shan's demonic spirit, with a torn scrap of Jinghai's soul in there beside it, unable to leave. The inheritance. The great secret legacy that 3 sects had been feeding disciples to every 5 years for a century. It was the demonic spirit, eating them. Once every 5 years, 6 young cultivators walk into a black door and something drinks the essence key out of them, and the survivors come out with a technique or two because a farmer who takes all the milk gets no more milk. And lately, it had wanted more. It had wanted foundation establishment cultivators, and it had wanted somebody to pull the pestle out of the ground. So it had let slip a rumor that the pestle was a spirit treasure. Jinghai had spent the last of himself opening a second door. Not for me specifically, for anybody who could see it. Ding had been holding that door for 1,000 years, waiting for someone to walk in with a dead man's water in their eye. Ding left me the relic. And 2 techniques. The first was Prajna Arhat, and it required taking vows and shaving my head, and I turned that down inside a second, which I feel slightly bad about now. The second was the Vajra body refining art, a body cultivation method that goes all the way up to the Vajra realm. And then the relic went off inside me. I don't have a good comparison. I have been hit by tribulation lightning 4 times since then, and I still don't have a good comparison. My skin split, not metaphorically. It split down my arms and across my back and painted every wall of that cell in about a second, and I lay in it screaming without any air, half an hour. At the end of it, I had gone from a man with no body cultivation at all to the late stage of the first layer, which in body terms is the late layer of chi refining. And then the leftovers went into healing what the process had done, and closed every split without one scar. I stood up and looked at my hands. The man who had come in here had been a scrawny 30-something in a stolen face. The man standing in that cell was heavy through the shoulders, thick in the forearms, and when I closed my right hand, it put out a soft gold light. I picked up my own flying sword and broke it between my fingers by accident. Well, I said out loud to a skeleton, nobody who knew me before is going to know me now. His last request was on the jade tablet. Go to Kaiyuan Mountain. Tell my sect what happened here. Ding left the kasaya as proof, and I put it in my pouch. And let me say clearly what I did about that request, because it matters later. I did not promise, not out loud, not to myself. I did not know where the country of Manhwa was. Nobody I had ever met knew where it was. What I did was take the ashes and the robe and carry them for decades from city to city, past everything, and never once say the sentence I could not pay for. The robe I was wearing came apart on my shoulders about 10 minutes later, which meant the formation was broken, which meant somebody out there had pulled the pestle. The teleport was dead, so I punched the wall. I got through it in 3, because I now had a body that could do that, and the water came in on top of me so fast I lost the floor. The dome was gone. Maple Lake had come down onto the demon suppression temple, and I swam out through a temple full of moving water with the halls already stripped bare and dead men going past me in the dark with their pouches cut off. I found Wen Tian in a side corridor with his back against a pillar and a hole in his side. 3 water arrows. Then the frost ice sword into his chest. Then, from 10 feet away, I took his head off. Because I had learned what happens when you leave a thing at almost. Ding had promised me the Qingyun sect would find me at the end of the world. I took his storage pouch. I have gone looking since for what I felt in that corridor, and there is nothing there. Not satisfaction, not guilt. Ding had said a true thing to me in a sealed room, and I had made it not true, and my hands were steady. And I remember thinking, in a distant sort of way, that is the 4th one this season, and you did not notice you had stopped counting. Above the lake, 2 golden core cultivators were fighting a black dragon, Gong Lin of the Liang sect, and a man they called the Heaven Limit Old Demon out of the Black Demon sect. And between them, the demonic spirit of Jing Shan, wearing 400 feet of dragon. I looked up at that through 50 feet of water, and I went the other way, and I ran until I fell over. Here is how it finished according to everybody afterward. The spirit was destroyed. The old demon took the pestle, Gong Lin took the lotus, and they skinned the dragon on the shore in front of a crowd, which is also where my dream of forging the Azure Dragon halberd died, since the primary material was walking around inside a dragon at the time and is now somebody's coat. I spent the next 6 months as a caravan guard, not because I needed the money, because a caravan is the best hiding place ever invented. It moves, it has a reason to be everywhere, and nobody looks twice at a big man with a spear standing on a cart. I taught the servant boy, Wang Xuan, a mortal martial manual called the 8 Wastes, which was garbage, and he practiced it every single night with his tongue between his teeth. And I have thought about that boy more than I expected to. The caravan belonged to a woman named Wei Mei. She was the original Wei Feng's niece, his actual blood niece, out of the Chen family talisman shop in Pingyang, and she had been about 8 years old the last time he saw her. And she was in her 50s now, and running freight across 2 countries. I sat across a campfire from her for 6 months and did not say one word about it, because I had a sect looking for me, a dead elder in my pouch, and no fixed address. And the fastest way to destroy that woman's family would have been to give them a name to attach to mine. Some of you are going to think that was cold. It was. It was also the correct call, and I would make it again. And about 90 years later, I would get to make the other one and pay for it properly. At the end of it, I took the essence cleansing pill. I rented the best room in the best inn in a mid-sized city, the one with 3 bathtubs, which is a thing rich cultivators have and which I did not understand until that day. You need 3 tubs because the first one goes black. Whatever comes out of you when you take that pill is not sweat. It is every cheap pill you ever swallowed to save money, every impurity you built your foundation out of, every corner you cut when you were poor. It came out of me in a black film that floated, and I changed tubs, and the second one went black, and I changed tubs again. At the end, my skin was like a child's. My cultivation speed doubled. Old injuries I had stopped noticing simply stopped existing. I also stole all 3 bathtubs, put them straight in my storage pouch. They were extremely good bathtubs, and I had paid for the room. And in Wen Tian's pouch, underneath everything, I found 2 things worth more than his sect. A real alchemy furnace. Dark flame, a proper spirit artifact better than the one Wen Hai had kept in a slum room, and a set of alchemy notes in Guo Ming's own handwriting. The man who fed a colleague to a room full of shadows had taken beautiful notes, neat margins, cross-references, little diagrams. I used them for the next 40 years. The city of Qingyang was the 3rd city of the country of Yan, and it was where I stopped running for a while. Medium spirit vein, a sect with no golden core cultivator in it but a great deal of money. and a market that somebody had actually landscaped with water features, which after 2 years of caves and tunnels nearly made me cry. Cave rentals. Top grade 30 middle grade stones a month, middle grade 10, low grade 2. The prices had gone up because Liang had raised the tribute again. That sentence, in that world, is the equivalent of the news telling you rents are up. Somebody far away decided something, and everybody near you gets poorer, and nobody involved will ever meet. I took a low-grade cave for 3, and found out afterward it was low-grade because the spirit key in it was thin, and they had put a spirit gathering formation in as compensation, which is like being given a bucket instead of a roof. It had 4 formations on it: spirit gathering, defense, early warning, and soundproofing, which meant that for the first time since Kaiyuan City, I could forge thunder pearls indoors. My guide was a girl named Ling Xian who arrived on a folded paper crane, and I marked that as the moment I understood I had moved up in the world. In Guiyuan, they walked you to the cave. In Qingyang, the paperwork flew. Shopkeeper Shen sold me the local map of self-improvement. Cold pool, free for tenants, for body tempering. A lava field for those with a death wish, and the Blackwater Marsh, where you could harvest evil chi. Evil chi is exactly what it sounds like, and it is also one of the few things in this world that can shove a stuck cultivator through a bottleneck. A single dose costs a minimum of 1 top-grade spirit stone, and it keeps for 10 days. 10 days. That's the whole business model. It cannot be stockpiled, it cannot be hoarded, and it has to be bought again every time. At the cold pool, men on one bank and women on the other, I met a man named Deng Bo who went there daily and had never once tempered anything. The scenery, he explained. It's a pond. It's an excellent pond. And on the far bank was a woman they called Fairy Lian, who was condensing something the shopkeeper would only describe as her own strain of evil chi, and who left a smell in the air like fruit going over, and who made the water around her go still. I called across to ask her a genuine question about condensation rates. She looked at me the way you look at Deng Bo, and left. 2 months into Qingyang, I made a pill without the invisible hand. A foundation building pill, first try, and it wasn't perfect. It came out at maybe 70 or 80% of what the recipe promised. I sat and looked at it on my palm for a long time, because that pill was worth more to me than any of the perfect ones. A perfect pill on the 10th attempt means the world gave me something. A mediocre pill on the first attempt means I can do this. I sold them at 2 middle-grade spirit stones apiece, and I have never been prouder of anything I have sold, which is how the sect master of the Qingyang sect found out I existed, because shopkeeper Shen was on her payroll, and I had asked one question too many about spirit milk. She came down to my cave at night, alone. Manhwa. I am going to try to describe her fairly, and I will fail. She was at the peak of foundation establishment, and she was the head of an entire sect at an age when most people are still learning which elder to flatter. And she came into a rented low-grade cave belonging to a man on the 8th layer of chi refining, and she did not perform anything at all. No aura, no threat. She sat down on my stone bench and told me what she needed and why. She needed a 7 stars pill to take golden core. She was short one ingredient, the supreme yang herb, and the only viable substitute was 1,000-year spirit milk. I had 1,000-year spirit milk. I had scraped it off a stalactite in a room full of corpses. I gave her a third of it, not all. A third. If you give a powerful person everything you have taught them that you had it. She paid me in things I could not have bought at any price. A minor breakthrough pill, which is a full layer of cultivation in a bottle. The recipe for the essence cleansing pill, and a promise of evil chi tuned to my own technique once she was through. Then she sealed me in my own cave for half a month so I couldn't tell anyone, which was, to be exact, completely correct of her. While I was in there, she also explained why she was doing it in that particular hurry, and the explanation reorganized the country of Yan for me. The Liang sect did not rule Yan through administration. There was no bureaucracy. There were no garrisons. The Liang sect ruled Yan by killing anybody who looked capable of forming a golden core. That was the whole system. You don't need to govern a country if there is only one person in it who can hurt you. Her own master, the previous sect master of Qingyang, a woman called Xiao Xuan, had been suppressed and killed in her own hall in front of her disciples on the day the sect found out she was close. So Zhang Hua was not being ambitious. She was going for it early and rough because the alternative was waiting politely for the same men to come for her on their own schedule. She went into seclusion. I sat in a sealed cave, and that is when Gong Lin came to Qingyang. I got it later, from 4 people, and the accounts agree. Ding walked into the sect's own market during the seasonal fair, with golden core pressure rolling off him like heat off a road, and announced that the Qingyang sect was now a subsidiary of Liang. Elder Song Yuan stood up to say no, and took one strike and did not get up. And then Qin Zhen, an elder of 30 years standing, stepped forward and told Gong Lin exactly where in the mountain his sect master was sealed. And then, because a man who has decided to sell will always sell twice, he offered his own daughter. Bound to your service, he said. Sole contract, permanent, whatever terms you like. She's fully condensed. She'll be useful. One old elder in the back of that hall could not physically keep it in. Gong Lin is older than our founding ancestor, he said, into a silent room. What is she supposed to call him? Qin Zhen did not answer him because at that moment the roof came off. Zhanghua came down out of her own mountain in the middle of her breakthrough with her hair on fire, and Gong Lin, golden core, established, twice her age in cultivation, was thrown across the courtyard and through a wall. Divine phoenix blood. Nobody had known. She had been sitting on it her entire life, waiting for a day when using it wouldn't get her killed by everybody at once. 3 families had signed with Liang that morning. She had all 3 cut down before the end of the day. Men, women, and children. I will be careful about how I say this next part, because I liked her, and because it is true. That was not a mistake, and it was not a rage, and she did not do it while she was out of her mind. She did it deliberately, in daylight, so that the next elder in the next sect who was thinking about writing a letter to Liang would have something specific to picture. It worked. Nobody in Qingyang ever tried it again. Qin Jin got out of the compound before the door came down and went to the one place in the city that no sect could touch, the Wuzhen Tower. I have to stop and explain the tower because it runs through everything after this. It is not a sect and it is not a family. It has branches in every major city on the continent. It answers to nobody, and behind it stands a nascent soul cultivator, which was a phrase I did not properly understand the first time I heard it. What the tower sells is resonance. 2 cultivators sit in a formation, and their spirit key is harmonized by a third party who is very good at it, and both of them come out further along than they went in. It works. It works better than pills, and it does not build tolerance, which is why the tower has never once had to advertise, and what the tower buys is people. Contracts of indenture, paid up front, worked off over years. Qin Jin signed one on the day her family was killed because it was that, or the street. And the people who came to sit in her formation that first week were her father's friends. She was dead in 9 days. Not killed. She simply stopped. 2 days after that, the cultivators of Qingyang began to go mad. It started with the men who had sat opposite her. One of them tore a stall apart in the market, then 2 more. Then it stopped being only them. Here is the shape of it, as best anybody worked out. The evil qi she had been condensing all those months at the cold pool did not die with her. It went into everybody she had touched, and it turned them into animals, and what set them off was life, vivid, healthy, blood in the cheeks life. A cultivator in good condition walking past would trigger it, then a cultivator in poor condition, then anybody with spirit qi at all. Mortals were completely safe. It had no interest in mortals whatsoever, which is its own kind of horrifying. Within 4 days, the entire Qingyang market had replaced every one of its sellers with the oldest, grayest, most washed-out old men they could find, on the theory that a man who looks half dead already is not worth going mad over. I paid 9 middle-grade spirit stones for a mask so ugly that a child cried at me in the street. 9. For a mask. In a market where a mask cost half a stone the week before. Deng Bo went mad, obviously. Deng Bo had been at the cold pool every day for a decade. I helped tie him down with my bare hands, and that was when I found out something useful, which is that the qi in my body burns them. The Buddha power out of Jinghai's relic went into Deng Bo's chest through my palm, and he screamed and then he stopped screaming, and there was a clean patch inside him where a moment ago there had been something else. Word travels. Within a week I was the man you called. The Sun family called me for their patriarch, 110 years old, who had spent the morning trying to get his hands on everybody in his own house. I put my palm on his chest and burned it out of him, and halfway through, it got into me. Let me describe this accurately because it is the single most undignified thing that has ever happened to me. The illusion came up around me like water, and inside the illusion I was somewhere lovely, and outside it I was stroking a 110-year-old man along the jaw with an expression of profound tenderness. I got out of it by roaring one word at myself. I do not remember which word. His grandson does. They paid me in the Sun family's ancestral talisman scroll and a top-grade spirit stone, and they paid quickly, and nobody ever mentioned it again, and I have always respected them for that. And then Ding Yang, the sect master's own disciple, came to find me. It's her, he said. It's got into the sect master. Except that it hadn't, and the truth was worse. Zhanghua had not been infected. Zhanghua was in her heart demon tribulation. She had gone for golden core hard and early and unpolished, and she had taken a hit from Gong Lin on the way through, and a heart demon finds those cracks the way water finds a roof, and Qin Jin, in the last week of her life, had spread her evil qi across the cultivators of this city deliberately and with a clear head. Not out of madness, out of arithmetic. She knew Manhwa. She knew that a woman who had just put 3 families in the ground would go around personally healing every cultivator in her city to prove she was not a monster. She had built a delivery system out of other people. The evil Ki met the heart demon inside the sect master, and the two of them fused into something the elders had a name for and did not like saying. Her phoenix blood could have burned it. That was the whole answer, except that to raise phoenix blood she had to let go of her grip on the demon, and the second she did, the demon would take the wheel, and there would not be a Manhwa afterward to be grateful. So somebody else had to hold the demon down from outside. They brought in a Taoist from the Wufang temple. They brought in a monk from 2 countries over. They brought in 3 foundation establishment cultivators with clean cultivation and steady hearts. Every single one of them got as far as the doorway. Look at what that room was like. I walked in and the air had a taste. And everything I have ever wanted was standing just inside my own skull holding the door for me. I got to the middle of the floor and stayed there. I don't have a better explanation than the one I was given afterward, which is that Buddha power does not care what you want. Manhwa looked at me from the bed with about a third of her own eyes. Your strength isn't enough, she said, in the flattest, most professional voice I have ever heard from a person in that condition. It has to be increased. Come back when it is. So they took me to the Black Water Marsh with 4 foundation establishment cultivators around me, and I still do not know whether that was an escort or a guard. The thing at the bottom of the marsh was a burning lotus true fire. Somebody else was already there. Nangong Wuji of the Xuanyan sect, late-stage foundation establishment, whose elder brother was a golden core cultivator with his niece Bei Shulan in tow. They wanted the cold nether flame spirit out of the same hole. We split it on a Ming token, which is the local equivalent of drawing straws with a lawyer present, and nobody drew a weapon. And I want that on the record because it is the only negotiation in this account that went well. The fire was not what I expected. Burning Lotus True Fire has Buddha power in it. I don't know why. Nobody I have ever asked knows why, but it went into me the way water goes into dry ground. No resistance, no fight, and it fed my body and my Buddha ki at the same time. And I sat in that hole for 2 days drinking a fire, and then it ran out, and I looked into the crack it had been coming out of, and I felt something I would like to blame on somebody else and cannot. Greed. Plain, stupid greed. The exact feeling I had spent 8 years telling myself I did not have. I dropped a thunder pearl into the crack, then a number 2. Then I set a number 4 and 3 number 3s at the bottom and sent the monkey down with the trigger under a sound-dampening talisman, and I got behind a rock. The ground fell in for 400 meters in every direction. Here is what was underneath. A kilometer down, held in chains made out of 2 different fires, one red and one black, there was a black spirit, and it was holding 2 red threads. Feel what I felt when I saw those threads. Kaiyuan City is 9 years and 2 countries behind me at this point. I have not seen one of those since I watched a woman selling frozen radishes turn into steam. It had been down there squeezing itself out along those 2 threads for a very long time. Greed down one, hunger down the other. That's what they were. It had been sending its own appetites up into the world through 2 wires because that was the only part of itself that fit, and I had just taken the ceiling off. It twisted the threads together, and it came out. Free, it said, in the same voice the other one had used out of Wenhai's bottle, and I do not think that is a coincidence, and I have never found out what it means. I'll find the rest of myself. And then I'll come back for this world. On the way past, it hit both of us with everything it had left. I got an illusion built out of Bei Shulan. She got one built out of me. I am aware of how that sounds, so let me be precise about what it actually was, which was a thing designed to make each of us push at the other until one of us broke, because 2 people who trust each other are harder to eat than 2 people who don't. I came out of it on my hands and knees. She didn't come out of hers at all, because the other spirit in that hole, the one made of fire, went into her, and she went down and stayed down. And the Xuanyan people carried her out unconscious, and I did not see her again for 80 years. And the fire spirit came for me. It came up out of the pit as a lotus of flame 40 feet across with what I can only describe as chanting inside it, and it did not attack. It arrived. It went into my chest the way a coat goes onto a hook. The Vajra body refining art went to the 2nd layer in about 9 seconds, and I got a divine ability out of it. The Red Lotus, a flame that burns evil things specifically, and a great deal else generally, and which I would still be using a century later. I walked back into Qingyang with a hole in the world behind me, a foundation establishment cultivator's niece in a coma, and my own strength roughly doubled. I have never been sure whether I came out of that marsh ahead. Then I went into the sealed room to hold down a heart demon. She was on the bed. I came within 4 feet, and a golden core cultivator came off that bed at me like a dropped animal. I hit her with the Red Lotus. Nothing vague here about the sequence because it happened in about a second and a half. She jumped. I burned. She went limp against my arm. And then, with her face in my shoulder and her whole body shaking, in a perfectly clear and completely exhausted voice, she said, "Don't move. Keep pouring." so I knelt on the floor of that room with my palm flat between her shoulder blades and poured Buddha power into a woman who was fighting something I could not see. For half an hour. Then for another stick of incense past that. At one point, my hand slipped an inch off where it had been and the evil chi came back up through the gap like water through a broken dike. And I panicked and squeezed everything I had left out of myself at once, down to the bottom, until there was a sound in my ears like a kettle. And then there was a cry above me that was not a human sound. She came up off that floor into the air with purple fire coming off every part of her, and the fire took the bed, and the hangings, and the ceiling. I got out of that room without looking back, and I would like to claim that was chivalry. It was not. I could no longer stand up, and I was crawling, and crawling out was faster than crawling to the window. I stayed half a month. They opened the Hall of Transmission for me, which is a thing they do for sect elders and not for tenants of low-grade caves. Hua Xing, first alchemist of the country of Yan, sat with me personally for 9 days and taught me things I had been getting wrong for 8 years and never suspected. Ding gave me recipes, several, including the Foundation Establishment pill. Ding did not want anything for it. I checked twice. Ding was simply a man who liked the craft and had found somebody who liked it back. And in 100 years of this world, I have met perhaps 4 of those. Then Jianghua came out of seclusion. 2 options, she said. First, join the sect. I'll make you my personal disciple, and you'll have the run of everything I own. And the second? Take the treasures and go. And I stood there and did the thing I have always done, which is get clever. I told her that an elder had asked me to carry something to a country called Hanhai, and that I had obligations, and that it was a matter of respect for the dead, and I got about 4 sentences into it before she threw a storage pouch at my chest hard enough to hurt. Then go, she said. Why are you weaseling? Say you're going and go. And she was gone before I got my mouth closed. I left the next morning through the floor of my own cave, using an Earth Escape talisman with a Do Not Disturb sign hanging on the door. That sign hung there for years. They told me later that the weeds got up over the handle before anybody took it down. I have had a long time to think about why I did that. And the honest answer is that she was a golden core cultivator and the head of a sect, and I was a man on the 8th layer of chi refining with a stolen face, and I could not stand to be the smaller person in the room for the rest of my life. Which is a reason. It is not a good one. A month after I left, the Qingyang sect held a golden core ceremony, and Zhanghua stood in her own courtyard and held off 3 golden core cultivators from the Liang sect at once, alone, and did not lose. I heard about it in a tavern 800 li away from a stranger who was telling it as a legend. I paid for his drink, and I didn't say anything. 3 days out of Qingyang, I sheltered from a thunderstorm in a ruined temple, and that is where I met my first god. 2 women were in there ahead of me with a fire going and a baby on a fox skin. Another traveler had a small daughter with her, maybe 6, sitting close to the flames. The baby woke up. The sound it made put every person in that temple flat on the floor. Everyone except me, because Buddha power apparently has opinions about noises like that. Then its mouth opened and kept opening, past where a mouth stops, all the way back to where its ears should have been. And the teeth inside were in rows like a saw blade. It went for the 6-year-old. One of the women froze it in the air with a black flag before it landed and picked it up and shushed it and put it back on the fox skin. And I understood, 1 beat too late, 3 things at once. The white-haired old man with first-layer cultivation crouched in the corner was not an old man. The person hiding behind the broken statue was a dwarf, and they were from the same organization as the 2 women, and they were there to take the baby, and the little girl by the fire had been placed there on purpose as bait to make it wake up hungry. The dwarf came out and took both women's heads off in one movement and grabbed the child. I put my fist through the top half of his body, then the old man, then the swordsman who had been outside the whole time, and then I put the baby in a storage pouch and I ground it. And I am not going to make that sound better than it was. I gave the girl back to her mother and went out into the rain, because standing around after something like that gets you a conversation you cannot win. The organization was called the Praying God Sect, and this is how it works. A woman receives a divine seed in a dream. She bears a divine child. She becomes a divine attendant. The attendant's power is exactly her child's power. She doesn't train. She doesn't cultivate. She doesn't need a spiritual root. That last part is why the sect spread like a fire in a dry season, and why every Orthodox sect on the continent underestimated it for a decade. Every school, every family, every lineage in this world is built on a bottleneck. Not everybody can cultivate. The Praying God sect removed the bottleneck, and the children grow by eating energy, and when the energy runs low, they compete. And what they compete for is each other. They had halls, the hall of the demon god, the hall of the devil god, the hall of the underworld god. Over the next 30 years, I met 2 of the 3, and neither meeting was arranged by me. I went to Danding City because it was the only place on the continent where nobody was allowed to kill anybody, by treaty, signed by every golden core cultivator in 4 countries, because it made pills and everybody needs pills. Entry, 1 middle grade spirit stone. Accommodation, 1 middle grade spirit stone per day, or you pay in points earned by handing in treasures. I traveled in with 2 men, Hu Shishan, 9th layer, 70 odd, an unrepentant old lecher, and Wen Zemo, 8th layer, quieter and worse. Both of them were going for the Wuzhen Tower, and neither of them pretended otherwise. I went too. I'm not going to dress it up. The resonance sessions work. They work better than anything I could buy. And I was 46 years old with a hard ceiling at 60, and a bottleneck I had been shoving at for 4 years. On the river crossing in, a woman looked at me from the deck of another boat, and the rail under my hands grew frost. The white bone matriarch, Tao companion formerly, to the head of the Xuanyin sect, and by then something else entirely. She looked at me for about a second and a half, and moved on, and I stood there with cold hands and understood that I had just been priced. I stayed in Danding City for 3 years. Hu Shishan died in a chair at the tower at 79, mid-session, with an expression of complete contentment, which everybody agreed was the correct way for him to go, and which the tower staff dealt with so smoothly that I suspect it was not the first time. When Zemo went out to sea with a hunting party and was eaten, and I turned 50 on the peak of the 8th layer. Foundation establishment is only possible before 60. After that, the body will not take it, and no pill in the world argues with that number. I had 10 years. Then an alchemist named Gong Rui started being friendly to me and invited me to a grandmaster's cave dwelling, and I said no, because I say no. And then my crow puppet, which I had rebuilt as a scout and which can hear a conversation at 800 meters, brought me back a recording. The child needs to devour his essence qi, Gong Rui said to a woman in a veil. Then get him into the cave, she said. I knew the voice. I had spent an afternoon in a formation with her the week before. Xiao Feng, the new head of the Golden Phoenix House, which is the Wuzhen Tower's competitor and which has the same business model and slightly worse manners. She was a divine attendant. I caught Gong Rui outside the city 3 days later, mountain-cleaving seal from above to break his stance. Then my sword took the arm that had the escape talisman in its hand. Then Red Lotus into his face. Then a soul capture talisman, and then I burned his soul, slowly, with true fire, until he told me everything he had. And note that I have not softened that sentence. Xiaofeng found me anyway. She had put a thread on me, and the thread was pretending to be one of my own hairs. She came with the child, Xiaoning, and a woman called Madame Fan, and the 3 of them put up a formation around the courtyard that cut the whole thing off from the city, sound, light, and spirit sense. Simple offer, she said. Let my child use your body. I hit her with a fire crow talisman and then with a fist that had foundation establishment weight behind it, and she went through a wall and came back out of it, uninjured and delighted. Buddha power, she said. You're from a Buddhist school. Then it's a sect order. Kill him. Madame Fan put up a sword of light bigger than the courtyard, and I raised the talisman treasure Zhang Hua had thrown at me on my way out of Qingyang, which I had never opened, and which I had been carrying around for 4 years like a man carrying a letter he is afraid to read. A cinnabar bird feather. The fire phoenix that came out of it did not fight the sword of light. It went through it, and the sword stopped existing, and then the bird went through the 3 of them. 1 breath. That is not a figure of speech. I counted 1 breath, and there were 3 piles of ash on the flagstones, and the formation over the courtyard came apart without a sound. The Danding patrol arrived within the hour. They found the residue of a golden core cultivator's treasure and the residue of the praying god sect in the same courtyard, wrote down both, and closed the file that afternoon. Nobody in that city was going to investigate a fight between a golden core sect master and a god cult. That is not cowardice. That is correct filing. I left, and I spent the next month buried in the ground in suspended animation, which is a thing I had started doing after big events and which I recommend. The world got worse quickly after that. The praying god sect went from a rumor to a plague to a government. Their children turned cultivators into puppets and made them kill each other, and I hunted them where I found them because Red Lotus worked on them and almost nothing else did, and I interrogated attendants when I could catch one alive. I hunted their children for 2 years, not out of righteousness, out of the fact that Red Lotus worked on them and almost nothing else did. And a man who has the only tool for a job that everybody needs done can name his price in a war economy. They were not hard to find. That was the horror of it. You went to a town where the temple had been rebuilt in the last 18 months and you asked who the local holy woman was. And everybody told you happily because she healed people. She did heal people. That was not a trick. Her child ate energy and she had a great deal of it and she gave some of it away. And by the time the town worked out what the exchange rate was, there was no town. I killed 11 divine children, and I interrogated 4 attendants. And all 4 of them said the same thing in slightly different words. They had all been ordinary women, not cultivators, not anybody. and they had all had the same dream on the same kind of night, and in the dream something had asked, and they had said yes. The last one I caught was maybe 30, and she had a farm, and she asked me, with her hands tied, whether I could tell her if her son was still alive. I burned the seed out of her, and she lived. And she was immortal again with a farm, and no son. And I have thought about whether that was mercy every few years for the last 8 decades, and then I went to the sea. The Wuding Sea is bottomless, which is not poetry, and it is divided between the Sea King sect, the Xuanyin sect, and the Purple Light clan, and I rented a third-class island from an agent on a transfer station for 4 top-grade spirit stones a year. I put a minor 5 elements formation on it, 5 more top-grade stones, rated to hold off a foundation establishment cultivator. I had 2 identities out there, Chen Jili, a simple man who rented an island, and Yefan, an alchemist who sold at the Zhuanyuan market and asked no questions. On the transfer station I saw Fan Li, the scrawny girl with the nose, the one who had sold me a rotten forging manual and her family's sword art, and who had a cracked jade pendant and a token from the Liu family and no time left. She was standing 40 feet away, alive, 12 years older, wearing good robes. I did not go over. I stood there long enough to be sure, and then I turned around and went back to my boat. And I have listed my reasons to myself many times since, and none of them have ever quite covered it. Then the sky over the Duanmeng range turned red, not at sunset, all the time, and it kept spreading, and everything under it stopped being a place people came back from. I knew what it was the moment I heard the description. So did nobody else. Kaiyuan City had been eaten 12 years earlier, and it was not in one single record anywhere on the continent, because the only people who could have written it down had gone up a thread. I started buying foundation establishment pill materials, like a man clearing shelves before a storm. I bought a lot of them at an underwater auction run by a foundation establishment cultivator called the Wandering Sage, who ran illegal trade out of a submerged ship and whose real value to me that night was the last thing he said. Before I went in, I buried 3 monkey puppets with Thunder No. 4 on their backs on 2 unmarked islets, 1 set on each. And I marked the spots in my head and told nobody. Note that I did this before there was any sign of trouble, because I had reached the stage of life where I set the table before I got hungry. At the auction, there was a man called Huoyunzi with a demonic foundation, scales up the side of his neck, growths above both ears, and a temper that emptied the space around him. That is not foundation establishment. That is a man turning into a Yao beast on an installment plan, and every person in that room could see it, and he could not. I traded Ninghua pills for a water demonic foundation. I traded an essence cleansing pill for 4 spirit herbs, and I traded my demon subduing talisman method for a bottle of purple gold glazed liquid, which had been sitting in the 6 surviving pages of a rotted book for 11 years, waiting for me to find out what it was for. And on the way out, the host was talking to nobody in particular. Everybody's asking about the red sky, he said. It isn't one region, it's the whole continent in patches, and it isn't a plague. Ding poured himself a drink. The Yao demons are waking up. Thousands of years ago they broke the border. Several very powerful things gave their own lives to kill them, and the Tianyuan continent broke off the mainland in the process. That's why we're out here on a rock instead of over there with everybody else. Ding drank it. Turns out they didn't finish dying. I killed my first foundation establishment cultivator 11 days later, and let me walk you through it, because it is the single best day of work I have ever done. It started badly. A second-rank shrimp the length of a rowboat with electrified feelers and the ability to turn invisible came up under my boat and took 3 hours off my life. I got it in the end with a jade bracelet artifact that traps things, and I sat on the deck afterward with my hands shaking, which is exactly the state Wu Lei wanted me in. Ding was an old man with a yin foundation, and he had been following me for 2 days. And he wanted the purple gold glaze liquid, and he opened by cutting through my fist. Not through my guard, through my fist. Vajra body refining art, 2nd layer, and he opened my hand like a fruit. So I did the only thing available, which was pretend to charge. I set my feet, I roared, I brought my arm back, and I used a golden escape talisman and went 400 meters sideways, and he followed me straight onto the first cache. 3 Thunder No. 4s buried in sand on an unnamed islet 11 days earlier by a man with no reason to expect trouble. The island stopped being an island. Ding survived it because he had a defensive tablet and it burned out doing it. And then, furious, with nothing left on him, he chased me onto the 2nd islet. 3 more. The mountain-cleaving seal came down on what was left and pressed him into the ground. And then I went and found the dagger he had hidden his divided soul in, and I burned that too, because I had learned that lesson in a corridor under a lake. The haul off that man changed my life 4 separate ways. His diary, which told me who he'd been and who he owed. The method for a divine ability called Golden Body, which is a copy of the Purple Light clan's innate power, and which grows on purple gold glaze liquid. which I had bought a bottle of 9 days earlier for a talisman method. That is not fate. That is what happens when you buy everything. A map of underwater ruins. The upper volume of a nameless cultivation technique for a yin foundation, whose lower volume worked with any foundation at all and gave an unusually high chance at golden core. And a blood-red dagger, mid-grade spirit artifact that moved faster than my eye. I kept the dagger for 80 years. I burned the map and the technique, because when I sat down that evening to plan a trip to those ruins, I noticed that I very badly wanted to go, immediately, alone, without preparing, and I have spent my entire life in this world not wanting things immediately. There was black key in that dagger's hilt, thin as thread, and it had been sitting in my pouch quietly turning up the temperature on my own greed. I burned it out with true fire, and then I sat and looked at the map for a long while, and then I burned that too. I have thought about that map maybe 100 times since. What was in there? Whether it would have made me a golden core cultivator 40 years early. Not once have I regretted it, and I will admit that this is not the same thing as never wondering. Then I bought 100 sets of foundation establishment pill materials from a shopkeeper in Tongtian with one finished foundation establishment pill, which is the kind of trade you can only make in a war economy. And my furnace gave me 2 pills off one batch. 2 off 1. That has never been done. Hua Xing, the first alchemist of the country of Yan, had never done it, and when I told him about it, years later, he made me say it twice. Then I ate 12 foundation establishment pills in a row. I want to say something about that number, because people always laugh at it and then stop laughing. Ordinary cultivators break through on 1, rich ones buy 2 in case. A great sect gives its finest disciple 3 and considers that lavish. I took 12, over 4 days, and my body nearly came apart at the joints, and I lay in a cave on my own island for a month, unable to lift my arm. But I came out of it at foundation establishment with 9 more still in the bag, and something else happened in that month that I did not expect and that changed everything afterward. The invisible hand got faster, not 10 attempts anymore, 5. It had been 10 for 18 years and it had never once varied. And I had built my entire life around the number 10, and now I was making a talisman, and on the 5th sheet it came down and gathered the energy in. The cheat grows with the realm. I sat in that cave and laughed until my ribs hurt, which was not long, given the state of my ribs. While I was underground, the war started. The Praying God sect struck first, and they struck at the top. The Liang sect, the organization that had ruled the country of Yan for a century by murdering anyone promising, was destroyed inside 2 months. Gong Lin, their golden core cultivator, defected before the end and led the last attack on his own gate. The Qingyang sect, under Zheng Hua, broke out and fought their way into the country of Chu, and half the Orthodox world went with them and became the Righteous Path Alliance. The alliance ran on merit points, not spirit stones. Spirit stones bought nothing anymore. You turned in treasures and materials and got points, and points bought recipes and pills and passage. And I want to note that the entire economy of a continent switched over in about 5 weeks, and nobody found it strange, and the air changed. A red mist came in over the countries with demonic qi in it, and any cultivator who breathed it for long enough without a Qingmo pill stopped being a cultivator. 1 Qingmo pill per person per month. Not for sale at any price, the single most valuable object in the world, and it was rationed like bread. It didn't work on me at all, not the pill, the mist, the Buddha power in my body simply refused it, and I walked around in the red fog for a month before I realized other people were dying in it. I joined the alliance because Danding City had become one of its 3 strongholds, and because a man alone in a war is a resource, not a person. The vetting was done by real Lord Ming, head of the Zhuanyin sect, late-stage golden core, who looked at me for a long time, and Hua Xing vouched for me. Ding didn't have to. Ding was the first alchemist of the country, and I was a stranger with 3 names, and he stood up in front of a golden core cultivator and said, "This is the man who held the heart demon off sect master Jiang." They put me in the pill pavilion, gave me a courtyard, and assigned me 2 disciples, Chen Yun, 19, dual spiritual root, and Chen Wang, 17, out of the Sun family. That Sun family, the one whose 110-year-old patriarch I had cured in a back room and who had paid me in a scroll and a top-grade spirit stone and never mentioned the incident again. The Praying God sect had killed all of them except these 2. The girl handed me a cup of tea with both hands and got it exactly right, the way you do when somebody has drilled you on it since you were 4, and I sat there thinking about a courtyard with a fig tree in it that I had walked out of 12 years earlier without asking anybody's name. That is the first time in this account that I was somebody's teacher. I was very bad at it at first. I gave them work instead of instruction, because instruction requires you to be in the room. Then, in the mission hall, a woman standing in line to hand in a report detonated herself. She did not explode. She opened. A hole came out of where she had been, black, edge on, and out of the hole came tentacles with mouths at the ends of them. I hit one with my fist in golden body transformation, and it was like punching a copper wall. My meridians tore across the back of my hand and up my arm, and I tasted iron, and the mouth on the end of it pulled back from me and hissed. Disgusting, it said. Disgusting aura. Real Lord Ming came in through the roof and knocked the thing back through its own hole with a magic treasure shaped like a judge's writing brush, and then he sealed it. And then he said the sentence that I did not understand for another 50 years. Resist a deity, he said, to nobody, dusting his sleeves, and it ends badly. Hua Xing survived, held immobile inside an alliance protective treasure that had activated automatically and pinned him to the wall. Everybody else in that hall did not, including the registrar. She was maybe 22, and she had a good laugh, and she used to keep a jar of preserved plums under the desk for people coming off long missions, and I want her written down somewhere. Alliance life was paperwork with corpses in it. I turned in 5 Foundation establishment pills off 300 sets of materials, which is a high enough rate that 2 separate people asked me about my method in the same week, so I turned in 4 the next month, and 4 the month after. And I have never once regretted deciding, at that desk, that the correct amount of excellence to display in an institution is slightly less than the amount you have. Everything ran on points. Everything. Recipes were points. Cave assignments were points. Even the Qingmo pill, the anti-demonization pill that was keeping the entire Orthodox world human, could not be bought, only issued, 1 per person per month, on a list. Then Fan Li walked into my courtyard and recognized me through a face she had never seen. It's the soul, she said before I got a word out. I don't do faces. And behind her came Qinhua, alive, at Foundation establishment, 12 years older and entirely herself. What? She said. The disciple doesn't recognize his master? I denied everything. Let me be exact that I denied it flatly, calmly, and at length to a woman who had once caught a flying sword out of the air for me and who had walked into a mountain hollow to die on my behalf. And who had, as far as I could tell, no idea that I had been the man in the courtyard. She wanted an yin-yang twin birth pill, made from the fortune alchemy of an elder named Ding, the fortune alchemy, Wenhai's book, the recipes he had been swindling people with in a Kaiyuan alley, which meant she had it, which meant she had gone through his pouches, personally, after cutting him into pieces. She sent an alchemist called Yuan K around the next day with a copy of the recipe and a very generous offer. I took the recipe, then I left the city that night with 2 disciples, 3 storage pouches, and a fake travel authorization, and I did not come back for 8 months. Some of you are going to think that was ungrateful. It was. It was also the only survivable option, because a woman who can find you once can find you twice. And I had a face that at least 4 organizations were looking for. 2 weeks after that, a package arrived from the Qingyang sect. Hua Xing had mentioned my bottleneck to Zhang Hua in passing, the way a man mentions the weather, and half a day later she had sent a technique. 3. Yang burning wood skill, extremely fast growth, fire and yang aligned, which fit my body cultivation like a hand in a glove. 30% added chance at golden core, which is not a small number. That is the difference between a life and a grave. The price was 3 minor heavenly tribulations, 1 at each small breakthrough on the way up. Lightning personally, 3 separate times as a subscription. I read the whole scroll twice, and then I found the note at the end in her own handwriting, which had not been copied out by a scribe. This technique cultivates extreme yang qi. Closeness with women is inadvisable. And then, underneath in the same hand, slightly larger, paired cultivation is not the righteous path. A man should stand upright and not occupy himself with low things that muddy the mind. I sat there in a rented room with that scroll on my knees, and I want to record that my face went through several distinct stages, because there was exactly one way she could know. Hua Xing had been in Danding City for 3 years. Hua Xing was, by all accounts, an honest man who did not gossip, and also Hua Xing was a human being, and human beings say things like, the young alchemist is very promising, he just spends rather a lot of his stipend at the Wuzhen Tower. From that day, I did not go back to the tower, or the Golden Phoenix, or anywhere resembling either. I would love to tell you it was because of the technique. The gate guard at Tiger Roar Pass tried to kill me that winter. Captain Wen. I had been paying him small bribes for 3 years for small favors, which is the correct way to run a gate guard, and he had put a tracking mark on me, and he came out to my camp at night with 2 friends and every intention of leaving with my pouches. Ding came through my formation and got a sword of light through the chest and my blood-red dagger across his throat, and it took under 2 seconds, because that dagger moves faster than the eye, and because I had spent a year practicing the Aurora swordplay at a distance of exactly 1 arm's length. I searched his soul, and what came out of it was worth more than everything he owned. The Alliance was already planning to run. The imperial family of Chu was building a purple dragon boat, big enough for thousands to cross the Wuding Sea to the mainland. The war was not being fought to be won, it was being fought to buy time for a shipyard. So I went and got myself a boat. I tracked a young man named Wen Hong, disciple of a sect master, for 11 days. I want to describe how I found out he deserved what happened, because I have been accused of arranging the facts afterward, and I did not. Ding promised a junior disciple a seat on the evacuation in exchange for what she knew about the shipyard rosters. She gave him everything, and then he killed her behind a storehouse with one strike and said out loud to a woman who was already on the ground, "Seats are too expensive to share with you." I hit him with an open palm and searched his soul while he was still awake, which is a thing that can be done and which should not be. And then Gong Yi, disciple of Grand Elder Zhou Jutong, came and found me, which was impressive because I had been very careful. "Help me kill Wen Hong," she said, "and I will get you a seat on the ship." Ding's dead. She took that well. Then what do you want? The plans for a small vessel. She copied me the schematics for a Moyan spirit boat and swore a heart demon oath about it. And I gave her 2 monkey puppets with Thunder No. 4s strapped to their backs and told her how to use them. She is the only person I ever gave those to. I found Dung Bo again in the retreat, my old friend from the cold pool, being cornered by a demonized cultivator called Mu Yuan, heavy water pearl to break the stance, azure dragon sword through the shoulder, shadow dagger across the throat. Then I took my mask off in front of him, which I had done for exactly 2 people in 12 years. Ding stared at me for a while. "Your face is completely different," he said. "Yes. You're much better looking." "Yes. That's not fair," said Dungbo, and sat down on a rock and cried for a bit and then asked me if I had anything to drink. Ding introduced me to a squad captain called Li Jian, silver armor, competent, decent, the kind of officer who eats last. I gave him a bottle of Great Return pills and he tried to write me a receipt for them, and then Bei Shulan tested me by throwing several hundred pounds of black gold at my chest. I caught it. I sagged about an inch. "Body cultivator," she said. "Black water marsh. You're Lin Feiyu. 80 years of hiding, and I was undone twice in one lifetime by physics." She had been in a coma for 4 years after that day in the marsh, and she had come out of it thinner and quieter and with something behind her eyes that had not been there before. And when she turned her head, I saw a pattern on her collarbone. I had seen that pattern before. In the thing that the black spirit had built inside my head at the bottom of that pit, that I had spent 4 years telling myself had been an illusion assembled out of nothing. It was not assembled out of nothing. I did not mention it. She did not mention it. We stood there on a supply dock and discussed the price of black gold. The news that finished the war came in 2 sentences at a market on a floating platform run by the White Bone Matriarch. Bei Wuying, Golden Core, had died getting his daughter clear. And Tianju Yuan, Golden Core Great Perfection, 3rd strongest cultivator on the continent, had gone for nascent soul and burned to nothing in his own heavenly tribulation. That was it. That was the end of the Righteous Path Alliance, in 1 paragraph on a market floor. And everybody standing around that stall did the arithmetic at the same time, and nobody said anything. The White Bone Matriarch was recruiting that same afternoon. Bound consorts, she called them. Soul contract, permanent. And what the contract does is move cultivation from them to her at a rate she sets. And what it gives back is the leftovers, which is still faster than any of them could manage alone. Foundation establishment cultivators were queuing. I traded her my remaining spirit milk for 3 enormous blocks of black gold, which was exactly enough for a Moyan boat, and I got off that platform as fast as politeness allowed. She smiled at me on the way out. "You'll come back," she said comfortably. "They all do. It's just arithmetic. And I will not dress it up, because this whole account has been honest so far." She was not wrong about the numbers. They put me in Squad Yisan under the Wandering Sage, who had gone from running an illegal auction out of a sunken ship to being a captain, which tells you how the war was going. I led my 10 people slowly, at treetop height, through forest, taking the long way around every open field. They hated me for it. There was muttering. One of them asked me, out loud, on the 3rd day, whether I had ever actually been in a fight. Then we reached the rendezvous and found out that every other group in the sweep had been wiped out. Nobody asked me that question again. At the rendezvous, Deputy Ren Hao came out to take our report. Except that what came out to take our report was a divine child of the Hall of the Underworld God, wearing Deputy Ren Hao. I hit it before it finished the first sentence. Its head came apart, and the pieces came back together, and when the face reassembled, it looked at me and pulled its mouth up on one side in a cold, crooked grin. That grin. The one from the market in Kaiyuan City, on the woman with the frozen radishes, 42 years and 1 ocean ago. "Not bad," it said, in Ren Hao's voice. "You've given me back my youth. I put 10 demon-subduing talismans on it in 6 seconds. 10, at 1 top-grade spirit stone each, which was, at that moment, roughly my entire liquid wealth. Then golden body transformation, then a fist, and then I reached into its chest and took the divine seed out and burned it in my palm. And then I performed exhaustion. I let my legs fold. I went down on one knee. I let 2 of my squad help me up, and I was very quiet on the walk back, because I had watched what happens to a man in an army when his subordinates decide he is a legend. And what happens is that 6 months later, somebody sends him somewhere alone. 20,000 merit points. Rank 26. And a transfer to logistics, making demon-subduing talismans in a shed, which was the single greatest reward of my military career, and which I accepted with an extremely straight face. Bei Shulan came to me in the 2nd month there. She had lost weight she did not have. She put a jade box on my table and opened it, and inside was a thunder apricot spirit, which is one of the rarest lightning attribute objects in the world, and which was, at that time, the only known way for a man like me to build a false lightning root. For that, she said, I need to merge with you. Soul and power. A month. Twice a day. I said no. I said no because Jianghua's technique said no. And because I had made a decision in a rented room with a scroll on my knees. And because I am, in the end, a man who does what the manual says. And she stood in my doorway and cried, which I have never once been able to stand, and then she told me why. The fire spirit in the Blackwater Marsh had not been a fire spirit. It had been half of a yin-yang symbiote, and both halves together had been what an ancient and very powerful person had used to seal a demon's split soul. It had spent an age soaked in demonic thought. And when it fused with each of us, it brought that in with it. I had Buddha power. It went into me and it drowned. She did not. It went into her, and it had been eating her foundation for 4 years. So we did it, not the way she originally proposed. Soul and power, in a formation, across a gap, twice a day for a month. And it hurt more than any bedroom in the world could have. Because what merges is not bodies, but the actual substance of 2 people. And every session I had to hold the demonic residue down with Buddha power while it screamed at both of us in a voice made out of the thing at the bottom of that pit. She stopped losing weight in the 3rd week. On the last day, she bowed to me properly, and then she said in a completely level voice, if your technique matures and women become permissible, would you consider becoming my Tao companion? And before I had my mouth open, she said, joking, the road is long and it's not certain we'll meet. Thank you. And left. I got as far as her name 3 separate times. I did not say it. And I have had 100 years to decide whether that was discipline or cowardice, and I still could not tell you. Then the Alliance announced the breakout to the sea, and I read the roster. Every important person in the organization was listed as away on assignment. Every single one. The Grand Elders, the Senior Alchemists, the Sect Masters' families. They were already gone. They had been gone for weeks. What was left in the fortress was the material for a distraction. And the roster had been written by somebody who did not expect anyone to read it carefully. They put me in the first wave, under a golden core cultivator named Guo, whose lifespan was visibly running out, on a dragon-headed airship with 3,000 people on it. 3,000 people is not a formation. 3,000 people is a target with a flag on it. 2 days before the breakout, an alchemist named Deng Wei caught me in a corridor with a letter. From Hua Xing, he said. The seal was broken. I hit him with the jade bracelet artifact, opened his pouch, killed him, and caught his soul. And note that I did all 4 of those things in the order that a careful man does them, and not in the order that an angry one does. The letter was not from Hua Xing. Inside was a sea chart and a jade talisman that would only open to the power of a cinnabar bird, which meant it would only open to somebody holding a feather out of Jianghua's own talisman treasure, of which I had one left. Her voice came out of it. On the 9th island of this chart, there is a teleportation formation. I don't know where it goes. Probably the main continent. You will need 1 supreme grade spirit stone and 9 top grade ones. That was the whole message. No greeting, no name. She had sent it to a man who had walked out of her sect through the floor, across a continent, through a war, by way of an alchemist who never knew what he was carrying. I sat down on the floor of that corridor for a while. The white-bone matriarch took 30 of us out through the western gate under a soul contract written on the hide of an ancient sea beast. I signed it with Deng Wei's soul out of the capture talisman. She didn't notice. I will say that plainly, because everything else about that woman was terrifying, and this one thing was not. She was so certain that nobody would dare that she did not check. We hid in a ravine for a night while she worked through her bound consorts one at a time. They went in gray and came out steady, breathing better, standing straighter, and she told us the actual shape of the evacuation in the tone of a woman explaining a delivery schedule. The Alliance had traded a supreme treasure to the nascent soul cultivator behind the Wuzhen Tower, and what they had bought was mediation. The terms were these: 30% of the orthodox cultivators may leave, and the moment those 30% reach the far sea, the remaining 70% get harvested as a blood offering. So the casualty rate isn't a risk, she said comfortably, poking the fire. It's a clause. Underground escape was also forbidden by the agreement, which is why nobody was digging. The exodus lasted about 9 minutes. The airships went up over Danding City in a line and beams came in at them from every direction at once. And Guo's dragon-headed ship, the one I had been rostered onto, was cut in half by a single scarlet sword before it cleared the wall. 3,000 people. I watched the halves go down separately. Then a superior divine child out of the hall of the demon god came over the ridge, 40 feet of blood-red giant, and its aura alone drove a Foundation establishment cultivator next to me to his knees, chewing his own hand. The white bone matriarch fused 9 skulls into one and crushed that thing's head with golden core force. And in the middle of all of it, I met Gu Tao, third young master Gu of Kaiyuan City, who had killed an old man in a tavern for saying no, and who had kept his word about 50 middle-grade spirit stones, and who had been demonized somewhere along the way and was now carrying a blood demon sword. His trick was that a scratch was enough. One cut and you turned. Ding got the scratch, and nothing happened because I had Buddha power in my blood and had been walking around in demonic mist for a year without noticing it. I burned him alive with Red Lotus, and then I put the fire out and hacked at the body with a sword for a few seconds so that anybody looking at the remains afterward would think he had been killed with a sword. That is the entire lesson of my life in one action. Kill the man, then hide the weapon. At the shore, Nanggong Wuji dropped on us out of the sky at Golden Core, late-stage Foundation establishment 4 years ago. Golden Core now, in the middle of a war, in the middle of a collapse. Ding had led his own brother Bei Wuying into a praying god sect ambush, and he had been paid for it. Ding told us so. Ding was not ashamed of it. Ding said it the way you would explain a business decision to a subordinate who lacks vision. The immortal road is cruel, he said. To look down from the top of it, you have to leave somebody at the bottom. And then the white bone matriarch drained all 9 of her bound consorts. A skull mark surfaced on each of their foreheads, and they went from Foundation establishment to the chi refining stage in about 4 seconds. All 9, standing up, awake. That was what she had been paying with. That was where the miraculous breakthroughs came from. She had been lending them her strength and calling in the loan whenever she needed it. And every one of them had signed for it, and every one of them had known. She stood up into a false core and took 2 of Nanggong Wuji's strikes. Then she crushed the soul contract and took all 30 of our souls in one motion, except mine, which was Deng Wei's, and which she did not miss because she had 30 and needed 29. The tribulation clouds came down over her head, and Nanggong Wuji, Golden Core, established, backed off with his hands up, and she vanished. There was no tribulation. There was never going to be a tribulation. She had bluffed a Golden Core cultivator with weather. I went into the ground with an Earth Escape talisman, came out in the surf, and used 3 Water Escape talismans in a row to go west along the coast. West, not east, toward the fleet, not south, toward the mainland. West, into empty water, away from everything anybody would think to search. That is why I am here, and most of them are not. Deng Bo died on that beach. So did Wang Hao, whose name I have not mentioned before this, and who used to bring me tea in logistics because he thought talisman makers were underappreciated. 3 days later, on an empty rock 200 li out to sea, I poured half a cup of spirit wine onto the stone for them, and drank the other half, and did not make a speech. Because I have never believed the dead can hear. The far sea is a wall of weather, permanent storms, permanent lightning, and the lightning suppresses demonic power, which is why the praying god sect never followed anybody out there. It is also why you cannot fly, cannot navigate, and cannot tell one week from another. The Moyen boat came out of the forge better than it had any right to. High-grade spirit artifact. It went from 1 chai long to 3 zhang at a thought, the shield held against late-stage Foundation establishment, and it worked as a submersible as well as a flyer. It was also, I have to say, hideous. I built it out of black gold with my own hands, and it looked like a boot. It was mine, though. First thing in that world I owned that nobody had sold me, given me, or died to hand over. I spent 3 months on a small island cultivating and harvesting spirit herbs, and I was very pleased with the arrangement until the day 2 neighboring islands disappeared. Not sank, moved, which is to say, mine had moved. I had been living for a quarter of a year on the back of a 4th-rank Yao beast that was on its way to transformation. And a 4th-rank transformation comes with heavenly tribulation. The lightning came down for it, and about 1/3 of it came down for me as well, on the general principle that if you are standing on the defendant, you are also on the docket. My formation ate half. The other half tore my meridians and cracked things inside me that I could feel grinding when I breathed. And it welded the thunder apricot spirit into me. I had been carrying that thing for 2 years, unable to use it. Lightning fixed it in 9 seconds by hitting me with a hammer, and I came out of that with a false lightning root, which is a phrase I will need again at the very end of this story. Then a second monster of the same rank arrived to fight the first one. and I went into the water and crawled away, which was the second time somebody else's tribulation had come for me. I did not draw a conclusion from it. Notice that. Twice was a coincidence. The ship out of Lanyu picked me up out of the water a month later, and I would like to describe what a refugee ship looks like at the end of a war. 200 people, 7 Foundation establishment cultivators. Its golden core cultivator had abandoned it within a day of the breakout because a golden core cultivator can swim. The 7 lived on the upper deck, everybody else lived below and went out on rope lines to fish and scout, and the phrase used for them, openly, by people who had known them for years, was the meat. I found Li Ling on the lower deck being backed against a bulkhead by a gray-haired man. 2 options, he was saying. Lie down or go out and kill a Yao beast. And she said, Senior Chen knows me, which was a bluff. It was a good bluff, and it was also the 3rd time she had used a variation of it on that ship, and everybody knew it, and the gray-haired man started laughing. So I came around the bulkhead and said, she isn't lying. I gave her an essence cleansing pill and 5 Foundation establishment pills, and 4 of those 5 were wasted, and I did not care, because I had 9 and she had none. She went to Foundation establishment in 11 days and swore a heart demon oath in my service without being asked to, again. Then she went out that same night and killed the gray-haired man, who had gotten off the ship at first light and thought that was enough. I did not send her. Let me be exact about that. She did the sums herself, and she came back before breakfast. That ship was also where I finally, after 10 years of looking, bought a spirit-binding seal. A man called Li Tang had one in a family pouch and no idea what it was worth, and he traded it to me for a single Foundation establishment pill because he wanted, very badly, to live. 10 years. 4 primal origin pills for a book with the last page torn out, and it cost me 1 pill on a sinking refugee ship from a man who was relieved to get it, which meant the Foundation establishment stage puppet was no longer a statue. And a woman called Bai Shi sold me the full 2nd rank inheritance for the 6 Ding Xuanjia talisman, the passive shield that had kept my ribs on the inside in a mountain hollow 40 years earlier. Then the fish came, red fish, in a shoal a mile wide, each one with a gold horn, and each one just under 3rd rank. And behind the fish, coming up from beneath, a black wave that was 3rd rank all by itself. The ship ran for the hurricane layer, and 3 drum beats came out of the dark. Let me tell this exactly. 3 beats. Slow. Spaced like a heartbeat that has decided to slow down, and out of the black came a black ship, and every conscious person on board our vessel stopped being conscious, and we all woke up on the deck of the other one. There are 3 strange things in the Wuding Sea, and every sailor on that ocean can name them. The ghost ship, the rainbow whirlpool, and the island of life and death. The rule of the ghost ship is this. It puts you into a strange battlefield, and you must earn enough points there. And until you do not leave. Magic is sealed. Divine sense is sealed. Storage pouches work, and nothing in them does. The sea around the ship is black, and a man who fell in went to bone before he finished the fall. And I watched that happen, and so did everybody else, and it settled the question of alternatives. Then a blue stone bridge came out of the dark and connected to the rail, and the people who were slow getting onto it found out what the water was for. The yin spirit realm was, I have to admit, the best time I ever had, because with magic sealed, I was the strongest man alive. Vajra body, refining art at the 2nd layer, does not require spirit power. It is simply what your body is, and the Aurora swordplay is a mortal art with no key in it at all, and it was designed by somebody 4 generations dead for people with nothing. I went through armored monsters with my hands. Everybody else on that battlefield was a crippled cultivator relearning how to punch. I was a man who had been quietly building a body for 40 years for exactly no reason at all, and it turned out the reason was here. There was a mark on my wrist shaped like a drum, and it filled up with the yin qi of everything I killed. The battlefield itself was a country made out of gray ground, gray sky, no sun and no moon, except on the nights there was one, and rock formations that did not sit the way rock sits. There were ruins on it that had been buildings once, and I never found out whose, and neither did anybody else in 9 weeks. The monsters came in waves on no schedule anybody could plot, armored things mostly, the height of a man, and built like a lobster wearing another lobster. The first time one came at me, I got a hand into the gap behind its head and took the front of it off. 11 people saw me do that, and by that evening I had a camp. I did not want a camp. I have spent my whole life avoiding being the person other people stand behind, because the person other people stand behind is the person who has to be there tomorrow. But there is a specific look on a cultivator's face when their magic has been taken away and they have discovered that underneath it there was never anything else. Grown men who had been at the 8th layer for 40 years were standing there holding rocks and crying. So I taught them the 8 wastes. The garbage mortal martial manual I had given a caravan servant boy 60 years earlier because it was worthless and he wanted something. 4 stances, 3 strikes, no kwai in it anywhere, written by a nobody for people with nothing. In the yin spirit realm, it was the most valuable text in existence, and I knew it by heart, and I spent 9 weeks teaching it to strangers by firelight. That is the only school I ever founded, and it lasted 2 months, and it was better attended than anything I did for the next 40 years. In the 3rd week, I found a camp that had been catching people. The yin-yang night does something to a body. It tears it from the inside along the seams. And the camp had worked out that if you tie somebody else close enough to you during it, the tearing goes into them instead. They had a pen. They had been using it for a while. The people in the pen did not last, and the camp had a system for replacing them. I took that camp apart in about 4 minutes, and I did not offer terms. 2 of the people I got out were called Feng Xuan and Fanji, and they were not from anywhere I had ever heard of. They were from Tianyuan Immortal City, on the main continent, which is called Fangsing. I had spent my entire life in this world on a place called the Tianyuan continent. To them, it was Tianyuan Island, an island, a rock off the coast, broken off during a war so long ago that they taught it to children as a story. Every country I had ever walked through, every sect, the Leong sect that ruled a nation by murder, the Alliance, the war, Kaiyuan City, and all of its dead, an island. Their master was Duan Yanjin, Golden Core, and she had been taken by another camp 2 days earlier. I got there in time, not comfortably in time. In time, she was the one who explained where we actually were. The yin spirit realm was formed by the death of something at the soul transformation stage, which is a rank above nascent soul, which was a rank I had first heard of 6 weeks earlier, and the mark on my wrist was not a score, it was an accumulation of rules. The more yin qi you brought into it, the larger the gift of rules waiting for you at the end. Duan Yanjin was the first golden core cultivator I ever spoke to as something close to an equal, and the reason was that in there she wasn't one. She was a woman in her 40s with a broken wrist and excellent judgment, and after 4 days of watching how I ran a camp, she started telling me things that people at her level do not tell people at mine. The mark on our wrists was the first one. It isn't a score, she said. Everybody here thinks it's a score because it looks like one. It's an accumulation. Yin Qi goes in and it changes what comes out at the other end, and what comes out is a gift of rules. Rules. Rules, she said. You understand what that word costs. I did not at the time. I understood 11 years later, standing in the back of a hall while a nascent soul cultivator confiscated a bamboo scroll off a man who had given it to me as a present. The second thing she told me was where we were. Something died here, she said. Something at the soul transformation stage. Which is what? She looked at me for a second to see whether I was joking. Above nascent soul, she said. I had learned the phrase nascent soul 6 weeks earlier from a man who used it the way you use the word emperor, and there was a rank above it. And something at that rank had died in this spot, and its corpse was large enough that people had been fighting a war inside it for centuries without finding the edges. I sat with that for a while. Then I asked the only question worth asking. How many are there, above nascent soul? On our continent? She said. None. Not one. Not for 8,000 years. The full moon night is when the ship stops protecting anybody. There was a stone-gourd vessel on the hill above the camp, a damaged spirit treasure, and it had been holding the boundary. That night it thinned, and the monsters came through it, and we lost 1/3 of everybody in the first hour, and then the Golden Crow came. Everything else in that realm fought with its body. The Golden Crow had spells. It breathed fire in a column and burned through a line of people who had survived 9 weeks. I caught it with my hands. Directly inside the column of fire, both hands closed on it, and my hair burned off, and my skin came off my forearms, and my face went with it. And I spat the nameless sword chi into its neck at a range of 6 inches, and then I turned its head around until it came off. Duan Yanjin tore a spatial rift open in the same minute, and from outside the rift, gold arrows started coming through it, aimed at the tear itself. Because whatever ran that ship did not want the door open. The rift was the size of a dinner plate and closing. I threw Li Ling into it. I did not ask her. There was no time to ask her, and if I had asked her she would have argued, because she was that kind of person, and the hole was shutting. She went through, it closed, the 3rd arrow came for my head. And the drum mark on my wrist pulled me out of the world about 1/4 of a second before it arrived. The gift of rules did not go into my body, it went into my soul, and I spent half an hour on a stone floor in the dark, making a noise I have never made before or since. And at the end of it, I had a divine soul so far past what a foundation establishment cultivator should own that for the next 40 years, every single person who examined me got it wrong. Which is, as it turns out, the only reason I survived what came next. The 9th island was where the chart said it was. I found the teleportation formation under a slab, and the mark that identified it was a drawing of a bird scratched into the stone. A very bad drawing of a bird, lopsided, one wing considerably larger than the other, done, clearly, by somebody in a hurry who had not stopped to be embarrassed about it. I looked at that bird for a long time. You draw worse than I do, I said out loud, to an empty island. 1 supreme grade spirit stone and 9 top grade ones. It took me 4 months to gather them, and I paid for the last 2 by selling a spirit artifact I liked. I stepped onto the formation, and then I stepped back off it, went outside, and collapsed the entrance with 3 thunder number 3s, because a road you can be followed down is not an escape. The Fangxing continent introduced itself by trying to eat me inside of an hour. 3 black bears, flying, talking, all of them on demonic foundations, and they dropped a golden silkworm net over me, which is not a spirit artifact, but a wondrous treasure, which is a category above, and which I had never seen in my life. They argued about me while I lay in it. His Majesty won't reward you for this, you glutton. His Majesty won't reward you either. His Majesty, said the third one, isn't going to reward any of us if we stand here. I burned the last cinnabar bird feather. The phoenix took 2 of them out of the air. The eldest one ran, and it took the net's controller with it, which meant the net stopped moving and fell off me, which is how I came to own a golden silkworm net. I also lost my purple hammer, which had been a good spirit artifact, and every single-use treasure Zhanghua had ever given me. That was the last of her. 40 years of carrying her things around and using them at the exact worst moments. And then there was nothing in the bottom of the pouch but the pieces I had bought myself. The northern half of the Fangxing continent is a slum. Let me be fair to it, and I also want to be accurate. Cities change hands every 2 years. The mortal population is collapsing, and because mortals are collapsing, there are fewer spiritual roots born every generation. And because there are fewer roots, there are fewer cultivators. And because there are fewer cultivators, the cities change hands faster. And the left path is not a fringe up there. It is the mainstream. Demonic foundations, yin foundations, and 2 of the biggest organizations in the region were called the Black Wind Cave and the Yin Wind Valley, which are names you do not pick if you are worried about your reputation. I opened a shop in Silver Immortal City, hired an old shopkeeper and 2 shopgirls, sold pills, kept a small profile and a large inventory, and I dug a vertical well behind the back room, straight down through 2 aquifers with a lateral passage out past the city wall. And at the bottom of it, I put a foundation establishment stage puppet called Fat Tiger No. 1 and told it not to move. You may have noticed that I do this. I have arrived in 11 cities in this account, and in 9 of them, the first thing I built was a hole out the back. My master used to say that a man's first purchase in a new town tells you what he expects. Mine was always a shovel. Also, I was a wanted man for about 6 weeks. There were posters. The bears had an employer. The portrait looked nothing like me, and inside a month, 2 complete strangers had publicly claimed the kill, argued about it in a tavern, and gotten themselves arrested. I bought them a drink each in absentia. Then the Black Wind Cave and the Yin Wind Valley declared war on Silver Immortal City at the same time. The city lord said nothing for a week. Half the city ran. Property prices went through the floor. I stayed because I had a hole out the back and because I had spent 40 years learning what a person with a plan looks like when they are being quiet. Here is that week, because it was the most instructive week of my life and nothing happened in it. 2 organizations were coming. Both of them had golden core cultivators. Silver Immortal City had 1 city lord who nobody had ever seen fight and who was widely assumed to be at golden core perfection, which is to say, 1 against 2. On the first day, the shops raised their prices. On the second day, the shops lowered them. On the third day, the first families started moving property out through the teleportation array. And on the 4th day, the array was too expensive to use, and on the 5th day, it was free, because whoever ran it had worked out that money was about to stop meaning anything. By the 6th day, a good cave dwelling on a middle vein was going for the price of a decent sword. I bought 2. Everybody who was leaving asked me, on their way past, why I was not leaving, and I gave them all the same answer, which was that I had a shop and stock and nowhere better to be, and it was a lie. And the truth was this. A woman who has ruled a city for 4 years does not go quiet for 8 days because she is frightened. Frightened people talk, frightened people give speeches, hire mercenaries, send envoys, and make announcements about resolve. I had watched an entire alliance do all 4 of those things on its way into a hole in the ground. Silence for 8 days is not fear. Silence for 8 days is a schedule. I had also obviously finished my tunnel on the 3rd day. I am a careful man, not a brave one, and I want that distinction preserved. I stayed in that city because I had a well behind my back room that went down through 2 aquifers and came out past the wall with a foundation establishment puppet sitting at the bottom of it. And because if I had turned out to be wrong about the Jade Empress, I intended to be 4 lie underground before anybody noticed the shop was empty. On the 8th day, the Jade Empress walked out into the sky over her own city. She killed Cave Master Tian Shan, Golden Core, with 1 finger. Then she turned and killed the Yin Wind Valley's old ancestor, who was already 3 li away and accelerating, with a 2nd finger, Nascent Soul. She had gone up during that silent week, and she had let 2 entire organizations march for 8 days into what she had become. I was recorded as one of the defenders of the city, which required nothing of me except staying in a building. Her name was Bai Feng, 300 years old, out of the Yun family of the southern continent, a family I would not understand the significance of for another 40 years, and she took 12 named disciples. I was the 9th. Every single one of the 12 was picked for a trade. She did not want fighters, she had herself for that. She wanted an artifact refiner, a formation master, a manager, and an alchemist. I was made elder of the elixir hall inside a week. Nobody hands out pies from the sky. She needed a pill maker who was already living in her city and could not run, and she found one, and she was correct. I put 5 essence cleansing pills and 5 foundation establishment pills on the merit board on my first day. The city lost its mind. Foundation establishment pills had not been available in the northern half of the continent in living memory. I had 9. Zhang Song gave me a bamboo scroll that autumn as a thank you for something small. Art of strong luck. It temporarily raises your fortune at the price of the misfortune that follows. I learned it in an afternoon. It was easy, suspiciously easy. 4 months later, the Jade Empress confiscated that scroll off Zhang Song in front of witnesses and took a strip off him for having it. Because the art of strong luck is a rules-level technique and nascent soul cultivators do not touch rules-level techniques casually. And she said so, at volume, in a hall. I stood in the back of that hall having already learned it, and I did not say one word. And I went home and sat in the dark, because there was a conclusion sitting on the table in front of me that I had been refusing to pick up for 43 years. Whatever the invisible hand is, it is not a blessing. It is not a system. It is not a reward for transmigrating. It belongs to the category of luck, which is a category of rules, which means something, somewhere, has jurisdiction over it. The 7 stars pill came next, and it is my proudest single piece of work. Hua Ling, the second disciple, dropped 10 sets of materials on my counter. She'd acquired them in a way she did not describe, which is why she brought them to somebody inside the family instead of a professional. A 7 stars pill increases your chance of forming a golden core, and it is graded by the pattern lines on its surface. 1 line, 10%, 2 lines, 20. Nobody in the northern continent had ever produced 3. Here is what I did. I made 4 attempts using cheap substitute materials, deliberately, carefully, and badly, and I put the real materials in on the 5th. Because the invisible hand counts attempts, it has always counted attempts. It has never once cared what the attempts were made of. The pill that came out had 3 lines on it, 30%, which should have been impossible with those materials in that furnace, and which happened because the hand does not just complete the process, it completes it perfectly, and perfect is a function of the ingredients that are actually in the pot at the moment it arrives. I had been alive in that world for 44 years, and I had only just found the bottom of my own cheat. Also, I had 6 sets of materials left over that nobody knew about, and I would like it noted that I did not mention them to anybody. That pill made me a great master of alchemy, officially, on paper, with a title, and it got me exiled inside a month. Ding Liu, the first disciple, brought in an alchemist named Lin Yuan from outside and handed him the elixir hall, and he sent me out to supervise the construction of an auxiliary city on the site of the old Yin Wind Valley, Silver Tiger City, 200 li out, a spirit stone mine, a construction crew, and no meaningful work for a man of my rank. His reasoning was very simple, and I understood it perfectly. Hua Ling had brought me materials. Hua Ling and Ding Liu were dividing the city between them. Therefore, I was Hua Ling's. I had done nothing. I had been given something by somebody once, and that was enough, which, having watched 3 organizations collapse by then, I found entirely unsurprising and mildly restful. And then the floor of the mine fell in, 4 stone pillars, 4 chains, and hanging in the middle of them, a stone coffin, covered in patterns that were not writing and did not repeat. 4 miners had touched a pillar. In the morning, all 4 of them were scarecrows, lying in their own beds, in their own clothes, in exactly the positions they had gone to sleep in. Straw men, accurate ones. Their own faces, in straw, down to a chipped tooth on one of them. I took one apart with a puppet, using tools, without letting my skin touch it, and I still caught it. That night I went to sleep in a sealed cave with 4 formations running, and I woke up in a courtyard made entirely out of straw, under a gray sky with no sun in it. There was a girl there. She was about 6, and she was made of straw, and she had a cloth doll under one arm, and she looked up at me with 2 black buttons and said, "Hello, uncle." Her name was Hua Er. She was the guardian of the straw man hut, and she explained the rules cheerfully, the way a child explains a game. If you don't weave yourself a replacement, you turn into a scarecrow. You get 10 tries. The straw was alive. It moved in my hands. There was no magic in that place at all, and my divine sense, which had been rebuilt by a dead thing above a black sea into something enormous, worked at about 1/10 of its strength. I wove, badly, then worse, and on the 5th attempt, the invisible hand came down. in another world, in a place with no spirit chi, no heaven, no laws that anybody in my world had ever written down. I sat there in a straw courtyard holding a straw man that had finished itself in my hands, and I felt something I do not have a good word for. Then I wove a sixth one, on purpose, and gave it to her, and she gave me a coin. That's a nightmare coin, she said. You can buy things with it. Food, toys, way-guiding artifacts, replacements if you're lazy. I woke up in my own cave with a coin in my hand. The straw hadn't come through. My clothes hadn't come through. The coin had. In the morning, several more people had gone to Straw, including Suji, who was at Middle Foundation Establishment and who had been sleeping behind 3 layers of formation. I sent word to Ding Liu. Ding sent back a form letter about construction schedules and did not mention that the Nascent Soul Grand Ceremony was in 6 months, which I found out from a stonemason. So I went and got a formation master instead. Master Fan Chung had come to Silver Immortal City to repair a teleportation array and had somehow been persuaded to stay. Ding had a ruined meridian from an old injury, decades cold, and no cultivation increase would fix it because the problem was structural. I gave him a water rhythm spirit pill before I asked him for anything. Ding said the name out loud twice. 60 years ago, I met an alchemy grandmaster and asked him what could be done for me, and he told me about this pill, he said, holding the bottle in 2 hands. And I was a nobody with no money, and I could not ask him to make one, and then I never met anybody who could. Ding put it away and looked at me and said, "What do you need, Elder Chen?" Which is how a lifetime of buying things I did not need on the off chance turned into having a great master of formations in my flying boat. At the mine entrance, he stopped, closed his eyes, and went white. "Nobody sleeps," he said. "Send word to the city. Nobody in this city sleeps tonight." Then he walked 20 paces away and used a communication talisman that I had not known he had. And the person he used it on arrived 9 minutes later. 9 minutes. 200 li. "Greetings, master," I said, and got my forehead very close to the ground. The Jade Empress went into the mine, looked at the coffin, did not open it, and came out and asked to see the scarecrows instead. She looked at all of them without speaking. Then she walked back to the half-built hall and sat down, and I told her about the courtyard, all of it, the girl, the rules, the 10 attempts, the weaving, everything except the coin, because the coin would have led straight to the invisible hand. She listened without moving. "You said she communicated with you," she said. Clearly, in sentences. "Yes." "Did she mention a way-guiding artifact?" "She mentioned it once. I was frightened. I didn't ask." Something happened behind her face. Then she explained the nightmare realm to me, which I am fairly sure she had not planned to do, and which changed the shape of the rest of my life. It is a realm that sits between real and unreal. It touches every world there is. It is above ours the way a person is above a beetle, and at certain places the wall between the two goes thin, and at those places its aura leaks through. Anybody tainted by that aura gets pulled in while they sleep, and things from the nightmare realm can come the other way. Even an insect from there, she said, is enough to end a city. We are extremely small. Then more briskly, "One node, one scene. You escaped by the rules, so you will not be pulled back. And you have no treasure and no ability that could break a node, so you cannot go in on purpose. You are finished with it." I let my breath out. "Also," she said, "Hua Ling recommended you as a personal disciple. I declined at the time. I said nothing, because there was clearly more. But a man who walks out of the nightmare realm is a man with fortune," she said. "So I have changed my mind. Are you willing?" There is a correct answer to that question when it is asked by a nascent soul cultivator, and there is also a real answer. And for once in my life they were the same. Personal disciple, 3rd seat, which meant the elixir hall business was over. My safety in that city was permanent, and Ding Liu would have to invent an entirely new reason to dislike me. 2 months later, I watched the Jade Empress relocate a spirit vein. She pulled up an entire mountain, the whole peak with the high-grade vein inside it, sealed in a formation that Master Shu had spent 3 weeks laying so it wouldn't come apart in transit, and she carried it 140 li through the air and set it down on a spot her people had cleared. Every cultivator in Silver Immortal City came out to watch, and nobody said a word the whole time. That is what a nascent soul cultivator is, not a stronger person, a different unit of measurement. Before the ceremony, 2 things arrived that I want to put next to each other. The first was the wandering sage, walking off the teleportation platform in a queue of guests, the illegal auctioneer, the captain of Squad Yisan, same face, unchanged, which meant he had been Foundation establishment for a very long time. His actual name was Feng Yun, and he was from Cloud Sea Immortal City, which is 4 days east, and he had simply been calling himself after the city he came from the entire time I had known him, which is the single laziest alias I have ever encountered and which worked perfectly for 40 years. Ding gave me a long-distance communication talisman, which is expensive, and asked me to watch for 3 items. fish demon grass, an immortal offering stone, and a lingu flower. Materials for a pill, he said. Forgive me for not saying which. I said I would watch. The second thing that arrived was a woman. She came off the teleportation platform alone, which is only permitted to people of city lord rank, and she was plain. Genuinely plain. Ordinary face, ordinary height, gray robe with no embroidery on it, black hair tied up in a bun with a wooden hairpin through it. She looked like a farmer's wife on market day. I looked at her for 1 second, and I wanted, immediately and completely, to abandon everything I owned and spend the rest of my life with her. Not lust. Let me get this exactly right, because I have had 100 years to be precise about it. It was the feeling of coming home. It was the thing men spend 40 years building families to feel, arriving all at once, in a queue, at a teleportation platform, for free. If she had looked at me, I would have gone. I got my head down and my breathing under control and looked up, and she was gone. Not walked away. Gone. And nobody standing within 10 feet of me had seen anybody get off that platform at all. I sent a panicked talisman to Hua Ling because you do not lose a city lord rank guest. Her reply was 11 words. That's Elan from the Wuzhen Tower. She let you see her. Ignore it. She let me see her. I stood there with that for a while, so I let it go, the way I have let go of everything in this account that was larger than me. A gray robe, a wooden hairpin, and a feeling in a crowd. The old shopkeeper caught me on my way home with a box. The item you asked me to watch for, he said. It came in this morning. It was a fist-sized brown stone with a rough surface and no energy in it whatsoever, and it would not go into a storage pouch. That is the entire test, by the way. Almost nothing in this world fails to go into a pouch. Spatial objects don't. Living things don't. There was a mark on the outside of the box, in a rare ancient script. And my shopkeeper had studied that script for 40 years out of pure hobbyist stubbornness. It said Immortal Offering Stone. The seller was a 9th layer chi refining cultivator called Wang Yuan, who had found it in an ancient cave dwelling and had been turned away by 4 shops before he reached mine. I went out to find him. I found him on the road with 3 men around him and a hole in his shoulder. The Azure Dragon sword took the first 2 before anybody had drawn. I got the 3rd in a ring artifact, lifted him off the ground, and searched his soul on the roadside, because I wanted to know why 3 men were killing a nobody in daylight 2 li from a nascent soul cultivator's city. Then I closed my hand and killed him. Then I burned all 3 of them with true fire, took their pouches, and washed the road with water arrows. I turned around and my old shopkeeper was standing there with his mouth open. Ding had worked for me for 6 years, and he told me much later, that I was a slightly odd alchemist with a talent for buying things. Ding never mentioned it, and he never once acted differently, and I gave that man a bloodline contract 11 years later, and he thanked me for it. Wang Yuan had a second box. Inside was a nightmare coin, out of a cave dwelling that had been sealed for at least 1,000 years, which means the nightmare realm has been touching this world since before anybody in it could write. And that somewhere in the deep past, a cultivator with a proper cave and a proper storage system had 2 of these, and a box to keep them in, and a script to label it with. I traded him an essence cleansing pill for it, on the spot, without haggling, which is the only time in my life I have done that. Then I took his corpse-strewn road as a hint and went to the ceremony. 1 person attains sainthood, and 10,000 sects come to pay homage. That is a real saying, and I had always assumed it was decoration until I stood at the receiving table for 6 hours logging gifts with my face fixed into a smile and my wrist cramping. The Jade Empress accepted the homage of the northern continent in a robe that moved when there was no wind. There had not been a new nascent soul cultivator up there in 200 years. Delegations came from the southern continent, which meant somebody down there had been watching for 200 years. At midday, she announced me as personal disciple, 3rd seat. To the visitors, it was a line in a program. To the people who actually lived in Silver Immortal City, it was an earthquake, and 2 faces in that courtyard went the color of wet ash. Lin Yuan, because he had taken my haul and now had to give it back or explain why not, and Ding Liu, because he had not been told in advance. Keep hold of that detail. Ding was the first disciple. He ran the entire city, and his master had appointed a 3rd personal disciple without mentioning it to him. I presented my gift box with both hands, the way you do. She glanced at it, and then stopped, because in the middle of the box, under sealing talismans, there was a nightmare coin. She looked at it for a moment. Not bad, she said. You put some thought into it. And then, to the 3 nascent soul cultivators who had come to observe, my new disciple, are none of you going to show appreciation? I watched 3 of the most powerful beings on that continent be publicly shaken down for pocket money, and I want to record that all 3 of them did it with excellent grace and that I nearly dislocated my own face keeping it still. Then she gave a public lecture on the Tao from the peak, voice carried to every street in the city, from her first contact with cultivation all the way up to Golden Core, plainly, without ornament, holding nothing back. Cultivators broke through in the street. Dozens of them, you could hear it going off across the rooftops like weather. At sunset, it stopped in the middle of a sentence, and everybody stood there wanting more. And then, 3 days later, my master asked me about the strawman hut a second time, which is how I knew I had been caught. Not caught in the coin, specifically. Caught in the shape of the thing. A nascent soul cultivator had listened to a man tell a story, and had noticed the story had a hole in it. There was a third person in that room, an old man with no presence at all, who sat like a piece of dried wood and was never introduced. And there was Phantom Spirit True Lord, nascent soul middle stage, who asked me 9 questions and then had me sent out. What they said after I left, I got years later from Hua Ling, who got it from her master over wine. That child is hiding something. Of course he is. A man who walks out of the nightmare realm intact has secrets. It doesn't affect the plan. Ding is my disciple. I am not going to follow him to the toilet. And then Phantom Spirit True Lord said the thing that mattered. There is no spatial node at that mine. We have checked. The people who were pulled in were affected by the object sealed inside the coffin. I believe it is an untamed nightmare artifact, and I believe it is connected to that strawman hut. Could it be a creature? Said the old man made of wood. Unlikely. A creature would need to be drinking nightmare chi constantly to survive. That mine has been worked for 11 years. Somebody would have noticed. I did not enjoy learning, 4 decades later, that they had been wrong about that in a specific and very expensive way. They went in without me. The 3 of them went into the nightmare realm through the coffin, projections only, bodies left in a sealed hall with guards on the door, and before she left, my master handed me a tribulation evasion talisman. Your minor tribulation is coming, she said. You're on a technique that pays for its speed in lightning. Try not to be stupid about it. She was gone for 11 months. I used the time. I spent 5 foundation establishment pills on my old shopkeeper. 5. Ding was at the 9th layer of chi refining, and he was 2 years off his ceiling. And a man his age does not break through on 1 pill, so I gave him 5 and he went through. His name was Chen Haifu. Ding had a family, 3 sons, a granddaughter with a spiritual root. Ding came to me the next morning and offered me a bloodline contract. Not a soul contract, a bloodline contract. Himself and every descendant he would ever have, bound to me and mine permanently. You could have sold those 5 pills for a mountain, he said. This old servant would have been in the ground by winter and my grandchildren would have been in somebody's mine. I told him it was too much. I said so twice. Ding knelt on my shop floor and would not get up until I took it, and I took it, and honestly, I took it partly because I needed somebody I could not be betrayed by, and I have never been able to work out how much of the rest of it was affection, and how much was the same arithmetic I do about everything. Ding called himself this old servant for the rest of his life. I asked him to stop about 9 times. Ding never did. While my master was away, Ding Lu jumped to the late stage of Golden Core, in 11 months, from middle Golden Core. That is not a speed that exists. I noticed and filed it and said nothing. Because a man who notices things out loud in an organization does not get to notice many more of them. My minor tribulation came in the spring, and I ate it standing up. 3 bolts, straight into the Vajra body refining art, and I did not even use the talisman my master had given me, because I had by then been struck by lightning twice by accident and had developed opinions about it. Middle stage of foundation establishment. And then the 3 friends of Chishan came for me on the road, which was a mistake so complete that I have always suspected somebody paid them to do it. 9 foundation establishment puppets. The spirit binding seal. I had bought off a dying man on a refugee ship for 1 pill, applied to 9 bodies, with a golden silkworm net over the top of them. It took about 90 seconds. While I was cleaning up, 2 women were watching me from a ridge 400 meters away, and my crow puppet got most of the conversation. And the conversation was about whether I was a suitable marriage candidate for somebody's daughter. I mention it because it is the first time in 50 years that anybody had looked at me and thought asset instead of target, and I found it much more alarming. Then Hua Air came through the wall of the world to ask me for a favor. I woke up in the straw courtyard with no warning, no coffin, no sleep aura, nothing. Uncle, she said, my doll toy is stuck in that box. Can you let her out? Which box? The stone one, in the ground, where you were. And then I was awake in my own bed with straw dust on my sleeve. I did not go anywhere near that mine. Hua Ling did, because I told her about it, and she was a golden core cultivator with a curiosity problem and 11 months of boredom. And she went out to Silver Tiger City, and she opened the coffin. I felt it happen from 40 li away, and then she was gone, and her body was lying on the floor of a mine with her eyes open, and nobody in that city outranked her except a man I did not trust, and a woman on another plane. So I went back in. I let myself be pulled into the straw man hut deliberately, which took me 9 days and a great deal of experimentation with an item I had been told I could not use. And when I got there, I bought my senior sister a replacement with a nightmare coin. That was it. That was the entire rescue. I bought a straw doll from a 6-year-old for 1 coin, and a golden core cultivator woke up on the floor of a mine spitting dust. 2 things came out of that trip. The first was that Hua Air confirmed, cheerfully, in passing, that nightmare coins and immortal offering stones cross between realms. They're nightmare things, she said, in the tone of a child explaining that water is wet. Everything else is your things. Your things are silly. And the second was that when I was leaving, she pressed something into my hand, a straw button, off her own smock. If it gets bad, she said, squeeze it and I'll come, but only once, so don't waste it on something boring. I put that button in the innermost pocket of my innermost robe, and I did not use it for 11 years. And when I finally used it, I had about a quarter of a second to spare. My master came back out of the nightmare realm, looking as though something had been drinking out of her. She dealt with her disciples in order, Ding Liu first. The 8 Extremes Purgatory Pill uses yin demons as a lead, she said, without preamble. You believe that makes it clean. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, everything in every realm is a living thing. You are eating your way up a ladder, and the ladder is being counted. Your nascent soul tribulation will be worse than anybody's. Weigh it. Yes, master, he said. This disciple understands. Ding did not look like a man who understood. Ding looked like a man being told about a tax. Hua Ling second. I told you not to leave the city. You went to Silver Tiger City and put your hand on the coffin. A pause. Confined for 1 year. Temper your Tao heart. And then she sent them both out and looked at me. That nightmare realm girl is unusual, she said. Her impression of you is extremely good. Maintain that connection. Most creatures in that realm are chaotic and cannot be reasoned with. Ones with clear thought and consistent logic are very few. Do you understand what you have? I think so. You don't, she said, but you will. And then she handed me a jade slip and said, also, do you have a Tao companion? I have never changed subject that fast in my life. A large immortal cultivation family wishes to submit to this city, she went on, ignoring my face. The Qin family. 2 golden core cultivators and 30-odd foundation establishment. That is a great deal of backbone for a city that has none. They want the connection sealed by marriage into my personal line. Master, my technique makes closeness with women impossible. I know, I have already told them. They said a nominal arrangement is acceptable. She looked at me over the slip. What, you're unwilling to share your master's burden? I have described myself as a careful man for this entire account, so watch the exact moment the caution snapped. Willing, I said, nodding like a chicken at grain. Extremely willing. How could this disciple be unwilling to acquire a household connection at no cost? Humph, said the Jade Empress. The Jade Slip was a spell legacy. I opened it in my own cave dwelling, and it shattered and went into my forehead as white light, and what unfolded in there was not instructions. It was her own understanding, laid down directly, image after image, the way she personally saw the thing. Soul-extinguishing finger. A soul attribute secret art with no upper ceiling and an almost impossible learning curve. Even with a nascent soul cultivator's comprehension poured directly into my head, all I got was the shallowest possible grasp of it. And without that legacy, I would not have gotten started in a century. It was also, I realized about 4 seconds in, the move she had used to kill Cave Master Tian Shan and the Yinwind Valley's old ancestor from 3 li away, the one I had watched from a rooftop and thought was a divine skill. I took it out to the wilderness and pointed it at a mouse. The mouse fell over. Then I pointed it at a rabbit, which took 3 tries, and then at a wild dog, which did not work at all. That was the entire power of the greatest secret art I had ever been given. Rodents. Guan Wen arrived the next morning. They did not make a ceremony of it, which I understood, and she was 22 years old and at the 9th layer of chi refining, and she came into my cave with her back very straight and her hands shaking, so I said it plainly before anybody could arrange anything. You didn't want this, neither did I. My technique makes closeness impossible, and that isn't a polite excuse, it's a physical fact, and it isn't going to change, so there will be nothing of that kind between us. Ever. She kept her eyes on the floor. I'm going to open a separate cave next to this one on the same vein, at the same grade. It'll be yours. If you'd rather live with your family, go, and I won't be insulted. Cultivate what you want. Ask me for pills when you need them. That's the arrangement. She was quiet for a while. Thank you, husband. she said, to my floor, for understanding. And that was the beginning of the longest and most peaceful relationship of my life, which consisted of two people cultivating in adjacent caves on the best spirit vein in the north and occasionally eating dinner. Her family was, of course, using her. Her grandfather was a golden core cultivator with internal injuries that had eaten most of his strength. A collateral branch cousin had just formed a core and was younger and healthier. And her father was clinging to the family head seat with both hands. Her aunt came to see me about it, which is how I learned that Guan Wen had one relative who actually liked her. Gao Wan was late-stage foundation establishment, sharp as a dropped knife, and she had raised the girl from childhood. She arrived without an appointment, sat down without being offered a chair, and looked at me for a while. "You've given her a cave of her own," she said, "on the best vein, at the same grade as yours." "Yes, and you don't go into it." "No." She kept looking at me, and I sat there and let her, because I have been examined by worse. "Most men in your position," she said, "would have made her grateful. It costs nothing, and it is very effective. Most men in my position get killed by somebody they made grateful." That got the first real reaction out of her, which was almost a laugh. Then she put a jade box on the table and stopped being pleasant. "Her father is at the perfection of foundation establishment, and he is 81 years old. Ding has one attempt left in him, and he does not have the materials for a proper one. I do. They wanted a 3-pattern 7 stars pill for him. I made it. I made it well, out of materials they supplied, and I was honest with them about the odds. Ding took it and failed anyway, and was crippled by the backlash, and never attempted Golden Core again. Guan Wen did not come out of her cave for 11 days, and then she did, and she brought me spirit food, and neither of us mentioned it. And I sat in my own front room eating soup made by somebody who had cooked it on purpose and felt something I had not felt since a courtyard in a snowstorm in a city that no longer exists. It was the feeling of a house with 2 people in it. When Hua Ling came out of her year of confinement, I was the only person who went to meet her, not because nobody liked her, because she had been sealed for a year and only 4 people knew, and none of them wanted to be seen doing favors for the sister who was losing. We got drunk on spirit wine at one high-grade stone a cup, and she complained about her brother, and then she said something I did not understand for 11 years. "That secret art master gave you, the finger. She said not to spread it. I'm not asking you to spread it. I'm telling you to master it." She put her cup down. "Push it as far as it will go. She did not hand you that on a whim, and she has never handed anyone anything on a whim in 300 years. Why? What's it for? It's useless to tell you now," she said. "Believe me or don't." Then she marked a place on a jade slip for me, a pool in the Wangku Mountains where the soul-cleansing water would help me practice it. And then she left the city on her own sword, in a hurry, without saying where she was going, and I did not see her again for 11 years either. I went to Wangku, not for the finger, plainly, about my own motives. I went because of the second thing she said the pool did, which was tighten the fusion between soul and body, because after 50-odd years in a body that was not originally mine, I had never once stopped feeling the seam. There is a membrane in there. I could feel it when I was tired, and after I started cultivating a soul attribute art, I could feel it constantly. The nearest settlement to Wangku is a place everybody calls Blackhorn. It is technically a city. It has walls, in the sense that there is a line of broken masonry where walls used to be. It has no defensive formation, no registration, no guard, and no administrator that anybody could name for me, which is why it is not called an immortal city by anyone. I looked at it from a li out and thought about turning around. I went in, because I needed local information about a mountain range that eats people, and information does not live in nice places. 4 boys hit me inside the gate, ragged, mortal, no cultivation at all, and they arrived at a dead run in a formation they had clearly worked out in advance. And the smallest one in the worst clothes got there first, and got his mouth open first. "Guide, sir. The streets here are a nightmare, sir. 2 low-grade spirit stones." The other 3 stopped competing the instant he spoke, which told me there were rules among them and that they were being kept. 2 stones for walking? Ding hit his own chest with his fist. "I know everything in this city, which shops are honest, which forces you don't look at, which alleys have a gang in them on which days. Guaranteed value, sir." His name was Zhou Xiaohu, and he was, in fact, worth about 10 times what he charged. Ding walked me through it, listing the powers like a man reciting a poem he had been beaten for getting wrong. The Bloodrobe Gang, the 100 Demon Hall, and the Clear Wind Pavilion at the top, all 3 with Golden Core Cultivators. Then the ones you also do not offend, which was a longer list. The Myriad Manifestation Pavilion, the Medicine King Sect, the 3 Spirits Association, the Demon Suppression Temple, the... Stop. Ding stopped and looked up at me, delighted to have finally produced a reaction. "The Demon Suppression Temple," I said. "There's one here?" 60 years earlier, a skeleton in a gold kasaya had asked me to carry his ashes to a mountain called Kongyun in a country called Hanhai. and I had never in 6 decades met one single person who could tell me where that country was, and I had been carrying a dead monk's robe in the bottom of a pouch across 2 continents ever since. Yes, sir, the great masters there are very strong. They give food out to us mortals. They're kind. Are they? I did not push, because a mortal boy in a lawless city is always somebody's ears, and because I have never in my life let anybody watch me want something. But I had stopped too long, and he had seen it, and Zhou Xiaohu was a professional. Ding looked both ways down the street, then he came in close and dropped his voice. Sir, I know a secret about that temple. Ding swallowed. The monks in it turn into monsters. I looked at him. You shouldn't say things like that out loud. I saw it. Ding was whispering hard enough to hurt his throat. I went there begging. Then I got the runs, and I hid in the bushes behind their kitchen to go, and 2 of them came out, and they went black, sir, all over, and they grew teeth out here. Ding put 2 fingers up beside his mouth. It was very scary. I made my face do nothing at all. That has nothing to do with me, I said. Now tell me where the treasures are and what is dangerous outside the walls. His shoulders came down. Ding had been sure the secret was worth something, and he had spent it and gotten nothing back, and he swallowed that the way children in places like that swallow everything and went straight back to work. I paid him 4 extra stones at the end of it and not 1 more. Because a mortal boy walking away from a stranger with a heavy purse in Blackhorn City does not get to the end of the street, and that night, in a bad inn, I thought about it properly. I had a monk's ashes, and a monk's robe, and 60 years of an unpaid obligation, and I had just been handed the only demon suppression temple anybody had ever been able to point me at, and a temple whose entire purpose is standing between the world and demons is the easiest institution in existence to corrupt, because it spends every day of its life with its hands inside the thing it is fighting. Monks are people. People go bad. The ones who spend their careers touching evil go bad faster and in a very specific direction. So I did not go. I have made a great many decisions in this world that I am not proud of, and that one is not among them. I sat in a bad room in a bad town with the only lead I had ever gotten, and I put it away. And I went to a mountain to soak in a pond instead. Wanku is a mountain range full of holes. Caves from mouse-sized to boat-sized, going down and connecting into a system that nobody has ever mapped because everybody who tries stops sending letters. At the cave mouth, 4 people arrived at the same time as me, and one of them was a monk. I turned down the offer to team up and let them go in first, and they went in with the cheerful confidence of people who have not read enough. 10 days later, I went in behind them. The things in there were bat-shaped, and they did not die. I mean that specifically. I cut one in half, and it burst into black chi, and the next one absorbed the chi and got bigger. I killed that one, and the third one ate it and got bigger again. Kill enough of them in a confined space, and you have built yourself a golden core cultivator out of vermin. I netted the whole first wave with the golden silkworm net, and stood there in the dark, listening to more of them coming, and had no idea what to do. Then one came at me from below, and I was too crowded to draw, so I pointed a finger. And it fell down dead. Actually dead. No burst, no black key, no inheritance passed down the line. It faded off the stone and left behind a small black bead. I stood in that tunnel and started laughing, alone, underground, at 2 in the morning. Then I pointed my finger at everything in that net until there was nothing left in it but a pile of beads, the largest the size of a quail's egg, 100 of them over the next few hours. I let some of them eat each other on purpose to fatten them up, and got 2 the size of a chicken's egg. Which is when I stopped laughing, because I had worked out what Hua Ling had been trying to tell me, and my master had not. They did not give me a killing art. They gave me a key, and they gave it to me without saying what the lock was. The soul cleansing pool was at the bottom of that system, a churning black basin in a room with no exits. I threw a silver-tailed monkey in first. Let me be exact that I did not enjoy the monkey. I had bought it for exactly this, and I had known that when I bought it, and it went in, and it did not dissolve, and after an hour, it looked like the most contented animal in the northern continent and refused to come out. I watched it for a full day, then I took my clothes off and got in. The first thing was warmth, from the inside out, the way a hot drink goes down. The second thing was that I could see my own soul, and I could see the membrane. 58 years I had been carrying that seam around, half a century of a body that fit like a borrowed coat, and there it was, visible, a thin skin between the thing I was and the thing I was living in. I moved the water into it and it began to dissolve, slowly, very slowly, but I could feel it going. Half a year in that pool, 6 months, in the dark, in a hole in a mountain, with a monkey in a cage, having the seam between my soul and my body taken apart one layer at a time. I came out of it at the peak of the second tier of body refining, which is equivalent to foundation establishment great perfection. And I came out of it whole in a way I had not been since I opened my eyes in a dead man's bed, and there were people at the cave mouth. Deputy Head Yan of the Three Spirits Association had spent 6 months turning over the entire Wanku range looking for his younger brother, who had been one of the 4 who went in ahead of me. There were 9 of them. Late-stage Foundation establishment at the top. I killed all 9 in that tunnel. That is not bravado. It is geometry. A narrow tunnel. Bat monsters harassing them from behind. And a man with a soul attribute art that kills things that cannot be killed. They came in a line because there was no other shape available, and I stood at a corner and pointed my finger 9 times. I kept 2 chi refining survivors in the net and asked them questions and then wiped their memories and let them go, which I want on the record, because there is a version of me from 20 years earlier who would not have bothered. And I found out from them that somebody had led the Three Spirits Association to that cave on purpose. There was a corpse laid at a junction where anybody would find it. There was a secret mark left at the entrance that the brother had never had time to leave. Somebody wanted a lot of Foundation establishment cultivators to go into that hole, so I set an ambush inside my own cave and walked out of it in plain sight, went a li, and came back. The monk was standing at the entrance staring at where I had gone. Ding walked in and my puppets closed around him and he tore 2 of them apart with his bare hands. Then he grew horns. Devilish ki came off him in sheets, and he got larger, and he caught my azure dragon sword in his fist and snapped it. And I burned a talisman treasure I had been saving for 11 years to put him down, and even that took 2 soul-extinguishing fingers on top of it. I searched his storage pouch, expecting the haul of my life, some scriptures, and a Buddha statue. That was it. That was everything. A man had cost me a spirit artifact, 4 puppets, and a talisman treasure, and he had been carrying nothing. So I took out the statue out of pure spite, hoping the material would be worth something. It was black stone, half a man high, sitting in a hand seal I did not recognize, and the face on it was carved beautifully and in complete detail. And it was my face, not the face I was wearing, not the face of the man whose body I had taken. My face, the one I was born with, in a world with cars in it, on the other side of whatever it is I fell through. A face that has never existed in this world, that nobody here has ever seen, that I have never once worn. Not in a mirror, not in an illusion, not in a moment of homesickness in 58 years. Carved on a demonic statue, in a dead monk's pouch, in a mountain in the north of a continent I reached by boat, in the wrong world. I put a red lotus in my palm and lifted my hand to burn it, and I stopped, because if that thing is genuinely connected to my previous life, and I destroy it, I do not know what I am destroying. I got a box. I got sealing talismans, all of them I had. And I got a specialized storage pouch, and I put it away, and I stood in a hole in a mountain shaking. Then I went home to Silver Immortal City, and I did not tell my master. She was a nascent soul cultivator with 300 years of knowledge, and she would probably have known something. She would also have known that I am not from here. The only way to ask the question is to hand over the answer, and I had spent 58 years not handing over the answer. And so I put the most important object of my entire life in a box and told nobody. Which I would like to say was cowardice, and which I still think was correct. For 9 years I did not touch it. I got better at the finger. I built 9 new puppets around a battle formation called the 9 Yuan Immortal Extermination Array, which I got from my new shopkeeper Gu Tian for a bonus, and which made 9 mediocre puppets into 1 very good weapon. I hit the 4th layer of Foundation Establishment, and then the peak of it. Guanwen reached Foundation Establishment and stopped being shy at me. I refined a pill called Silver Ring Elixir, and it was excellent. Life, in short, was fine. And then I got cold. I was studying a spell in my own cave when a chill went through me from the bones out, and I stood up and looked around a room where nothing whatsoever had changed. I am a body cultivator on a fire technique. I do not get cold in a blizzard. I had not been cold since Kaiyuan City. Nobody else in the city had felt anything. Not Guanwen, 20 feet away through solid rock. Not my staff. Not one person in the market, which meant it was not the environment. It was me. I checked myself, then everything I owned, then the statue, and the statue sat in its box being a statue. 3 days later it happened again, and this time it went into my soul, and my soul rang like a struck bowl. And I sat there for an hour going backward through everything I had done differently. There was one thing. Both times I had been practicing the soul extinguishing finger. So I practiced it deliberately in different places and mapped it. And the cold got stronger as I got closer to a spot. And the spot was underground, and the spot was under the elixir hall. The elixir hall, the one Ding Liu had taken off me and handed to an outsider alchemist 9 years earlier. I stood in the street looking at that building for a long time with my hands inside my sleeves. Because there are two possibilities when you find something enormous and cold buried under your organization's most important building, and one of them is that the man who runs the organization does not know. I went to my master. She was not in the city. Hua Ling was still gone. I had been given a nascent soul cultivator's protection 11 years earlier, and at the exact moment I needed it, every single senior member of that family was somewhere else. So I stopped practicing the finger, and I planned to leave. I want that noted. I had my hand on the door. I had a well behind my shop that went down through 2 aquifers and out past the wall, with a Foundation establishment puppet sitting at the bottom of it for 11 years. And I had bought a slot on the cross-domain teleportation array in Xuanguang Immortal City through Chen Haifu at a cost that made my eyes water. Everything was in place. Every escape route I had built over 60 years was open and functional. And then my master came back, and I told her, because she was my master, and because I had spent 9 years learning that some things are too large to carry alone. She listened to the whole thing, and she smiled. "Your finger is coming along," she said. "Don't panic. The fish has taken the bait." I stood there. "Stay in the city lord's mansion for now," she said, "and stop practicing that art." And she waved me out before I could ask a single question. Which is how I came to be sitting in a sealed cultivation chamber in the safest building in the northern continent with a pill in my mouth and a breakthrough half started when the ground moved. I spat the pill out and got the door open. The city lord's mansion was empty. Every corridor, every hall, every guard post. I went outside and looked up, and my master was standing in the air above the highest peak with her silver hair going in a wind that was not there, looking down at the elixir hall with no expression at all. Below her, every important person in Silver Immortal City was standing in the open. And down in the streets, houses were coming apart. I found Guan Wen in the crowd, running the wrong way, looking for me. "I sent you 3 talismans," she said, and hit me in the chest with the flat of her hand, hard. 3. Nothing came back. Master's chamber blocks them. Then say so beforehand. The second impact took the mountain. A pillar of black light came up out of the elixir hall like a millstone standing on end. And at the top of it the light gathered itself and became a face, a ghost face, 40 feet across, and when it formed, the cold came into me for the 3rd time, and it was not a chill anymore. It was my soul going stiff in my body like a hand in cold water. Everyone below Golden Core went down, not gracefully. They sat down in the street with their teeth locked. My master snorted, and the cold went out of the air like a candle going out, and the face spoke. "Bai Feng, offer your soul origin now, and I will let the past be the past." She did not answer it. "Bai Feng, offer your soul origin, and you may still glimpse the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, you will not leave this realm at all. Are you still this stubbornly deluded?" And then she looked at it. "That fawning heavenly Tao of yours," she said, "is not worth glimpsing. You call yourself a divine spirit. Show me what a divine spirit can do." The ground lit up. Lines went out under the whole city, crossing and crossing again, and at intervals they knotted into formation patterns, and the patterns answered each other, and the pressure that came off them put everyone who had just stood up back down again. Divine spirit. Understand what that word did to that crowd. Every cultivator in the north knows there are gods. Nobody has ever seen one. Nobody has ever heard of one being in a room, and my master had just called it one to its face, which meant she knew exactly what it was, which meant she had known before today. "Truly overestimating yourself," it said, and it sounded bored. "Let me teach you that divine spirits are not to be blasphemed." 2 black tentacles came out of it and reached for her. And the moment they appeared, I could not stand. It was not force. It was a sensation of 1,000 small hands all over my body, in my body, plucking, trying to find the edge of my soul and get a grip on it and pull it out through my skin. The only reason I stayed conscious is that I had spent half a year in a black pool in a mountain dissolving the membrane between my soul and my flesh. There was no seam left to get a fingernail into. Guan Wen was holding my arm, and she was gray. Then the formation lines came up off the ground and formed a cage of gold around the ghost face. And the cage started driving needles of light into it, and the face began to roll and thin. "How does my God-confining formation taste?" my master said. "Not bad," it said. "I did not expect you to build one in advance." It rolled again. "It is a pity that not everyone is as stubbornly deluded as you." The cage broke. It came apart with a sound like a bell being hit with a hammer. And standing beside the ghost face in the air was Ding Liu. The whole city made a noise. Ding was the first disciple. Ding ran everything. Ding was second to 1 person and above 10,000. And he had a promising future and a golden core that had been climbing at an impossible rate for a decade, and he had just walked out of the enemy's shadow. My master looked at him with no more emotion than she had shown the tentacles. "Ding Liu," she said, "I believe I have treated you well. Why serve a devil?" And he let his cultivation off its leash, and it was golden core perfection. And he told her, "My good master, for all these years, when did you ever treat me as a true disciple? Next to your second disciple, I am a servant. If I had stayed with you, early golden core would have been the end of my road. I have a heavenly spiritual root. I have talent. Was I supposed to stop here because you never looked up from your own cultivation? A good bird chooses its tree. The resentment in that voice was 9 years deep, and it did not sound performed. I started backing away, and I pulled Guanwen with me. You do not stand at the center when two things like that begin. The aftershock alone kills everyone in a radius, and I had spent 60 years being the man who leaves early. And then my master's voice came into my ear alone. Don't leave the mountaintop. So I stopped. Let me describe what I felt, because it was not fear. It was the specific, bone-deep, entirely familiar sensation of being furniture again. I had a tunnel under my shop. I had a teleportation slot in a city 10,000 li away. I had spent every year of my life since Kaiyuan City building a door out of every room I entered. And at the exact moment it mattered, a person of a higher order had said stay, and I stayed because there was nothing else on the menu. Then the mountain fell down, the peak came apart under us, and I got the boat out and pulled Guanwen onto it and did not go anywhere because the entire city was cracking open and sinking, and black chi was coming up out of every crack. An immortal city that had taken years and a mountain and a nascent soul cultivator's whole fortune to build turned into a hole with a fire in it in about 4 minutes. People ran for the gates, all 4 gates, and whichever direction they ran, they came back, because there was a shell over the whole city that not one golden core cultivator could get through. Bai Feng, said the ghost face. Will you really be this stubborn and drag every soul in this city down with you? And every face in that sky turned to look at my master. She did not move. Then Ding Liu spoke, and this is the part to pay attention to, because this is where it stops being a fight and becomes something worse. Master, he said, and his voice carried to every ear in that city. This realm is under a divine being's protection. We are able to cultivate it all because of it. Why must you, for your own private ambition, set yourself against a god and disregard the lives of thousands? This disciple begs you, show compassion, offer your primordial origin, and submit. And then he turned around and addressed the city. Fellow Taoists, the divine cannot be blasphemed. Today your lives rest entirely on the city lord's whim. Whether you live or die depends on her attitude. There was a pause about 2 heartbeats long, and then they knelt, not a few, hundreds. Cultivators of every rank in the ruins of the city she had built for them, going down onto their knees in the rubble and calling up at the woman in the sky. City Lord, have mercy. City Lord, have mercy. It got louder. It kept getting louder. It went up off the broken streets like weather. I did not kneel, and let me be straight about why, and it was not principle, it was arithmetic. I had watched 5 organizations die by then, and I had never once seen a crowd's opinion change the mind of anybody who mattered. A pack of ignorant fools, my master said. Her voice was not loud. Everybody heard it. The divine being you are begging is an outsider who keeps humans as livestock. Kneeling to it shames every cultivator who ever lived, and they did not wake up. That is what I remember. They did not have a moment of clarity. They got angry. I could feel the resentment come up off that crowd like heat off a road, aimed at the woman who had killed 2 golden core cultivators to keep them safe. The ghost face tasted it and rolled with pleasure, and the black key came down off it and went into them. Their eyes went flat, and a small resentful face formed above every kneeling head, and the ghost face said one word, go. And Silver Immortal City threw its own population at its city lord, and for the first time since I had known her, my master looked worried. She was looking at the elixir hall. And then a jade slip on her wrist lit up, and Hua Ling's voice came out of it, ragged and out of breath and 11 years away. Master, mission complete. The altar is destroyed. Everything about my master changed at once. She rose. Her aura came up like a blade coming out of a sheath, and her hair went out behind her, and the small resentful faces flying at her began to burn before they arrived. A dignified divine being, she said, capable only of this. These are your believers. And she put her hand out, and there was a sword in it. Not a sword. A piece of a sword. Rusted through, half the blade gone. The kind of thing you would find in a river and not bother picking up. The ghost faces at the front of the wave stopped existing. They did not burn. They did not scatter. They were annihilated in the air at a distance before the thing had even moved. And the giant ghost face, which had not changed expression once in the entire fight, changed. The god-slaying sword, it said. So it did fall into your hands, then recovering. But you cannot use it many times. And with your cultivation, you are not strong enough to activate it at all, are you? Shall we find out? Said the Jade Empress. The ghost face rolled twice, and then it laughed. You have not moved this whole time because you want to draw on the high-grade spirit vein to power it. This divine being will not give you the chance. I will let you go today. I do not believe you will never leave this city. and it started to shrink into the ground. Appreciate this moment properly, because I was standing in the wreckage of a city on a small flying boat with a woman clutching my sleeve, and a god that had just puppeted an entire population was running away. Everybody stood there with their mouths open. The people who had been kneeling a minute earlier were still on their knees. Only Ding Liu reacted. "Great God, don't be afraid," he screamed. "The god-slaying sword has only one use left." The ghost face ignored him completely and dived for the ground, and bounced. Gold light came up under it, and it could not go through, and its aura began to thin. "Impossible," it said, and for the first time there was something in the voice. "Who destroyed this divine being's altar?" The Jade Empress raised the broken sword over her head, and the spirit power of the high-grade vein under that city came up out of the ground in a column and went into it, and the rust started coming off the blade in flakes. "Evil demon," she said. "Without your altar you are a clown. You have kept the human race as cattle for 10,000 years. Let me remind you what this sword is for." And she brought it down. "Dream of slaying a god," the ghost face said, and it flickered and reappeared directly above Ding Liu, and shrank, and went into him. Ding Liu's face went black, then white, then black again. Yin Qi came off his skin in gusts, and then stopped, and then came back. Then he shook his head, and stood up straighter than he had ever stood, and looked at my master with an expression that was not his. "The god-slaying sword can only slay primordial spirit bodies," he said. "I have a physical body now. How exactly do you intend to kill me?" Ding waved a hand, and the black key in the air came alive and became tentacles, hundreds of them, turning slowly. "Now this divine being will show you the true methods of a divine being." And then it noticed that the Jade Empress had put the sword away. She had put it away. She was standing in the air with her hands empty, looking at him with an expression I can only describe as professional interest. Then Ding Liu's soul convulsed inside his own body. It was suppressed immediately, and a half-second after that, the golden core inside his chest cracked open from the inside, and a quantity of energy came out of him that turned the sky black in every direction at once. Lightning walked across the clouds. Pressure came down on that ruined city like a hand. "Nascent soul tribulation," said the thing in Ding Liu's mouth, and then it understood. I have never heard a sound like the one that came out of that man's throat. Its face distorted past what a face can do, and it screamed, one word at a time. "You deceived me. There was never a god-slaying sword. You planned this for years, and I walked into it. Good planning, good acting. You would rather watch hundreds of your own cultivators have their souls torn out. You would rather watch this entire city be destroyed. All of it, just to run this performance to the end. And that is the only true thing a god said all day. Because the divine beings are invincible in this realm, and there is exactly one exception, and the exception is heavenly tribulation. It is the reason they seal their own cultivation before they descend. It is the reason they work through altars and sacrifices instead of walking in. It is the reason they tempt golden core cultivators into the communion method, because a nascent soul that was handed to you by a god belongs to the god. They are not afraid of us. They have never once been afraid of us. They are afraid of the sky. And my master had spent 9 years building a nascent soul tribulation and putting a body under it. The first bolt came down. It annihilated the part of that thing inside Ding Liu before it finished the sentence. The barrier over the city came apart. The black key went out of the streets like water down a drain. Everybody still breathing got out through the gates. And this time it was not to escape, it was to get clear of the tribulation zone, which is a distinction the survivors of that day take seriously. I stood on the city wall with Guan Wen on one side of me and Hua Ling on the other. She had arrived in the middle of it, filthy, missing half her sleeve, carrying a corpse. Lin Yuan, the alchemist, the outsider Ding Liu had brought in to take my hall. Ding was the vessel, she said. It possessed him 9 years ago. The altar was under the elixir hall the whole time. And then she told me the rest, and I want to give it to you in the order I received it, because that is the order in which I stopped being able to feel my hands. The feud between her and Ding Liu. Performance. My master's coldness toward her first disciple. Performance. Ding Liu squeezing me out of the elixir hall and installing Lin Yuan 9 years ago in front of the whole city. Performance, and the single most important move on the board, because it put the possessed man in charge of the building the altar was under and made it look like nepotism. 9 years, 3 people, not one of them broke character once, in front of a city, in front of each other, in front of a god that could read resentment off a crowd like a book. And Ding Liu was not the greedy climber I had spent 11 years quietly working around. Ding was a man who had swallowed his own reputation for 9 years, taken a pill that ate his soul to make his growth look like corruption, and then walked out in front of a city and let every person in it watch him betray his own master, so that a god would believe him enough to climb inside his chest. I stood on that wall with a great many things going through me, and the largest of them, I am ashamed to report, was, Thank every Buddha in that painting that I never once joined Hua Ling in complaining about him. If I had, I would have spent the rest of my life in the same room as that man. Will he live? I asked my master. She had come to stand near us, and her face was not doing well. There is a sliver, she said. Ding is absorbing the god's origin. If he can refine it, his divine soul will be tempered by it, and he may break through to nascent soul, seeking life in death. She watched the sky. Nobody can help with a nascent soul tribulation, and he forced his growth with a pill that damages the soul, so his lightning will be worse than anyone's. 6 bolts. The first he barely felt, because the god had taken most of it. The second he blocked with a golden talisman that shattered. The third, fourth, and fifth went straight into him. By the fifth, his robe was ash, and there was very little left of him that was the right shape. And then he used the 2-sided heaven-shrouding talisman. Hua Ling actually cried out. She had spent 11 years calling that man a traitor in public on purpose, and she made a sound like somebody had stepped on her. Because that talisman was our master's own life-saving item. It had been given to him for the 6th bolt, the golden one. The one that is several times worse than everything before it put together. Ding used it on the 5th. My master went straight up into the air. And I understood, watching her, that she was preparing to fail her own promotion rather than let him die. And then the 6th bolt formed and split in 2. Everybody looked up. One half went for my master. The other half changed direction and came for me. Why? I said out loud to nobody. Is it coming for me? I had watched a 4th-rank sea beast tribulation hit me on a floating island. I had told myself that was a coincidence. 2 coincidences. 3 is a pattern, and a pattern arriving as a golden nascent soul bolt is a very bad time to notice it. My master got an 8-sided glazed mirror under it, which was the item she had been holding for Ding Lu, and the mirror filled with cracks in 1 breath and shattered in 2. The bolt came through, weakened, and still far more than a foundation establishment body can take. Hua Ling was the closest person to me, and she did not have time to move. I got my hand into my innermost robe, and I crushed a straw button. A small hand woven out of straw came out of the empty air, closed around my wrist, and pulled. The bolt hit the ground where I had been and left a crater 11 meters deep. From any distance at all, it looked like a man being deleted. 2 people in that city saw what actually happened, and they were the only 2 who understood it, and both of them, I am told, looked extremely relieved and then extremely annoyed. Uncle, said Hua why did the lightning hit you? Did you do something bad? I was lying on my back in a straw courtyard under a gray sky, and my hair was smoking. I don't think so, I said. Somebody else was having their tribulation. It came for me anyway. It has happened 3 times now, and I don't understand it. I was complaining. I want to be clear. I did not expect an answer. She was a 6-year-old made of straw in a different plane of existence. She patted her cloth doll and said, "Oh, that's easy. You've got a power of rules in you that isn't from your realm. So advanced tribulations, the ones that carry the intent of your realm's rules, will come looking for you. Just stay away from those." And there it was. 61 years, 4 continents, 1 ocean, 5 organizations. And the answer was handed to me in 1 sentence by a child made of straw, who thought it was obvious. It was not misfortune. It was not a curse. The sky was not out to get me. I had a foreign object in me, and the sky was doing quality control. Can you see it? I asked. The power of rules. I can feel it. I've got one too. Mine isn't as advanced as yours, but that's okay. I'll get stronger when I grow up. She made 2 small fists. I looked at the child who had just reached across the boundary of 2 realms and pulled a grown man out of a nascent soul lightning bolt by the wrist, and who described herself as not very advanced yet, and I made a note. Uncle, though, she added, your rules power has a very weak origin. It doesn't do much. There are things in the nightmare realm that make the origin stronger. You should look for them sometime. You'd need a way-guiding artifact first. I want to record, for the historical account, that a very great deal of what happened to me afterward comes out of that one throwaway sentence from a straw child in a courtyard. Then she wanted to show me her friend's house. I had assumed on my 2 previous visits that the straw courtyard was the whole place. It is not. It is one house on one street of a village, and the village is the strangest thing I have ever walked through, including the inside of a demon's hand. There was a house made of willow, a house made of stone, a house of packed earth, a house made entirely of salted fish which had a smell, and a house of feathers, and a house that I am fairly sure was made of teeth and which I did not look at directly. Not one of them repeated. Every courtyard was small and neat and swept and built with obvious care, and the light over all of it was too dim. And the whole village had the specific oppressive tidiness of a place where somebody is following the rules very hard. It's called Guardian Cabin Village, Hua said, skipping. And then my blood started to slow down, my limbs stiffened, my thoughts began arriving late, like a man walking behind his own head. Because this time, it was not a projection. My body had come through. Uncle, my body is doing something. That's just the nightmare chi assimilating you, she said, not even turning around. Take out an immortal offering stone, it blocks it. I took out the stone I had bought off a dying man on a road 200 li from Silver Immortal City 11 years earlier, out of curiosity, and the stiffness went out of my arms. Then I watched the light in it start to go down, much faster than it should. This place ate it. What happens if I get assimilated? Oh, then you're gone, she said cheerfully. You lose yourself and you become a nightmare realm creature with no thoughts in it. And then she changed the subject so fast that I understood there were rules about how much she was allowed to say, and I stopped asking. Her friend's house was a red mushroom, and the guardian of it was a girl in a red dress with a mushroom haircut, and her name was Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei, Xiao Mei, look who I brought. It's the uncle you wanted to meet. You said you'd make him mushroom soup. Uncle Chen, said Xiao Mei, with her whole face. Welcome to my house. They set up in the yard. A cauldron that was an upturned mushroom cap on legs of oily mushroom stems that burned when you lit them. Xiao Mei went into a pocket in her dress and produced, in order, a pile of red mushrooms, a ladle, a spatula, plates, bowls, chopsticks, a cutting board, a table, and 3 chairs, all made of red mushroom, all of different mushrooms. She rubbed 2 hard stems together and struck a spark, and then she cooked, fast and beautifully, with the fluid competence of somebody who has done a thing 10,000 times, and there was something almost holy about watching it. And I sat down at a mushroom table in another plane of existence and was handed a bowl. Hua Er drank hers in about 4 seconds and looked blissful. I sat looking at mine. Drink it, uncle, Hua Er said, patting her stomach. Xiao Mei's rule is that anybody who comes in has to drink a bowl. If you don't, you have to accept her challenge instead, and you definitely can't beat her. I put my hand up. Could I offset the rule with a nightmare coin? I did not have a nightmare coin on me. I asked because I wanted to know whether nightmare coins were universal currency in that realm or only in that yard, and it was a good question, and it was the wrong moment. Xiao Mei's face crumpled. You can, she said, in a very small voice. But why would Uncle Chen want to pay a coin instead? Do you think my cooking is bad? How could I possibly, I said, and drank the entire bowl in one go. She lit up. She dug out a mushroom the size of a baby's fist and pressed it into my hand. Hua Er's friend is my friend. Eat this one, it'll make you bigger and stronger. I did not hear the end of that sentence because the soup was poisonous. 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights of burning, and I do not have a clearer way to put it than that I was being cooked from the inside and I was awake the entire time. At the end of it, Hua Er's voice came through it from somewhere. Uncle, your stone's nearly out. I'm sending you home now. I took the poison out of the soup for you, don't worry. The mushroom Xiao Mei gave you isn't poisonous, so you can eat that one. Come and play again sometime. I fell out of the sky into a green valley in the territory of Azure Dragon City, with nothing on me but a talisman around my neck and a layer of charred rind where my skin used to be, and my storage pouches scattered on the grass around me like dropped shopping. The immortal offering stone was gone. Used up, dissolved, no trace. I lay in that grass for a while. Then I checked myself, because a man who has just been boiled by a mushroom should check. The Vajra body refining art had gone from the middle of the 2nd tier to the peak of the 2nd tier. The peak, equivalent to Foundation Establishment Great Perfection. One more step and I would condense a Dharma idol and stand in the Vajra realm. Which for a body cultivator means 500 years of life, the same as a golden core. 6 months in a black pool in a mountain had moved me a fraction of that. 1 bowl of soup, made by a mushroom, that was trying to kill me. I sat up in that grass and laughed until my ribs complained. Nightmare realm things are completely unreasonable, and I want that carved on something. Silver Immortal City was a hole in the ground with people standing around the edges of it. There were hundreds of cultivators camped outside the walls, and not one of them was going in, because my master had put an order out. Nobody enters, nobody leaves. All buried property will be returned to its registered owner. The city lord's mansion will rebuild every cave and every house at its own cost, and anybody who disobeys will be killed without discussion. She had lifted the entire city lord's mansion back out of the collapsed peak in one piece and set it down, because the formations had held the structure, and because she could move mountains, and this was not a mountain. Ding Liu was on a bed of Xuan jade, not moving, with no life in him that anybody could find. There is a sliver, my master said, and did not elaborate, and I did not ask. Hua Ling looked me up and down for a long moment when I came in. You went into the nightmare realm with your physical body. Yes. And came out. Yes. Aside from true Lord Zhenwen, she said, you are the 2nd person I have ever heard of who did that and lived. I asked her, quite urgently, who else knew? Only Master and I. That's why she never asked you about it in front of Jiang Song. Which is when I understood that the Jade Empress had been protecting that secret for me, in public, without ever once telling me she was doing it. We spent 5 days sorting the ruins, nearly 1,000 people, going through rubble, matching property to registers, handing things back. The dead were another matter. Everyone whose soul had been taken by the ghost face had their property confiscated, because my master said they had wavered and then knelt and then begged her to sell herself. And not punishing their families was already her being merciful. I did not argue with her. She had been right about literally everything for 9 years. And I have never in my life been the man who argues with the person who was right. 3 years to rebuild. 200 foundation establishment pills went out to the workers, refined by me, plus 10 7-stars pills. And when word of that got out, the population of Silver Immortal City ended up larger than it had been before the war. But that was not what made the city famous. What made it famous was that a woman had killed a god. Gods had been a ceiling over the head of every cultivator in that world for 10,000 years. You reach golden core perfection, they sense you, you sense them. And you make a choice, hand over your soul origin and be given a nascent soul and a collar, or refuse and be hunted for the rest of a short life. That method has a name, communion with gods. The refusal has a name too, defying the gods. And every nascent soul cultivator in the world who had defied them was hiding inside their own city walls, permanently, moving only by teleportation array. Because the moment they stepped outside the protective formation, something would come for them, and then one of them killed one. It did not free anybody. It changed nothing structural. It simply proved that the number was not infinity, and I watched what that did to people. And it was the single largest thing that happened in that world during my lifetime. On a clear night, 3 years later, I stood at the mouth of my rebuilt cave and looked up at the platform they had built on the new peak, with a rusted broken sword standing in the middle of it as the city's guardian treasure. Nobody knew whether that sword was real. I was her personal disciple, and I did not know. It did not matter. No other divine spirit came to avenge the first one, because the rumor was cheaper to believe than to test. And I took out a piece of rusted iron about as long as my forearm. I had been given it by a dying man in Kaiyuan City with a black curl of demonic chi turning between his eyebrows, along with a pill recipe 80 years earlier. There was a mortal sword art sealed inside it and no explanation of why. I had carried it through 2 continents and 1 ocean and a ghost ship and a war in the bottom of a pouch under everything. Because a man who throws things away is a man who has to buy them again. A few days before, cleaning that pouch out, I had noticed that the rust on it looked like the rust on the sword up on the platform, so I had taken it up there and held it close, out of nothing but idle curiosity, and a thread of connection had formed between the 2 pieces of metal, faint as a hair, unmistakable. I stood at my cave mouth every night for a week trying to comprehend something out of it, and got nothing, and finally decided to hand it over, because presenting it would earn goodwill, and because if the other half of that sword was on Tianyuan Island, then that was information my master needed. She turned it over in her fingers for a long time. And my master, who had watched her own city die on schedule without changing expression, was not entirely steady. You got this on Tianyuan Island. Yes, master. I was born in a place called Kaiyuan City. There is a ridge there called Broken Sword Ridge, and a lake that the local legend says is the print of a giant demon's fallen palm. She closed her hand. Then that place was a battlefield of the ancient war between gods and devils, she said, and there is a high probability that the other half of the god-slaying sword fell there. I am now a thorn in the eye of every otherworldly spirit alive, and Tianyuan Island is a place where ancient demons are waking up. This will require patience. She looked at me. You will never speak of this to anyone. Understood? I bowed and left, and she went to Tianyuan Island herself 2 years later and came back with it. But that is not part of this story. Here is where I want to stop. 81 years earlier, a man woke up in a stranger's body, in a slum, in a city where an invisible thing was farming the population, on the second layer of chi refining, with no money, no technique, no allies, and 1 cheat that made him 9 failures away from being right. Tonight, that man is the personal disciple of a nascent soul cultivator, on a peak, on a repaired mountain, holding a piece of a weapon that kills gods, in a city that made one bleed. I would like to tell you, that is where it ends. But I still have that black stone Buddha in a box in the bottom of my pouch, with sealing talismans on it that I have never dared to remove, and it still has my face on it. Not the face I wear, the face I was born with, in a world with no cultivation in it, that nobody on this side has ever seen. Somebody carved that. Somebody in this world looked at a man who has never existed here and got the cheekbones right. And in a lawless town called Black Horn, there is a demon suppression temple whose monks turn black and grow fangs in the bushes behind their own kitchen. And I have known where it was for 11 years, and I have not gone. And that has been the smartest decision I ever made. It is about to stop being available as a decision. Because a god came down to this realm and reached for my master, and in the middle of that, something looked at me. Not the god, the sky. And it split a nascent soul tribulation in half to do it, and I know now that it will do it again, every time, forever, because I am carrying a power of rules that does not belong here, and the sky can smell it. The next big bolt that falls anywhere near me is coming for me personally. And I am 4 days from my Vajra Realm breakthrough.